Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. We will start off with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of the armed forces, then an invocation by Jeffrey R. Smith, Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller, and then a Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Moss. So if everybody would please rise.
Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Lord, as you all know, this is my last time here, and it is bittersweet, but Lord, we just ask your hedge of protection around these ladies and gentlemen up there on the dais that need to make decisions, Lord. We just ask that you give them the wisdom to make the decisions for those that can't speak for themselves as well as those that can, for all of us in this community. They've done such a great job. We'd ask your continued guidance on them. And Lord, we just ask for your blessing on this beautiful community and the people that represent here today. Thank you for them. Lord, we also, again, ask for a special blessing on those first responders and military men and women all over the world standing to protect us, to keep us free. These things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
With 4th of July almost upon us, I think the pledge is a perfect way to honor the courage that founded this country and to honor the courage that ensures its continued existence, with special thanks to our veterans and law enforcement. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We don't get to say that much longer, but that's yet to come. So. All right, Commissioners, item number 4, additions, deletions to the agenda, emergency items. Bear with me for a minute. This will require me to put my glasses on for some of the changes that are being requested. First, I'd like to move.
No, you first.
No, so let me start with my list first, and then y'all can go from there because it might be on your list.
Yes, yes, sir.
So, move 5A to the end of proclamations and presentations, and move my item 14A1 to the end of, right after that, to the end of proclamations and presentations. 8D. Move to 10A3, which is a miscellaneous budget amendment 05. It'll require a public hearing. And 13B, move to 12H1, the resolution to adopt water and sewer and reclaimed water rates, fees, and other changes for October 1, 2023. 8AA on the consent agenda, 12C1, to move to 12C1 under General Services, the CSAC funding allocations. 8.4 to 12C2, the HUD grant for General Services that needs to be in front of, needs to go in front of the board.
To the chair,
That's
you
what I
meant
have
8.
so far.
To the chair, you meant 8Y.
Do we have another one that I missed?
No. You said 8.4. You meant 8Y.
Oh, I'm sorry, A4, yes.
Thank you, sir.
That's the FERDAP grant.
Sorry, A4. I said A1. Okay, A4 to 12C2, the HUD grant. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sounds like we're going to Super Bowl.
Anything else?
No, I think
just
you.
to clarify,
Start
Mr.
down here.
Chair.
Commissioner Moss. Anything else?
I believe you moved 8AA, so it'll be heard separately. That's all. That was mine. Thank you.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
done.
Say that one more time. For me.
I believe you moved 8AA to be heard separately,
Yes.
and that was mine. So thank you.
Yes,
It's
that's
done.
going under General Services.
It's done. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Administrator.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, you're moving 8Y, which is the FERDAP grant, Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program, not the HUD grant, correct?
Why? Okay. I messed that one up totally, didn't I? Okay.
And then there was a request, the sheriff is here, and under number 9, he has the forfeiture trust fund. Is it a possibility to move that up on the agenda?
Which item is that?
Number 9A. Actually, it's right after consent, so maybe it's, okay, scratch that.
Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Okay. Commissioner Adams, anything?
Yeah.
Commissioner Lohr?
I'm fine, thank
Commissioner Fleischer?
you. Mr. Chair, move approval as
Okay, we have a
grossly
motion by
amended.
Commissioner Fleischer to move to make it as amended. Do I have a second? Okay, a second by Commissioner Adams. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We got through that. That was the biggest part of the day right there, I think. Okay, moving on to proclamations and presentations. We're going to start out with a presentation of proclamation honoring Richard France on his retirement from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Is Mr. France here? Come on up. Or is he out there?
There's Rick.
Mr. Chair, I
All right,
think
this proclamation will be presented by Commissioner Lohr. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to
I'm sorry.
recognize Rick. I'll read this proclamation, then we'll have a slight discussion about it. This proclamation is honoring Richard France on his retirement from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office, whereas Sergeant Richard France is retiring from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office effective June 30th, 2023. Whereas Richard began his journey in law enforcement in 1992 and has served with distinction over 30 years, working diligently under 4 sheriffs to protect and serve the citizens of Indian River County and of the state of Florida. Whereas during his 30-year law enforcement career, Richard has served in many capacities, including booking deputy, transportation deputy, and served on the critical response team. Whereas over his tenure, Richard demonstrated ability for leadership and irreproachable professionalism duly resulted in his promotion to the rank of sergeant. Many acknowledgments and commendations, including 10 years of perfect attendance and the Grand Cordon Bleu Award. Whereas Richard's remarkable dedication to his profession has earned him the appreciation of Sheriff Flowers and all the others who have had the pleasure of working with him. Now therefore, let it be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County that the board lauds the continuous efforts of Sergeant Richard France has made to the citizens of Indian River County during his highly successful law enforcement career and wishes him a happy and prosperous retirement. Signed by all 5 county commissioners. Congratulations, Richard. You'd like to say a few words?
I've had a great 31-year career, and I have a lot of people to thank for it. A lot of them are standing right here, and I just want to especially thank Sheriff Flowers. He's made a lot of great decisions, and the last couple of years, he's kind of actually allowed me to retire out like I am now yourself. Mr. Lohr, you promoted me, and I'm just ready to move forward and look forward to the next chapter of my life.
Great, fantastic. It was an honor to work with you. And just so the board and the public knows, during Sergeant France's tenure, he was assigned primarily to transport high-risk inmates and retrieve them from all over the state and or the southeast United States. So you're talking about somebody with courage that gets bad guys in a car with them and takes them across the state or goes and gets them. So very proud of you and very proud that you're safe. Perfect attendance, by the way, 10 years.
Tough.
Sheriff?
Hey,
Hey, folks, I just wanted to say thank you again for taking time out of your agenda. I know that with only 2 meetings a month, you have limited time. So thank you for taking time to honor our employees. We've got incredible people that work over there, just like Sergeant France. We're going to miss him a lot. Sergeant Mathis has taken over in transportation, and he's doing a great job over there. But certainly, Sergeant France has left his footprint on that will be there for a long time. So thank you for taking time out of your agenda to make time for our employees. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fleischer?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Rick, I want to say a few words. You worked on the other side of the house. You worked with high-risk inmates. Not many of them were known to write letters of appreciation in your journey. And yes, we didn't work directly in zones, but I want to speak with Mom. You have to be proud. This man has carried himself with meticulous character, and he has spoken and he has acted to make you so proud. And when you leave today, you know that your son made a mark on Indian River County, the great people of Indian River County, and some of the not-so-great people of Indian River County. But in his appointed duties, I know of nothing that made me say, what's up with Rick? And I mean that sincerely. I haven't had the opportunity to work, again, not directly, but collaterally. There was nothing. He did not get involved with any of the fray, didn't get involved with any of the discussions that, when things were happening, just made it happen in the right way, in the performance of his duty, and you ought to be honored. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Adam?
Sure, thank you. Well, I'm glad to see that you look like you are settling into retirement already. It looks very nice on you. Congratulations. You've always been the utmost professional, well-respected in the community. I think the gentlemen have said, all that can be said. So congratulations. Enjoy it. It's very well-deserved, and I'm glad you'll be able to spend some time with your family and just relax and have a good time.
Thank you, Susan.
Commissioner Moss?
Thank you, sir, for your intense dedication to our community, and I think your perfect attendance record speaks for itself. God bless.
Counselor?
And I said this last time, but I will repeat it every time I'm up here. I think it's so wonderful that we get to bring our employees throughout Indian River County who work for this community, whether it's from the clerk's office, the tax collector's office, the sheriff's office, and the like. The men and women who do their jobs like you every day deserve this, and so I'm really proud of you and what you've done, and want to thank you for what you've done for our community.
Sergeant France, I want to thank you as well. Appreciate your service to the community, long distinguished career. Wish you well in your retirement. Thank you for your service.
Rick, on behalf of the board, you've heard it all already, but we thank you for your service and your dedication and everything that you've done in your career. It's now time to enjoy the next chapter, whether it's retirement, go back to work, doing something else that you love to do. Whatever you want to do, but whatever you want to do, enjoy what you want to do. You've earned it and you deserved it. So congratulations for a job well done. All right.
Congratulations. I get to see you more often.
Yeah,
now.
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
A little under the wire.
Scoot over here.
Congratulations.
Enjoy.
Well deserved, well deserved. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Oh, thank you.
You're not retiring?
No, sir.
Okay. Just because we didn't know.
It's always a good thing.
It's always good to check.
All right, next, moving on. Go to 5C. This will be a presentation by the Treasure Coast Sports Commissioner, now Play Treasure Coast Sports, to announce the Jackie Robinson Training Complex as a recipient of the Florida Sports Foundation Small Market Venue of the Year. Mr. Zito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Michael Zito, Assistant County Administrator. Florida Sports Foundation is a state, an arm of the state that's dedicated to promoting sports tourism in the state of Florida. It's on fire, literally. We are enjoying tremendous returns from the fruits of their labor and the popularity of sports tourism in the state of Florida. And right here at home, one of its 41 affiliates is our own Treasure Coast Sports Commission, and they have an announcement to make this morning. So with that, I want to announce my friend and teammate, and I got to do this now, pitching for the Treasure Coast Sports Commission, Mr. Rick Hatcher.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, Commissioners. It's my honor as the President and CEO of Treasure Coast Sports Commission to be part of this presentation today to recognize our community partner with the Jackie Robinson Training Complex. We had an opportunity to make a suggestion for recognition to the Florida Sports Foundation back almost a year ago, but we had to cancel because of a hurricane. And then we were able to have this Florida Sports Summit about a month ago in West Palm Beach. And in that, it was exciting that it was recognized that Jackie Robinson Training Complex would be recognized as the Small Market Venue of the Year by the Florida Sports Foundation. And today we have Mr. Lise Abili, who's Senior Vice President of the Florida Sports Foundation, to be here for the presentation. But I'd like to have Lise, if you'd come up and say a few words about the award and what it means.
Thank you so much, Rick. Good morning, and Mr. Chair, thank you for having me here today. This is an incredible opportunity for me to share what we have going on across the entire state, and most importantly, very honored to be here to support our industry partners from this community. The Florida Sports Foundation, as Rick just mentioned, is the state's arm for the promotion of sports tourism. What that basically means is we try to encourage most of our communities throughout the state of Florida, to bring in sporting events that would subsequently generate significant economic impact for that particular community. And our mission is threefold. The first one is really to provide some financial incentive and support program for this type of events, which we will qualify as events that would generate out-of-state economic impact. And for some other destinations, it's really more out-of-county. Secondly, we promote healthy lifestyles for Floridian citizens, and this is through our Sunshine State Games and Florida Senior Games, which are Olympic-style events we move around the entire state, depending on the communities that have the infrastructure to host that. And then the third one is we try to promote guides, so sports facility guides, fishing guides, golf guides, and boating guides for people seeking to pursue those type of events throughout the entire state. So with that said, this year in Palm Beach, we hosted the Florida Annual Summit. The Florida Sports and the Annual Summit is an opportunity where we bring in people that own an event rights across the entire world, to the state of Florida to meet exclusively with over 40 partners, which we have, one of those being the Play Treasure Coast Sports Commission. And through this, we want to make sure that we're looking for those business opportunities that would bring in that financial incentive, which we're looking at within our communities. And one of the key items or significant items on the agenda during that time is the Larry Pendleton Awards. So the Larry Pendleton Awards is a couple of awards which we honor and recognize the efforts of all our partners across the state, for what they have done. And I was fortunate to be the one that chaired that program. And basically, all the communities nominate who they think is fit for what deserving award. And in this particular case, the Play Treasure Coast nomination for the Jackie Robinson Sports Complex for Small Venue of the Year was nominated, and I can tell you that this was voted by all the other 40 partners across the entire state. And that, when we announced the result, it was definitely one of the biggest things, especially for me, because I had the opportunity when I took this job to visit. I remember I came down, Rick and his team, Kevin and Ryan, we went out to the complex. This was in 2018, and that's when it was still the old face of the complex. And then now it is a beast, because it's a different ball game now, and the attraction of not only domestic but also international events has opened the complex to a lot more events. So I really want to thank you all for having me, and I continue to encourage that we all stand behind the Play Treasure Coast sports community, as this is a big driver for sports in our community, for out-of-state economic impact. And like she said, the numbers don't lie. They're out there. Ever since we stayed open during COVID, thanks to the efforts of the governor, we have seen tremendous amount of business that has boomed throughout the state, and we want to make sure that we encourage all our sports organizations that support that initiative. One last thing, Mr. Chair, if you permit me, I don't want to steal the thunder, but I also want to say the National Association of Sports Commissions, which is nationwide, now Sports ETA, this year recognized Mr. Rick Hatcher. Please, Rick, if you just want to stand, I want you to make sure you get this recognized. And he was inducted into the Hall of Fame for the entire United States of America. So a round of applause. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate having the opportunity.
Thank you, Lisa. And Rochelle, Jeff, if you guys like to come up, here's the presentation and say a few words. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Rochelle Madrigal, Managing Director of Jackie Robinson Training Complex. I'm joined by two of our senior leaders who I made come with me this morning because they never get to be the outward face, but Jeff Biddle, Senior Manager of Sales and Athletics, and Amanda Wynn, our Senior Manager of Operations. They really tag team and grind it out every day to make sure we can do what we do. But really appreciate you all taking the time to present this award to us today. Let's say, Rick, I really appreciate you all thinking of us. This is really a community award. It really is. I'm accepting it on behalf of Major League Baseball and the Jackie Robinson Training Complex, but this doesn't happen. We know it takes a village without all of you. So genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate everyone believing in our kind of enhanced mission when Major League Baseball took over the facility, believing in what we could do to bring it into the future and the vision that we have and the mission that we're trying to achieve there. I really appreciate everyone backing us. There's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, a lot of financial and human resources put into this facility, and I hope you all are proud of the results that we've been able to achieve in just the last 4.5 years. So we have a bright future ahead of us, but really appreciate commissioners, all of your support, everything that the county has done. We know we've had a really aggressive timeline with some of the facility improvements we've made over the last several years. Really appreciate Mike Zito, helping to push those forward in an aggressive manner. Rich Spirka and the Public Works team have been phenomenal, really getting us to the point of completion on a lot of these projects so that we can continue to enhance and add to the programming that we're already bringing in. So all of these efforts have been really crucial to set us up to continue to grow. And so it's an honor to accept this award and to represent our community. Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today.
Man.
Sir, always good to see you.
Hi, buddy. Well, you should.
With us today. This is great.
Not as tall. There we go. Perfect. Fantastic. Congratulations, you guys. That's amazing.
Commissioners, I can tell you firsthand that that is a well-deserved award. There is so much going on out there. It's been, the whole training center has been busy with all kinds of different stuff going on. I was out there this week, last 2 weekends in a row, as you know, umpiring baseball, and really good talent and really good, the facilities, everybody's just, the people that come out there just rave about it. So I think we can be proud of Jackie Robinson Training Center as a community, and I think there's just bigger things on the horizon. So Rochelle, and you and your staff, and Jeff, and everybody, thanks again. Thank you. All right, moving on. So 5A. This will be a presentation of proclamation honoring Jeffrey R. Smith on his retirement as the Indian River County Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller. So I just really want to, thank Jeff for retiring, Jason Brown retired, Dylan's retiring, Jeff's retiring. It's just been it's been a great year. Thanks.
Glad I did you a favor.
No, Jeff and I are close friends, and it's been, he's been thinking about this for a while, and I'm so glad for him and Wanda for what they have in the future planned, and I think it's going to be great, and, hopefully someday, maybe soon, I'll be able to do the same thing, so, along with many others, but it's definitely a well-deserved retirement. He's done his time in public, private, and county government, so he's earned it. So I'm going to start off by reading the proclamation. Then after that, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I see, the property appraiser back there, the tax collector's right there, others. I can't guarantee. So y'all just hold on and bear with us on this, okay? All right, we're going to start off with a proclamation. This is a proclamation honoring Jeffrey R. Smith on his retirement as the Indian River County Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller. Whereas Clerk Jeffrey R. Smith will retire as the Indian River County Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller on June 30th, 2023. And whereas Jeff graduated from the University of Central Florida with a degree in finance in 1978 and earned his CPA license in 1984. Prior to starting his governmental career, he worked for a large CPA firm in Vero Beach and later started his own firm, Jeffrey R. Smith and Associates, PA, in 1988. And whereas Jeff began his governmental career on October 6, 1992, with the Indian River County Clerk of the Court and Comptroller's Office as an accountant and then Assistant Finance Director through November 27, 1998. He then began working for the Board of County Commissioners as the Assistant Director of Utilities from November 30th, 1998 through February 1st, 2001. Later, he worked for the Tax Collector as the Assistant Tax Collector from February 2nd, 2001 through February 5th, 2009. He returned home to the Clerk's office on February 6, 2009 as its Chief Deputy and has remained since. And whereas in June of 2012, Jeff won an election unopposed to become Clerk of the Court and Comptroller. On July 3, 2012, Jeff was sworn in as clerk and subsequently re-elected unopposed for 2 additional terms. And whereas Jeff has been an impactful member of our community for his entire career, serving many organizations, including the United Way of Indian River County, the Salvation Army, Indian River Foundation for the Elderly, the Exchange Club of Indian River, the 100 Club of Indian River County, and many others throughout the years. And whereas Jeff has made countless contributions to clerks' offices throughout the state, serving on various committees within the Florida Court Clerks and Comptrollers, and serving as the chair of the Florida Clerk of the Court Operations Corporation Executive Committee. He has also taught multiple sessions of the new Clerk Academy as mentored class members, always making himself available whenever any clerk needed him. And whereas Jeff has been an impactful member of the financial community for his entire career, including being president of the Florida Government Finance Officers Association, a 2,700-member organization of government finance professionals and elected officials from around the state. In addition, Jeff is a member of the Florida Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. And whereas Jeffrey R. Smith has been an amazing leader to his employees, caring for each and every one of them, he will be missed greatly by his staff. Now, therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the board commends Clerk Jeffrey R. Smith for his wonderful career, incredible dedication to his employees, and to the work that he has accomplished for the residents of Indian River County, and the board extends its heartfelt wishes for success in the future and a long and very happy retirement, adopted this 20th day of June, 2023, and signed by me. So there you go. All right, moving on. We have another presentation, and I'm going to start off with this by saying that when you told me you were going to do this and this was happening, and finally you picked a date and all that sort of stuff, and in our many conversations we had, I said, okay, what's a good way to honor Jeff? What can we do? And so I went, I needed some help, so I had to look in some reference materials. So I went and I looked in the dictionary and I looked up, well, what is Jeff? What would he qualify under the dictionary? How about public servant? So I went and looked under public servant, and I came up with some stuff. And first of all, I looked in the dictionary, and I don't know if this will probably go on camera, but I looked in the dictionary and found this paper, and it said public servant, and all it said was government official or employee. I said, well, that's not good enough. So I researched it some more, and I said, public servants are expected to do the right thing even when it's not easy. They uphold the highest professional and ethical standards because they understand the high expectations the public has for their work. And then each public servant takes an oath of employment. As part of that oath, public servants swear not to just do their job, but serve ethically and with integrity, loyalty, impartiality, and objectivity. They put the interest of the public and the public service ahead of their own personal interests. They maintain and enhance the public's trust and confidence in the public service, and these commitments make sure that our actions are impartial, objective, and beyond reproach. And they are committed to the highest degree of integrity. I said, that pretty well signs it up, so I got it. So I had staff, I said, can we do something by putting this in this? And when you open the dictionary, you see nothing but a picture of this guy. And it's true. If you open the Webster Dictionary, you'll probably see his picture. But, me kind of being old-fashioned and coming up with just that, staff came up with a better idea than I had. And you know how that goes. It always happens, right? They came up with a better idea. So they handed me this, they got this, and they got this picture, and they got this poem on the side of this picture. And it reads like this. It says, "The unheeded heroes of our nation, public servants. Public servants, you are the backbone of our land with your hard work. You help our nation stand. You are the keepers of the flame that lights the past for all to see and claim. You are the ones who carry the weight, the need of our residents and future's fate. In times of joy and moments of hate, you remain steadfast and never abdicate. You stand in the front line and take the hit. For the betterment of the people, you don't quit. With the wool of warmth, the protection you knit, your commitment every day makes our country lit. You also work in the shadows and in sight, and in the tense moments you bring a ray of light. You work in the day and the night with your hearts full of commitment and spirits bright. Honor to you, oh, public servants, who give their all, your tireless work that lifts when one falls. May your work be recognized and your efforts freed, and may you be blessed with the strength you need. Right there, I can tell you that I've known Jeff for quite a while. I met him, got to know him better when he was working with Charlie at the tax collector's office, and a big Gator fan, and I'm like, I don't know, yeah, he seems like a pretty good guy. He ended up being a good guy, and we became close friends, and I really appreciate his friendship and his service, and his job as a public servant. It's just been outstanding. So with that, I'm going to end right now, and I'm going to open it up to the rest of the board to say what they would like to say, but I thought that was very appropriate for somebody like you. So thank you, sir. Commissioner Fleischer, we'll start on your end.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chair, Jeff, it's been a privilege and an honor to work with you. And as you're a constitutional officer in the appointed round in which you sought to working in value adjustment, working with assessment, working with, gosh, just about everything that happens here. Financially, and I have to say that that proclamation covered most of it. And I move approval for audit. That's what it was about. I want to thank you for sharing your world, not only in taking care of sometimes the hot mess that we get hit with, the critical issues, financially, being that bird dog that lets us know, hey, you've got to go in a direction now. I appreciate those moments that we shared for many years. And I wish it was longer, because you've always been responsive, accountable, reachable, even if you were away on vacation with your lovely family. You answered the call. And I want to say thank you for your wonderful dedication to our county and to all of us and all that are sitting here and those who are not, but have had the benefit of your dedication to everything, including all the certificates you all had to apply for, and the exchanges, and just what a great operation to walk into the courthouse and know that we have a controller. And furthermore, when I just want to say that I know we don't mention campaigns, but I will never forget that most cherished moment when you came up with a brilliant idea to try to show the public what it is that you do. What is it to be the clerk of the court, the controller? And the presentation that you did with, I believe it was 7 hats? It seemed like there was a big hat rack. And Jeff just kept changing hats and saying, here, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And it was so brilliant, and it really gave me a lot more insight to what you were doing. That was early on in your career. But I want to say thank you, and thank you, and thank you.
Commissioner Laura?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Friends, when you talk about Jeff Smith, you talk about integrity. And no one that I know has ever said anything foul about Jeff Smith. And I will tell you, what you see is what you get. Very deserving of everything that's already been said today and the future that's going to occur. I will say this, Jeff and I would go to a men's group on Thursday mornings for years. We would get together on Monday mornings at the courthouse for years. And I tell you, just a remarkable guy. I wish him and Wanda well. I will caution you that he's a big NASCAR guy. And come Daytona, I think he ripped for a whole week in the infield. And that's interesting because just yesterday, I saw a sky blue Dodge Challenger on 5th Street Southwest, about 4 o'clock, I guess. And I have to remind him sometime that he's not a NASCAR driver. But in fact, he has been known to drive around town, let's say that. So congratulations to you, Jeff.
Madam Vice Chairman?
Jeff, I am so very happy for you and so very mad at you at the same time. I've had the pleasure of working with you on so many community initiatives, whether it's through the United Way or just through different ad hoc groups. You are a tenacious advocate for anything that you get behind. I have learned so much from your calm demeanor, your kind words, and your unending support has just meant a lot to me through the years. We've worked on some tough issues, and because of you, we've brought a lot of things to fruition and made the changes that you knew we could make, but you also knew it was going to be a tough road, and you encouraged all of us to stick with it. And again, just that calm support from behind when some of us might get a little frustrated, and you're like, all right, let's rise above and let's figure out another path forward. And I've always very much appreciated that. I have enjoyed working with you so much. I am very happy for you. You deserve all of the relaxation and fun and NASCARing and whatever you're going to be doing in your retirement, but you will be sorely missed, not only by the commission and your employees, but by the community. I can't say enough good things about you, but God bless and enjoy.
Thank you, Susan. Commissioner Moss.
Thank you. I would like to thank you, Mr. Smith, for thinking not only of your own future, but all of ours. And by that I mean for grooming Mr. Ryan Butler as your successor. For those who don't know, Mr. Butler was appointed by the governor to take Mr. Smith's place. I'm very happy about that. And for the community, what Mr. Smith did was, over the last year or so, he and Mr. Butler met with each of us. We have what's called a sequential, where people come in and meet with each of the county commissioners separately. So he took the time and made the effort to do that with Mr. Butler so that each of us got to know Mr. Butler. So there's a real continuity here of care for the community. And thank you so much for that.
Counselor?
Jeff is an amazing person for this community, not just in his role as the clerk, but also in his role in the other organizations that you've been a part of. I have had the pleasure to work with Jeff for so many years. It has been an absolute honor to work with you. I think Commissioner Ehrman summed it up perfectly in terms of his description of you, in terms of the great public servant, the great person for this community. I want to reiterate something that I've said many, many times. Sometimes there are fights between constitutional officers and the Board of County Commissioners. I've learned about those across the state of Florida. I think one of the things that this community needs to be very proud of, and having someone like Jeff Smith run our clerk's office, is that we didn't have those things. We worked together. We came up with solutions to problems together. We knew how to just meet and talk and sort through our differences. And that's a real blessing, not to have things called the clerk of the court versus Indian River County filed in the courthouse. It is really significant, and it shows one of the many aspects of how wonderful Jeff Smith is. I've just been proud to serve with you, Jeff. You've always been absolutely a joy to work with, and this community will miss you. So thank you.
Thank you,
Sir, I know it's only been a little more than 2 months, but I want to congratulate you on your retirement. I want to thank you for being gracious and taking the time on my second day to meet with me and help acclimate me to Indian River County. Clearly, you have a distinguished, career in serving the community and serving in terms of community service and public service. You've made a difference in the community based on everybody's comments. As a fellow Knight, I know there's a nation of UCF alumni that are extremely proud in you, and I would just encourage you to charge on and have fun in your retirement, and maybe we'll see each other at Daytona one day. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Jeff, we've already said a lot. I've already said a lot, but I want to tell you that I want to tell everybody that when I got elected, he was one of the first people that I contacted and talked to, and then we sat down and I said, I want to know what all the clerk's office does. I know you do finance and you pay the bills and you keep the books, but I was just absolutely amazed what the clerk's office is responsible for. I mean, it's just incredible, the staff and the things that they do to help make this county run and help all the constitutionals out there. It's absolutely amazing. And he's got such a great staff and a great bunch of people, and it's all attributed to him. And Indian River County is truly a better place. Now, with that being said, we're going to move it on to those that want to speak before, because we're going to let you speak last. So I know there's some folks out there that want to say a few words. Madam Tax Collector, welcome.
Thank you. Carol Jean Jordan, tax collector here in Indian River County. And I'm going to tell you, Jeff Smith cannot be replaced. Ryan Butler, you got big shoes to fill. I mean, he is just an amazing person, as everybody here today has said. He came to the tax collector's office as you said, in 2001 as the assistant tax collector, and he worked for both Charlie Sembler and myself until 2009 when he was kidnapped by Jeff Barton. But I mean, what a blessing he's brought across this entire county and everything that he's done. I mean, Jeff, and he's not going to tell you, and I'm not going to tell you what different offices, but I know in emergency situations, a county administrator or somebody else, maybe the sheriff would say, Jeff, we need help over here, and maybe one of the constitutional offices. And he'd come in and straighten out the mess and never say a word to anybody and just keep moving forward and making everything work as it should, not as it shouldn't. But he also proved, we're political buddies. We've been doing this for, I can't even count the years, don't want to count the years. But he proved there's no past in politics, because Jeff and I were opponents. But when I came to the tax collector's office, he met with me as my friend and as a mentor, and I can't thank you enough for that. I have never not had a problem that I didn't think, well, let me call Jeff and see what Jeff thinks about it. He's just helped us with so many things, whether it's Kids Tag Art, along with the many philanthropic organizations that he serves. He's been a huge proponent of our Kids Tag Art program and everything else. And he's been a wonderful example back in the political arena, talking about, a public servant and whom you elect and what you want them to do as they're in office. So I can't, again, as our political relationship, I can't say enough about how you've just been a king in that position. There's just not many. As the general counsel so well said, there's so many counties in this state where the constitutional officers and the county commission don't get along. I mean, they just get in these huge fights, but it doesn't happen here. And I think you set the example, you set the pattern for that. But everybody said you're a principal leader. My office, some of them here today, those that aren't there anymore, will say he's kind, caring, giving, but a leader. And I just wish you all the best, you and Wanda, as you go off with your pups. Just have a great time. God bless you both, and Godspeed.
Hi, I'm Cindy Carlsworth, and I've been blessed to have worked with Jeff most of my 30-year career with the clerk's office. Everything all of you have said today, I can't add to that because he is the epitome of what you described as a public servant. He is the most caring man of his employees. They are so important to him, and he makes sure he takes good care of them and helps mentor them to the best of their abilities. I'm one of those persons, and I can't thank you enough for the opportunities you have given to me. You deserve everything, Jeff. I can't wish you enough for you and Wanda to have such a wonderful retirement. You truly deserve it. Thank you. I wanted to add, Dylan, I wish you much success and safety in your next adventure.
Sheriff?
Hey, good morning. I just want to say thank you, Jeff. Our offices work together so closely. We're cohabitated in the courthouse together, and that relationship has just been amazing for years. I can't think of a single instance where we've ever had any challenges with the clerk's office. Your employees, the folks that you've trained and brought along, are so well versed. They know everything. There's no challenges, no issues. And of course, Ryan is following right there in your footsteps. I think you've got a great team, and we're incredibly blessed to have been able to work with you for so long. You've been a great friend to the sheriff's office and to me as well. So thank you, Jeff. Congratulations.
Welcome, Mr. Property Appraiser.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just want to, first of all, I want to say thank you for your service. And exactly what Dylan said is so true as far as some of the animosity between their clerks, because you are the clerk and the comptroller, and you have the oversight of the finances of this board. And it has gotten to the point it's so toxic in other parts of the state where they had to ask the legislature to get involved. And that's not a good thing when you have to have Tallahassee fix something. Never had that. And so it's from that side, thank you. From the other side, I couldn't do my job. My team in my office couldn't do my job until you got yours done, getting everything recorded, and then we go to work. And so that's always been flawless and seamless. And so I just want to say thank you for that, too. The other side of it is how much I have relied on Jeff's expertise, whether it's the dental program for the insurance, whether it's, what to do about the new changing, going to Lincoln Financial and that kind of stuff. I've always followed your lead, and I just want to let you know that I'm going to miss that. In addition to that, I want to say thank you to your family. Being an elected official, as y'all know up here, it's harder on the spouse, it's harder on the family than it ever is on the candidate. And I know you could not do this, not with her being behind you, but with Wanda being beside you. And for that, I'd like to say thank you to both of you.
Well, you're leaving me. But I want to tell you this. See that lady sitting back there? Miss Cara Jean Jordan? If it hadn't been for her, I wouldn't have had a relationship that I have with this man right here. I have a program called The Woman in Red. And Ms. Cara Jean opened the door for me to have all you public officials to come in and participate in that program. And this man right here, every year I have that program, he does the invocation for me. And then some years later, he decided to get me in the same room with him every month and talk about the future of our elderly. And I just sit back and watch him. I say, here's a man that never rattles. He just look at you and shake his head every now and then. I say, but he never rattles. And believe it or not, you have helped me out tremendously with that, because the first time somebody said something stupid to me, I'm just ready to help you out, okay? And Miss Wanda, I've known her for some years because of my brother in the school system. I met her before I even started working for the district, and we became good friends. So I just want to thank this family for being good to my family, my Victor Hart children. And you've always been a friend, and I love both
Good morning. The measure of a man I met Jeff over 30 years ago with children, grown men on a baseball field playing with little children. And Jeff saw us, and we were the A team. Remember, Jeff? We traveled from Brevard County to Palm Beach County, and the only thing we got was a hot dog and a soda. But when a man is committed to children, he gets my vote of confidence. Even though all of you giving him all these acclamations, but I give him the one. He cared about this community because he cared about their children. Congratulations, job well done, Jeff.
Mr. Butler, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. I think I first met Jeff when he came to the clerk's office for the second time. And back in those days, he used to drive this blue pickup truck with orange pinstriping down the side in honor of the University of Florida. And I remember he always parked it behind the courthouse. That's because it wouldn't fit in the parking garage. And I think we have a photograph of that truck. And so the reason it wouldn't fit in the parking garage is because of that big sign in the back. And at first I was confused because this was not an election year. And the election wasn't for some time, and I couldn't figure out why is he driving around with this sign in the back of his truck. And then when I got to know Jeff, I realized that he is a meticulous planner. He's always looking ahead. And even though the election was a couple of years ahead, he was already planning. And I think he drove around with that sign in the back of his truck for about 2 years. Even after the election, he drove it around. But Jeff has always had a great attention to detail. You can see that in the annual comprehensive report that is now over 400 pages long and contains about 250,000 footnotes. But Jeff, in all seriousness, he has a great devotion to the staff in the clerk's office, and I can say he is the most humble public servant that I have ever known. Always giving credit to others when things go right, and always taking responsibility when they do not. And we're certainly going to miss his presence around the office. We hope that he will still stop by from time to time on his way to the golf course. And I think he knows that he's always going to have a place there, and will always be welcome.
Anybody else? We're not done yet, sir. You can stand there, but we're not done yet. I'm actually going to move on to 14.1 right now. But before I do that, Kim, if you throw up some of the slides and I'll explain them in regards to this. I do want you to come up and explain to everybody what this is.
Well, this is my 1972 442 convertible that I won a first place with at the Under the Oaks car show in March. And so that's what that picture is. It's a frame-off restoration of a 72 442 convertible.
Beautiful.
That's not the only car you have, though.
No, I have a 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner. That's my real baby. It's painted the same color as my Hellcat that Commissioner Laura referenced to a little while ago.
We don't have a picture of it, but he also has a motorhome. And Wanda, please tell him to make sure that it gets in the shop before y'all go and everything's repaired, because every trip you go on, all I hear when he comes back is, "How was your trip?" "Oh, it was a good trip. We had a great time, but I had to, we had a layover and so because the fuel pump failed or something." Every trip. I mean, a guy that's so immaculate with his cars and wins first place in contests, but his motorhome breaks down every trip.
We're going to do an exorcism on it before we go on our long trip.
I mean, I always found that like, his cars are perfect, his house is perfect, but his motorhome breaks down every time they go on a trip. So how is that possible? now I want to go to more formal thing. The next slide shows all the clerks to the court, I think. Well, we can go to that one. Do y'all see that picture right there on the wall? If you look at all, those are awards from 1983 that the clerk's office has gotten over the years. And Jeff took over on the bottom there about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back. He took over. When he took over, he continued to win the award. But if you look at that one and the one right next to it, the office of that does this just quit giving them awards. They just gave them little plaques to hang on the award because they won it every year for like 40 years. So with these things, and I made a joke not long ago about, well, we're going to continue to fill up the wall with these plaques until I realize they just give them little medallions now to put on the plaque because he's won it too many times. So that's just the kind of guy he is. So the next slide. That's it. Okay. Well, I was going to say I looked through the history of the clerk of the court's office, and I saw that we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jeff makes the 6th clerk, with the exception of Mary Louise Scheid that did it for a month when Jeff Barton retired and came back. So there has only been 5 clerks before him in total of Indian River County, and that's amazing that he's had this job for 11 years, such as Frida Wright had it for 11 years, I think. And Jeff Barton had it for quite a while, and along with Doug Baker, who was 1937 to 1965, and Miles Warren was the original one when it started. So you're in a group of legends with people like Jeff Barton, Frida Wright, and Ralph Harris. I can tell you, I knew Ralph Harris when I was a young man, and then Frida Wright, of course, and along with Jeff and Jeff. But you be proud of that. You're definitely in a group of legends.
Yeah, we joked that Ryan's going to have to change his name to Jeff.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, next thing I want to bring up is, Commissioners, we will have to take action on this item. This will be an action item, and I kind of disguised it in the way of a building dedication. But as you remember, recently we, as the Commissioners, voted to fund and help access the self-help center, Access to Justice Self-Help Center at the courthouse that's going to take place. And that was our comptroller, Mr. Smith's vision, along with help from others in the community, such as Lisa Kale and Meredith Egan and others. And Commissioners, I can't, being I'm the chairman, I can't make a motion, but I would like to recommend that, if you would do so the honors, that we name this center the Jeffrey R. Smith Access to Justice Self-Help Center.
Commissioner Fletcher? I'd be happy to second Commissioner Fletcher's motion.
I'll be glad to second that, sir. I have a motion and a second to name the Jeffrey R. Smith Access to Justice Self-Help Center at the courthouse. And does anybody in the public wish to comment on the motion?
I'm not going to cry. We wanted to do something special for you because, as everyone in the room has said, you are committed to this community, you're committed to families, you're committed to children, you're committed to people in need. You do your job and you go above and beyond to help and serve the entire community. And you are so steadfast in your faith, in your own constitution, in doing what's right every single day. And we couldn't think of something better than accessing justice, because that's what you do every day for people. So we wanted to memorialize your efforts over the years, and the culmination of this self-help center, which has been your vision for so long, that it's named after you, because you're so special and you're so important, and you've done so much for me as a person in United Way and in all the nonprofits that are represented in the room. You care about them as much as you care about your own staff and your own family, and we love you and appreciate you.
Anybody else wish to comment on the motion? Commissioners, any comments from y'all on the motion? All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Adams, a second by myself. I'm sorry, do you have something you want to say?
No,
sir?
he
Come on,
made
I
the
know you're
motion.
looking at something to say.
He made the motion.
Oh, you made the motion. I'm sorry, I thought you did. Okay, Commissioner, I was seconded. Commissioner Fleischer made the motion on my second.
Wait a minute, submit that for an audit again.
Go ahead. Good. All right. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously, sir. Now,
I don't know what to say. That just blows me away. I'm so thankful. First of all, I'm thankful for my wife and my family. She stood by me when I decided that I wanted to do this under Jeff Barton, and she stood by me the whole way. When I'd come home at night frustrated about something with the legislature or whatever, she would just be there and listen and help me. So I wanted to thank you very much. I love you. Second of all, I'm so thankful for my staff. I love every one of them, the ones that are currently working for me and the ones that have retired and left the office. We wouldn't be in office without my staff. I'm a firm believer in you're only as strong as your weakest link. And I can honestly say I've never had a weak link. Every one of them does their job. They put up with a lot of stuff from the public every day. You know, people walk into the courthouse. There's only three things that they're happy for if they walk into the courthouse, and one of them is getting a passport. That means they're traveling somewhere. The second one is they're adopting a child, and that's an amazing thing. And the third one, I don't know if you consider it happy or not, but they're getting a marriage license. So, other than that, somebody's telling them to come into that courthouse, either law enforcement or somebody's suing them, somebody's going for a divorce, or, you know, it's not a happy place most of the time for people to have to walk into that courthouse. And that my staff just deals with them compassionately and with the best professional service they can give them. And I admire my staff so much. I'm so thankful for each and every one of them. There's a lot of them here today, and I really appreciate them all being here. I'm so proud of all of them. A lot of them have blossomed, and I'm so proud of those. I'm thankful to Jeff Barton for seeing the vision that he trusted enough in me to bring me over there and train me to take over for him and support me and mentor me. And I tried to repay that by doing that with Ryan. I really believe Ryan's the guy that's going to take the clerk's office to the next level. He's already made a big impact in the clerk's office and in the short time that he's been there. And you'll see more technological advances that he's responsible for coming out real shortly. So yes, Ryan is really going to be there for the employees and for the community. And I'm also thankful for the relationship working for all of you. I've worked under Susan and Joe Fleischer as chairmans. The other two haven't been there yet, but I've worked with Daryl as sheriff and Laura when she was a city commissioner. So I've been blessed to have commissions that, like Dylan said, we work together to find solutions instead of going at each other, and that's not the case around the state. There's a lot of constitutionals suing their boards and going to the governor to override board decisions, and I just don't think that's right for the community and the citizens. Dylan, I can't say enough good things about that man. He has been placed here by the Lord, I believe, and he's made a big difference in the 10 years he's been here, and I really respect him on a professional level and also on a private level. And I'm going to miss working with you. I know the county's going to miss you when you leave, but God bless you in your future endeavors, and thank you for what you've done for the community. John, I don't know you very well, but we've only worked together for 2 months, but the commission had a great recommendation to hire you and their vision, and so I trust their decisions, and I think you'll do good here in the county, and I hope the best for you as you proceed in your awesome responsibilities. I know how awesome it is because I have your predecessor working for me now, and he's a blessing to me as well as the other employees, but I'm also really blessed that I can, and pride goes before fall, I know, but I'm really proud of my association with United Way. That organization does so much good for this community. And I had the privilege of following Susan as the chair of the advisory board, and she did so much for the United Way, and I strive to follow her lead. And the United Way is in good hands with Meredith Egan, and you know, there was a transition there, and Michael Kent saw the vision, and he brought in somebody he knew could take over, and that's the way succession should work. And he did a great job with that, and the sky's the limit for United Way. They do such amazing stuff for this community that goes unnoticed, and I just want to promote them and thank them for everything that they've meant to me in my office over the years. And I can't thank you enough for this proclamation, and for, you know, I'm not big on putting my name out there. I'm real kind of shy about doing that, even though Ryan showed the picture of my sign for 2 years. I wanted to get out there and get my name out there. That's why I did that, and it worked. But thank you for putting my name on the Access to Justice. That is such a monumental achievement for this community, not for me, but for the community, because it's going to allow people that couldn't afford an attorney or didn't know how to work their way through the system. It's going to give them that guidance, and it's going to make it better for everybody, including those people that need that help, but also for the judicial system in general and for the community. You know, it's going to make a big difference, and I'm so pleased that the United Way has stepped up with the funding, and the Johns Island Foundation and the Johns Island Community Service League for funding this thing in a public-private partnership that is an example of what that should be. And I applaud them all for stepping up and seeing a need and coming to the table and providing the resources for it. So thank you again. And I can't thank enough Joe. I know you and I have a special relationship. You came to me when you were thinking about running for office, and I encouraged you and supported you the whole way, and I believe you're such a great example of a public servant yourself, and having served this community with the fire district for so long, and now as a commissioner, your dedication to Indian River County goes beyond saying, with your family and long time, what they've meant to this community. So thank you for your public service as well. And again, I want to just thank my staff so much. I love you all, and I'm going to miss you, but you've got a guy that's going to take care of you, and I wanted to make sure that that happened. So thank you all.
Come on up here, sir. You got lots of stuff.
Utility
Need
card.
help holding everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one too.
You got to get Wanda and the family and all your staff up here.
see where they're going.
Some of them never.
Well,
Gonna have to tighten it up, Jeff.
stack 'em.
Second row, second row. You're never gonna get in here.
Congratulations.
God bless and thank you.
Wanda, good luck. Yes, yes, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Mess it up.
Places.
My mom motorhomes a lot, same thing.
What?
Yes, yes, very much, enjoy.
Commissioners and staff, with that being said, we're going to take a 5 to 8 minute break or so and come
Sounds
back and
good.
get into the meat of the rest of the stuff. All right, welcome back, everybody. Okay, we're done with proclamations and presentations. We have no minutes to approve. Well, let's move on to item 7 real quickly. Information items from staff or commissioners not requiring board action. And I see the solid waste closures and collection service charges for the changes for the 4th of July. Everybody's aware of those. And Commissioner Adams, Madam Vice Chairman, I see you have a pick for your ELAP person.
Yes, Miss Sammy McGee, she is, I think, going to be a great asset to that board, and I'm happy to go ahead and make that appointment and get that board in action.
Awesome, that's great. So, Counselor, that fills the all the ELAP requirements so far?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so they can move on fairly quick and get together and get the work on the draft book and start looking at conservation stuff.
Absolutely. Green light to move forward with that ELAP committee meeting and moving forward with their tasks.
All right, thank you. All right, that's great. All right, thanks. Let's see, what else? I believe that's it. Moving on to the consent agenda. We have moved some stuff that was on the consent agenda into the regular meeting. Was there anything else that anybody would like to pull or talk about? Seeing none. Anybody from the public wish to have anything on the consent agenda pulled for discussion?
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Commissioner Fleischer.
Second.
Motion, have a second by Commissioner Adams. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing that, motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Adams. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. All right. Moving on to item 9. This item 9, the constitutional officers and governmental agencies, is 9A, Indian River County Sheriff Eric Flowers Forfeiture Trust Fund. Sheriff, welcome back.
Morning again for a third time. Thank you for moving me up in the agenda. I appreciate that. Asking for permission to spend approximately $215,000 from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. Of that request, we've got about $85,000 in grant money that we're looking at potentially using. And so if we don't end up using the full $215,000, we would return that to the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. Additionally, as part of this, we have to put a portion of it towards charity and organizations that are working to improve our community. And so you also see a $10,500 request of that $215,000 to go to local organizations such as the Mental Health Collaborative and the Pastors Association of Indian River County, Suncoast Mental Health, etc.
Thanks. Commissioners, any comments for the sheriff? Questions?
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lohr, a second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, Commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you again for moving me up. Have a great day, guys.
All right, moving on to public hearings. This will be 10A1. The next item on the agenda is a request by Theta Capital Partners LLC to rezone plus or minus 10.37 acres from CL Limited Commercial District to CG General Commercial District for property located south of and adjacent to 71st Street and north of 69th Street between Old Dixie Highway and US Highway 1. This is a quasi-judicial proceedings. The parties to the proceedings are Indian River County and Theta Capital Partners LLC, the applicant. Commissioners will go through the checklist. I'll ask each of you to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. Commissioner Fleischer.
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Commissioner Lohr.
None.
Vice Chairman.
Nope.
Commissioner Moss.
In the backup material for this agenda item, item E, it states that a traffic impact analysis was reviewed and approved.
Commissioner Moss, I'm just asking if you had any.
Yes, I requested a copy. I requested a copy of it. I'm not sure if anybody else did. So with Sunshine, I wouldn't know. So I requested a copy of that. and I was provided with emails, not with an actual traffic impact analysis. And I reviewed the draft minutes, which are not posted yet, for the Planning and Zoning Commission that this matter came before, and those minutes stated that traffic study was not part of this application. So I called my appointee on Planning and Zoning, Mark Musher, and asked him. And that is full disclosure, sir.
Okay. Counselor, are you okay with that?
I think she has hit the issue fully.
Oh, and I discussed it with the county administrator.
Okay, I think I'm okay with that. All right, I have also have none that I'm aware of. All right, number 2, confirm that commissioners have an open mind and are able to base their decision on the evidence presented and applicable law. Commissioner Fleischer.
I can and will.
Commissioner Laura.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will also. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll open the public hearing at this time and ask the clerk to swear in all witnesses collectively. Anybody wishing to speak on this, please rise and be sworn in by the clerk.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll have presentations by county staff and questions by commissioners or the applicant. We'll turn it over to Mr. Sobczak. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Good morning. Andy Sobczak, Interim Community Development Director, and we have 2 rezonings for you this morning. This is the first. And this particular project includes 3 parcels that total approximately 10 acres. They are located along US Highway 1 near 69th Street. And this is a rather minor rezoning from CL to CG. And at this time, we do not have any approved or any other projects under review. This is just strictly a rezoning. And with that, I will turn it over to Chris Balter, the Chief of Long Range Planning. He's got a little PowerPoint for you.
Good morning. So before you have Theta Capital Partners LLC rezoning request from CL to CG. The purpose of this request is to secure the zoning necessary to develop the parcels with the uses that are allowed under the CG zoning district at a density consistent with the allowed density of its comprehensive plan land use designation, which is CI. The PZC action on May 25th, 2023, PZC recommended that the BCC approve the request unanimously. The CL zoning district. The CL district allows for uses such as banks, beauty shops, general and professional offices, and grocery stores. The CG zoning. The CG district allows for uses such as banks, credit unions, various office uses, various health and medical uses, laundromats, beauty shops, general auto repair, car washes, health and fitness centers, veterinary clinics, kennels, animal boarding, used vehicle sales, boat sales and rentals, business services, and personal services. The CI future land use designation. The commercial industrial future land use designation is intended to provide areas for development of industrial and commercial uses. They're located in areas with suitable levels of service and infrastructure for urban scale development. They're located along major transportation routes and separated from residential areas. In this zoning map, it depicts the actual location, showing that there's CH to the east, CG to the north, and IG to the west, and also CG to the south. They're all more intense uses. Future land use map shows that it's in the commercial industrial future land use, and it's surrounded by it. The criteria analyzed: concurrency, consistency with the comprehensive plan, consistency with the county land development regulations, environmental impacts, and compatibility with surrounding uses. Concurrency, check for sufficient capacity for certain facilities, which is transportation, water, wastewater, solid waste, and stormwater management. A detailed concurrency review will be done at the time of the project development. The most intense uses are identical from each actual use, so it's 103,700 square feet of retail commercial, same in both categories. Consistent with the comprehensive plan, Future land use objective 1 promotes a compact and energy efficient land use pattern. Future land use policy 1.17, it's within the urban service area and it's near an urban center. Future land use policy 1.18, this request would encourage the development of commercial and industrial in commercial industrial areas. And future land use policy 1.43, which is very specific to this actual criteria. And it's in the table. It's along arterial road and major intersections. It is. US 1 is a principal arterial road. Separated from residential development. It is. The closest residential development is separated from the subject site by US 1 and a CL zone property. Separated from industrial areas. It is. The industrial zone property is located west across Old Dixie Highway and the FEC railroad tracks. And near retail and office areas. It is. Many of the commercially zoned properties in this area will be developed for retail and office uses. This rezoning request is consistent with all applicable sections of the county land development regulations, including section 902.123, standards of review. Environmental impacts currently contains vacant land that is vegetated. Rezoning the property is anticipated to have no adverse impacts to the environment. A detailed analysis of the potential environmental impacts resulting from development will be conducted during the developmental review phase. In conclusion, the requested CG district is compatible with the surrounding uses. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. It does meet the concurrency test and it meets the criteria to be rezoned. No additional environmental impacts, and staff supports this request. Staff's recommendation, staff recommends that the BCC approve the rezoning request from CL to CG. That being said, I'd be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have, and the applicant is in attendance.
Commissioners, any questions, staff?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes, thank you, sir. With regard to that traffic impact analysis, this is what appears in the backup material for those in the audience for the county commission meeting, and it is item E. And it says that the proposed rezoning request traffic impact analysis was reviewed and approved by the traffic engineering division staff. And as you know, I requested a copy of it, and what I received were 2 emails. So is this, that's what I received in response to my query to get a copy of the traffic impact analysis. And these are just emails. So is this would you please?
Sure, I can elaborate. So in the email that I sent you yesterday and copied Mr. Takanage on, there is an actual traffic impact statement. And a statement was done because the zoning districts are so close and the most intense uses are the same. There was no need to actually have a full-blown traffic study at this point in time, because the most intense uses are the same. When the actual project develops, that's when a true traffic study will be reviewed and approved. So the traffic impact statement was reviewed. It was approved by the Public Works Director, stating that they would look at a traffic study further down the road, and the Public Works Director agreed with the statement that was made by the project engineer as well, that the traffic statement was sufficient.
Okay. The one email that I have, and this is all public record, is from Joseph Schulke, and it's on Thursday, April 20th of this year, and it is addressed to you, and it says, on Monday, we responded to staff concerns, and I believe we have adequately addressed Rich's comments. That is, we have provided clear documentation that Indian River County does direct us to assume the CL and CG utilize the same traffic rates. So would you please explain that the CL and CG utilize the same traffic rates? Would you please comment on that?
Sure. That, just like as I said before, it was the same intensities of uses. So that's why a traffic statement, because it's going from CL to CG, the most intense uses were considered the same for the actual rezoning request. So until it's actually project specific, that's when they'll take a deeper dive and do a full traffic study onto the actual proposed use that's going to be going in at that location. So for the actual statement purposes, they were looked at as the same.
But are they in fact different? What I read somewhere else was that CL, the intent of that zoning is to encompass businesses that serve the immediate vicinity, the immediate residential area, as opposed to CG, which could be anybody coming from anywhere.
Yeah, I can elaborate on that a little bit. There's a lot of overlapping uses between the two zoning districts. You'll find the same uses in both. But at the high end, the most intense uses are similar or the same. So by doing the rezoning, we're not jumping a category to where we would have higher traffic impacts than we currently have with CL.
Okay, but we don't, all right, let me just go back. We don't have a traffic study, so we don't know what it is at the current time. So we don't have any basis for comparison to know if it jumped or not. Is that correct? I mean, and I mean objective information.
Right.
Other than opinion, nothing.
Until we see an actual proposal for the site, I mean, that's when we can fine-tune what the traffic impacts will be. But by changing the zoning, we're not allowing more impacts than currently could occur.
I'm just, we have to vote on this based on substantial and competent evidence. And that's what I'm trying to determine here. Does the email constitute?
Can I ask you, can I elaborate on your line of questioning? Just for clarification purposes. So Andy and Chris, if we were going from, say, I don't know, just 1 unit per 5 acre or ag zoning to like an RM6 or a commercial general, you would require a traffic study because the intensities and possible traffic uses would be more because you're jumping major zoning designations?
That is correct.
But since commercial CL and CG, the highest intensity are the same, the original traffic studies or research that that Public Works would have done would not be jumping higher than that, so you just require a traffic statement, which kind of peruses what's already been done.
Correct.
So, and what I'm understanding, and I don't know if this is maybe where there's some confusion, at this point, there is a lot of different options within the zoning district that they are asking to switch to, that some are similar, some are different than the zoning district they're currently in, but the most intense is the same. So until you know specifically what use they're going to do, you won't know what needs to be looked at from a traffic study perspective.
Correct.
So
Yes.
the process is once that application is made and you have more specificity to what they are intending to do, that is a time when the traffic study is done. So right now, we're looking kind of like an umbrella traffic overview. The application point is when we drill down on use and how that might impact current traffic patterns.
That is correct, yeah, and then out of that comes potential, roadway improvements that could be required as part of that development, depending on what those impacts are specific to that project.
So the zoning change doesn't necessarily mean that they're off the hook for any traffic or environmental or other impacts that they might have to mitigate based on the use that might come forward in the future.
That's correct.
I don't know if that helps clarify, but.
I'll ask one more question then, and it will come back to us to decide once the use has been determined. We're voting on it right now, and we don't know the use. Will it come back to us when the use is known?
That is also somewhat use dependent, depending on what's proposed. It may go, the approval patterns are different depending on what is proposed to be built.
So we might not see this again.
That's true, yeah, because there's square footage requirements, so above a certain square footage of impervious area, it goes one path. Special exception uses go down another path, so again, it's very dependent on what's proposed.
Mr. Katanich.
I was just, there's like 35 different uses that it's really opening up, some permitted, some special exceptions. But to Andy's his point is the fact that once the use is identified, the analysis would be completed to determine what the impact is on the local network. It's not uncommon for a person that owns property to seek a land use or a zoning change consistent with the future land use. And I think, as was indicated, that the total impact is still equal to, at least the development side, is 103,700 square feet. Clearly, the use will change. It will, depending if they were to do the drive-through restaurant, that's going to cause more, cars on the road. But that would come into play in terms of when they do the traffic impact analysis. At such time, they apply to do for their site plan, and then they would determine what impact they would have to, whether it be proportionate fair share, whether to what improvements they would need to do to mitigate their impact.
Commissioner Moss, you good?
No further questions.
Anybody else? Staff, anything else to add?
No.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to presentations, if any, by the applicant, and questions, if any, by commissioners and county staff. Anybody, the applicant, wish to speak? Your name and address for the record, sir.
Certainly. Joseph Scholke Bidon-Sauter, Vero Beach, Florida. I'm here to represent the applicant. I do not have a presentation. I'm merely here to answer any questions you may have.
None. Any questions?
Okay.
Okay. All right, thanks, sure. All right. Any input from the public at this time? Questions by commissioners, county staff, or the applicant? Anybody from the public wish to comment or have any questions? All right, seeing none, final presentations. Mr. Sobchak, anything else to add?
Nothing else to add.
Nothing else to add by the applicant? With that, all right, let me make sure all the documents and tangible evidence, if any, have been admitted in evidence and are in the hands of the clerk. County staff agenda materials are automatically admitted into evidence unless there is an objection. Madam Clerk, are you good? Okay.
I just didn't know if Commissioner Moss wanted to move the emails that she was referencing into the record, so I'll pass that down to the clerk when we are done. I want to make sure Commissioner Moss has the ability to reference it during whatever final statement she may want to make.
Oh, okay.
With that, anything else? Madam Clerk, you're good now. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, your pleasure.
Mr. Chair?
Just
Buchanan.
for Commissioner Moss and the board's edification, in the future, we'll make clear the differentiation between the full traffic impact analysis and a traffic impact statement in the future, just so it's clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, any comments, questions?
Mr. Chair?
What would be your pleasure? Commissioner Moss?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Dukanich. I think, the entire community, at least I've heard from quite a number of people who are concerned about the level of traffic that we currently have, and that concern has been expressed repeatedly, and it involves pretty much the entire county. And I think we personally have, probably most of us have also observed that. So I think going forward, I would hope we will take that, under advisement. Thank you.
Commissioner Fleischer?
Can we ask, Tim, can you put the map back up? Old Dixie and US Highway 1. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Lohr. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none. Commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Andy. Just sit right there. All right, the next item on the agenda, which is 10A2, is a request by Citrus Ridge LLC to rezone plus or minus 51.78 acres from A1 Agriculture District up to 1 unit per 5 acres to RM6 multifamily residential district up to 6 units per acre for property located south of and adjacent to 16th Street, north of and adjacent to 12th Street, and approximately 460 feet east of 98th Avenue. This again is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The parties to the proceeding are Indian River County, Citrus Ridge LLC, the applicant. We'll again do the checklist, and I'll ask commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. And again, I'll start with Commissioner Fleischer.
No, sir, none that I'm aware of.
Commissioner Laura.
None.
Nope. Again, with item E on the backup material that the county commission was provided, it states that as part of the concurrency review process, the applicant has submitted a traffic impact analysis. Although in the draft minutes for the planning and zoning meeting regarding the same matter, it states that a traffic study and analysis would be done at a later date. This is, in fact, the traffic analysis. I requested a copy of it, so I have a copy of it, which I asked my appointee to Planning and Zoning, Mr. Mark Musher, if he had seen a copy of this prior to voting on this. He said no, and I discussed this with the county administrator. Thank you, sir.
All right, I have had none that I'm aware of also. Number two, confirm that commissioners have an open mind and are able to base their description on the evidence presented in applicable law. Commissioner Fleischer.
I can and will.
Commissioner Laura.
Can and will.
Madam Vice
Can and
Chairman.
will.
Can and will.
Can and will. All right, with that, I will open the public hearing. Anybody that wishes to comment on that, please rise so you can be sworn in by the clerk collectively. And all those wishing to speak.
Do we have to sign in again?
Staff.
Yeah, we need them to
Swear
speak.
or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, thank you for that. We'll do the presentation by county staff and any questions by commissioners or the applicant. With that, again, Mr. Sobchak, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As promised, this is the second of two rezonings that we have for you today. And as you stated, this is a 51.8 acre parcel located generally south of State Road 60 and west of I-95. I will mention that, again, as with the previous rezoning, we do not have any development plan or project in front of us that we're reviewing. This is strictly a rezoning. And with that, I will turn it over to Chris Balter.
Okay, the rezoning request before you is the Retreat at Citrus Ridge LLC, rezoning request from A1 to RM6. The purpose of this request is to secure the zoning necessary to develop the parcel with the uses that are allowed under the RM6 zoning district at a density consistent with the allowed density of the comprehensive plan land use designation, which is M1. PCC action. On May 25th, 2023, the PCC recommended that the BCC approve the request 5-0. A1 zoning district. A1 district within the urban service area serves as a holding zone until the property owner, based on market conditions, requests a zoning consistent with the property's land use designation. The RM6 zoning district. Residential multifamily up to 6 units per acre is intended to provide areas for the development of multifamily residential units and to meet the needs of the residents, as well as provide varied and diversified housing supply. The M1 future land use designation. The medium density residential designations are M1 up to 8 units per acre and M2 up to 10 units per acre. Located in areas with services and infrastructure, these designations allow the highest residential densities in the county. Located along major transportation routes near shopping, employment, and service centers. These land use designations do not preclude the development of single-family residence. The zoning map shows that there's RM6 to the east and A1 to the west and RM6 to the south. Future land use designation map shows that it's all in M1. The criteria that was analyzed was concurrency, consistency with the comprehensive plan, consistency with the county land development regulations, environmental impact, and compatibility with the surrounding uses. Concurrency. Check for sufficient capacity for certain facilities, which is transportation, water, wastewater, solid waste, stormwater management. A more detailed concurrency review will be done at the time of project development. The consistency with the comprehensive plan, future land use objective 1, promotes a compact and energy efficient land use pattern. Future land use policies 1.13 and 1.14, it's within the urban service area and it's consistent with the M1 future land use. Future land use policy 1.43, it's adjacent to multifamily and it's along a collector road but not abutting single family. Future land use objective 2, it's located within the urban service area and it's contains necessary infrastructure services. Future land use policy 2.2, encourage and directs growth into the urban service area. Transportation element policy 8.1, promotes infill development and encourages higher intensity use near a major corridor. Housing element object 2 provides adequate site to accommodate current and anticipated housing demand for all income groups and groups with special housing needs. And housing element policy 1.9 supports housing development near major employment centers. Consistency with the county land development regulations. The rezoning request is consistent with all applicable sections of the county land development regulations, including section 902.123 standards of review. Environmental impacts. Currently, the site contains vacant land that is vegetated. The rezoning the property is anticipated to have no adverse impacts to the environment. A detailed analysis of the potential environmental impacts resulting from development will be conducted during the development review phase. In conclusion, the requested RM6 is compatible with the existing uses to the west, north, and the potential future uses to the east. It's consistent with the compatible comprehensive plan and land development regulations. It meets the criteria to be rezoned and no additional environmental impacts, and staff supports this request. Recommendation, staff recommends that the BCC approve the rezoning request from A1 to RM6. With that being said, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commissioners may have, and the applicant is in attendance.
Commissioners, any questions?
I have a question.
Madam Vice Chairman.
This is within the urban service boundary, correct?
Correct.
So it's already been planned, when the urban service boundary is established, anything within that is planned for some type of future development. That's the purpose, correct? So going from ag to RM seems like a larger jump than the previous hearing, but is this consistent with its future land use, that change?
This is actually less than what's allowable by the future land use. So the future land use actually allows up to 8 units per acre, and this is going lower than that at 6 units per acre.
At 6 units per acre. Mm-hmm. And it's the surrounding properties. I know we've done a few rezonings in this area, and those are also now at what zoning level?
RM6.
RM6, so it's compatible with its neighboring property.
Correct.
Is the access for this going to be off of 98?
So for specific access, because there isn't a site specific project yet, it hasn't been determined.
Okay.
It will be determined at the site plan process, and that's when an actual more detailed traffic impact study will be done as well. More often than not, we don't see the densities getting fully to the 6 units per acre. What we're seeing in development trends is usually about 3.5 to 4 units per acre. So that changes the study and actually brings the traffic to a better point to review.
And that's because of stormwater requirements and setbacks and all those other things that are fleshed out in the application process?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is, just for a point of clarification from a location standpoint, this is down somewhere close to Verona Trace in that area?
That is correct.
Okay. And didn't we, I think about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years ago, approve another project or rezoning right underneath Vero Beach Outlets?
Yes, for the,
That's the Venetian Grove.
That's what, okay, that one was it. All right.
the one that you're thinking of, the one that's directly south is this RV park.
Okay. I know there's a couple that we've done in that area, so this is keeping in that whole kind of development of that particular sector.
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Moss.
Thank you. My questions are from this analysis. which is the retreat at Citrus Ridge rezoning transportation impact analysis, which was prepared in May of this year by Kimley Horn. In it, on section 2.0, project traffic, 2.1, trip generation in its existing state, and by that, and I'm just, again, reading from this report, the existing zoning is Ag 1. The daily trips are 132. With the proposed zoning, which is RM6, the daily trips are projected to be 2,866. So that's a significant jump. And later in the study, under conclusion, it says that the intersection of SR 60 and 98th Avenue was evaluated as it is the nearest intersection to the project's location. The study intersection operates with acceptable overall level of service and delay during existing AM and PM peak hour conditions. During the AM and PM peak hour total traffic conditions, the intersection is expected to operate with a level of service F and excessive delay. With the implementation of the following improvements, SR 60 and 98th Avenue is anticipated to operate with acceptable level of service and delay during the AM and PM peak hour total traffic conditions. And these are the things that would be required: an exclusive northbound right turn lane, an additional westbound left turn lane, an additional southbound receiving lane, protected phasing for both the eastbound and westbound left turn movements, permissive overlap phasing for the northbound right turn movement. Would you please comment on this huge increase in traffic and what might be required so that we don't end up with excessive delay? And that's not my term, it appears in the analysis.
Yes, I can comment on that. So we have adopted a level of service D for our roadways as kind of the minimum standard for what we allow. This study kind of takes into account the worst case scenario in that it's judging its conclusions based on 311 units coming on. Typically, we don't see the full maximum build out on these projects, but if we did, and these 5 roadway improvements were implemented, we would bring ourselves back into the acceptable range of level of service. So that's typically our standard in looking at any of these projects. If we go below our acceptable standard, the improvements have to bring it back to where we would.
And how do you ensure then that the improvements are made?
That would be part of the development review process. So these would be conditions that the approval would be based on, that these improvements were constructed.
And how do we ensure that that is done? Does it come back to us, to county commission?
Again, it depends on the approval path for how the development goes, but those are just conditions in the approval, much like a lot of the conditions we place on these developments.
So it's unknown then?
It could be a developer's agreement, it could be other means. Yeah, it's...
No, it's unknown that if these improvements will be made.
It's unknown, I guess, yes, unknown, but it is known that improvements would be made to make sure the adjacent roadways meet our minimum standard of level of service.
This report says F, and excessive delay. Without those improvements, that's why I asked.
Correct. So whatever development comes through, whatever roadway improvements bring it back to a level D or higher, those would need to be made in conjunction with the project.
Thank you.
Any further questions, staff? Mr. Fleischer?
Oh, well, and Mr. Chairman, thank you, because talking about the traffic. The previously approved RV park, revert back to that was done just a couple of years ago. That access is on State Road 60 and 94th Drive, correct?
I believe that's correct.
We maintained it towards the outlets. This will be access 98th an improved roadway off of State Road 60.
That's correct.
That's correct, yeah. And this site also, it abuts 12th Street and 16th Street on the north and south ends as well, which are platted roadways but not yet constructed.
So the traffic concern will be on State Road 60, which is an improved roadway.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any further questions? With that, we'll move on to a presentation by the applicant and any questions the commissioners or county staff have for that applicant. Mr. Barquette, welcome.
Like Mr. Schulke, I don't really have a presentation. My name is Bruce Barquette. I represent the applicant. I'm here to answer any questions. Most of anything that I would have said was covered by Commissioner Adams, so unless you have any questions for me, I'm going to sit down and see if anything comes up that I need to respond to.
Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Barquette?
Thanks.
All right, anybody from the public wish to comment or have any questions? Seeing no one, we'll move on to the final presentation and any arguments, if any, by county staff and the applicant. Mr. Sobchak, anything further?
Nothing to add.
I have one thing to add for Commissioner Moss. So during an actual project-specific development, when the development is in review, when we get a project that actually comes before us, another traffic study will be done. So in that traffic study, it could say that it's going down to D instead of F. And there can be other roadway improvements at that time from other projects that get approved and invested that have to get done. We take that traffic study and we review it, and then our Public Works Department will not approve the project for development until we've agreed with the applicant and staff and the study to be able to do those roadway improvements. So the project won't get improved if the level of service is below our acceptable level of service, which is in our land development regulations and the comprehensive plan. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
No further questions? Madam Clerk, do you have all the documents and tangible evidence been admitted to evidence or in your hands?
The traffic study one? Welcome to it.
And you're going to note that county staff agenda materials are automatically all admitted into evidence unless there is an objection. There is none. With that, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, your pleasure.
I'm going to confirm that all the documents have been,
He has all the documents.
I just wanted to confirm it.
You're good. You got them all right? Yeah, already asked her.
All the documents have been submitted. With that, motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer. Commissioner Adams, or by Commissioner Moss, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just had a comment. I think when the traffic studies are mentioned, are referenced in the backup material, would you please include them in what's uploaded with our agenda? So that way we have it, should anyone care to review it. It doesn't become evidence. It should just be part of the normal discussion. We all know we have a level of concern with the level of traffic. And that way the community has it and can read it.
You got everything, Commissioner Fleischer?
Do you have a second?
I didn't hear one yet. I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer. I have a second.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Lohr. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, with that, we're moving on to another public hearing. This is item 10A3. It's a public hearing of miscellaneous budget amendment 05, and I will turn this over to there you are, to Ms. Daniels. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kristen Daniels, Budget Director. Before you today is budget amendment number 5. This budget amendment utilizes cash to fund various board-approved projects, as well as some rollover funding and other unanticipated expenses that have been incurred in the current fiscal year. So per Florida Statute 129.062F, whenever the budget is amended utilizing cash, we have to hold a public hearing. So today staff recommends that after the public hearing is closed, that the board approve the resolution amending the fiscal year 23-24 budget, and I am available should you have any questions.
Commissioners, any questions, Ms. Daniels? Seeing none, with that, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody from the public wish to comment on this? Anybody? With that, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, your pleasure.
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Adams. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, Commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, moving on to B, 10B1, public discussion items. A request to speak from Jeff and Caroline Alter, Dave Ritter, Diane Beck, John and Sherry Shipley, Carrie and Tiffany Hearney. Reason: public storm drain system corroding property. Any of those folks here to speak?
Yes,
That's fine. Go ahead, your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Caroline Alter, 8046 140 Street, Sebastian. This is John and Sherry, and we've got Mr. Beck right here speaking today. I don't know if I want to open this because I'm the last person that actually lives in that neighborhood, so I would prefer if the older residents would speak first, and then I'll add to that.
Sure, that's fine. Who would like to speak first? Your name and address for the record, sir.
I could send you a presentation. I'm John Shipley. I live at 8080 142nd Street in Sebastian. And talking about the drainage problem from the essentially the county storm drain going into the small creek, the residual creek bed that was left from many years ago when they filled that neighborhood in. And it's right next to my property. And I sent you a presentation if you have it.
The videos?
What?
The videos, yes.
Yeah.
Are you Kim? Yes. Okay, hi Kim. Thank you. We have the videos, and he has a PDF file that he sent also. Okay, these videos are from my house.
No,
On 140th Street.
No.
Now, this is after the new.
Ma'am, if you're gonna, ma'am, is he speaking or you speaking? Who's?
You can also
somebody
come
who's
to
ever
videos
speaking?
after the new water and sewer project's been completed. And just, I don't know, what's the date on these? No, that's today's date. Do you see a date on those? I'm gonna have to bring them up. Anyway, where 140th Street is, the front of our house is backed up to Sebastian Medical Center. They apparently have a retention pond back on their property. There's a storm drain on the south side of 140th. There's a storm drain on the north side of 140th. This is in the easement of my property, and then it goes on down to 141 where they live and 142 where they live, which eventually goes into the river. So the videos that I'm sending are just different things that happen once we get a torrential rain, bad rains, and how it fills up into my property, backs up into my garage, and then down the road you'll see more presentations on that. But that's what those videos are for. This is on 142. This is right in front of John's house. it doesn't flow at all through there, and their whole street is completely flooded when we have rains.
Yeah, you should have a presentation that's not a video. It should- What?
I did not receive one. Did you get the email today? He sent you an email this morning.
There should be a presentation on the bottom of that email. Okay, yeah. That's it. Yeah, this is the part of trying to get at what the problem is. Originally, when we were building the house, this is 1988, there was a boat ramp going into what was the last part of the creek bed. That creek bed, as I understand it, originally flowed from the spring that's next to the firehouse on Roseland Road down through the back of the hospital's property, back to Caroline's property, and then down to the river right by my property. And that a lot of that creek bed was filled in to make lots, although it didn't really stop the creek from flowing. And then they put a storm drain in there, and that's what caused the problem. But this, the reason I'm showing this is first several things. So there's a survey monument on the corner of it. That is the boat ramp that was in there at the time that the county removed in 2005 to try to solve some of the problem. And this is where the property line is, and you can see that the grass coming down on my property goes all the way down to that boat ramp. You want to move on to the next one? So after the work in 2005, the time we got to 2007, I started noticing some erosion, although you can still see there's ground cover up next to where the what the county did was took out the boat ramp and put in riprap. And when they did that, then I'll get on to the next one in a second, it went up to the edge of my property, and you can see the ground cover is still there at that point in time, although I was already noticing some erosion. You want to go on to the next one? One of the problems they did when the county did that work is they did not put the erosion control fabric all the way up to the edge of my property. It stopped short, so that it naturally flowed into my property to erode it. Go on to the next one. So this is in 2021. Now you can see that same area, only that's eroded 10 feet into my property. And if you go on to the next one, then this is a picture looking underneath that edge of that thing. It's eroding under some of my trees on the edge of the property. Go on to the next one. What happens when all that stuff comes down the storm drain, the sand builds up in the creek and sits there, and it's slowly filling in the creek, including filling in my dock. Go on to the next one. This is in 2022. Now, the interesting thing is when they did the S2S project, there was a lot of open ground. Whenever it rained, there was a lot of debris that came down there and went right down that same path. And this is roughly before any of that substantial work started, and you can see the monument right there. If you go to the next one, this shows this is a moderate rain when I could go out and take a picture, shows the sand coming out of that storm drain going down through that riprap. Go to the next one. This is what the runoff looks like coming into the creek. This is from behind my boat at my dock. And it's a tremendous amount of sand got washed into the creek doing that whole period of that work. If you go to the next one, this is, not only did it didn't stop there, because this is looking northeast from my dock out into essentially out into the Sebastian River. And there was a sand plume out in the river about over 100 yards. And go to the next one. This is looking back to the southeast where that sand was built up when, but during the rain, so you can see that the flow of the sand coming down the river. You go to the next one. At this point, after the S2S project was done, then this is 2023, and it shows the monument on the edge of my property where the monument's now out of the ground. Almost everything is eroded up to that point, and there's a whole area of new erosion that's just started from when that work was done, and you can see the line of collapse right around inside that circle. Go to the next one. And this takes you back to 2022, and you can see where the monument was, and you can see where the land was. And that's the basic nature of the problem, and basically it's nothing is done. It's going to continue to erode a significant portion of my yard.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Name and address for the record.
David Ritter, 8046 141 Street. We live, again, same as John and Sherry and the others, in the valley of the old creek bed. We've lived there for 34 years, and the problem has gotten worse. I don't have a full understanding of how this was constructed or what it's supposed to look like or how it's supposed to work, but during even a moderate rain, it doesn't work. It builds up in our street to a level of 2 feet above the roadbed. It comes down our driveway, floods the garage, and then continues north towards the Sebastian River. It's only 10 houses that are affected, but they're all affected the same way. There is hill there. It's a 20-foot drop on our street alone from the top of the street to our house. We are at the very bottom, and every drop of rain that comes into the neighborhood goes through there. And if it doesn't go into the drain, it comes up to our property and continues on. During the construction of the sewer water project, they took about 10 feet of our front of the property and denuded it with nothing but sand. And thanks for the water and sewer. That's a blessing. It helps the river. But the whole project was a mess. We had to sandbag our garage. Even if we got a half an inch of rain, it just came in. So we were sandbagged for a couple months, and it was inconvenient, but we've been battling it ever since. We've imported gravel, plants. Our yard is no longer a yard. It's a landscape. There's no grass. We know no irrigation, no fertilization, no pesticides. That's our commitment to the community and the river. But the drainage is the major problem. If there's some way that it can be examined, the existing drain, to make sure if it is actually working and working properly, since it's been installed probably over 40 years ago. If there is anything in those 40 years that could be done better, to be considered to improve the drainage, I don't know where it can go. We can't raise everything up, but if there is anything, that's all I ask, is to review it, make sure it works, and if there's anything better. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, sir.
getting back to that, that was one of our concerns. We bought this property in 2009, and we didn't really move permanently there till about 2011. And we always understood that that storm drain that's in our property was the county's responsibility. And when we started having backups into the garage, they hemmed and hawed, whether it was or it wasn't. And then finally, they realized that the pipe from the storm drain in my property to, there's a telephone pole like the house behind me. That pipe, they said, was collapsed. So they did come out, and I don't know if there's records of this, but they did come out and they fixed that pipe from my drain to the telephone pole behind my house. When the water and sewer project started, before it started, I called them back and I said, are you all going to figure out if all the pipes should be replaced before we start digging up the roads and doing all this, do it all at the same time? Yes. Well, that didn't happen. So now we understood from, I don't know if it was the county or the engineers that worked on the project, that there is another collapsed pipe, and I think it's on the next street over, or it could even be from that street to John's property. So that's what I wanted to find out too from the Roads and Bridges. Do they have pictures of that drain, and is there a collapse there? And they were supposed to have someone here representing them. I don't know if there is.
Okay, with this, I would tell you that, go ahead, Dylan, before, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the board typically doesn't take action on public speaking items, and certainly I can let John say this, but certainly, I'd be happy to set up a meeting with staff and to talk to you, and figure out where we go from here to kind of see what the information they can provide and what information we can provide on the issue. But certainly, John, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Just to verify, you're Carolyn Alter, correct? Okay, I'll get with our staff and we'll reach out to you to schedule a meeting to discuss it.
Okay, I'm just saying, the reason why we did this is because we have talked to staff over the years already, and we keep getting not very good information. But let me just say one thing, show a positive. I know something's been done because your pump truck has been out not once, not twice, but 3 times in front of my house on a Friday and a Monday. And I'm like, I don't know. And then I see an environmentalist came out. I spoke to her. I don't know who sent her out. Maybe you, Mrs. Adams. Thank you for that. But we just want answers. If the pipe needs to be fixed, or we need to figure out another way to divert that water because it's affecting our properties. That's all.
I would tell you this is what I would like to see done. But we don't normally take action on this, but as you heard, our county attorney and the county administrator said they will be glad to meet with y'all and get somebody out there. Since some of this has taken place, we've had staff change. We have, I don't think Rich was here in 2007, and I know we have a new head of staff. So I think the only thing that we can do, because this is a fairly technical question to be decided today, is probably not where we could decide it anyways, but we normally don't take action on public speaking. I would say that our county administrator has already offered to get whatever information you need. I'm sure maybe he can ask Rich to help him with that, to get that information and meet with y'all to see if we can help y'all with this problem. That's about all we can do.
Maybe not a long drawn-out meeting, but maybe today, while all of these people are here, can we set up something this afternoon with them?
Well, that's certainly up to them, but I'm gonna need him for some other stuff in the meeting, so we're gonna be here a while longer.
Ms. Alter, we have, so this is kind of the middle of the meeting, and we have a couple other things that are gonna take a while, so I don't know when this meeting might be over. I understand that having everybody together is really ideal. I don't know how long this meeting is gonna take, so I don't want to suggest necessarily stick around ad nauseum. But I'm sure we can certainly set something up that works with all of y'all's schedule, whether it's here or in North County, to kind of go over. I know staff's already kind of looked into some of this, and
Okay.
we'll definitely make it convenient for you.
Okay.
Okay?
John, any comments?
I'll meet with staff first, just so I get a better understanding of what knowledge we have, and then we'll meet with the members. I'll call Ms. Alter.
Thank you.
Ms. Alter, the other people that signed up for this speaking with you, you want included in that meeting, all of you guys? And does Kim have all of the contact information, or do you want to be the point person?
Kim has them.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Sounds good. All right, thank you. Commissioner, I've had a request to move up an item because some folks need to get back to what they're doing. It's the Children's Services funding. Is everybody okay with that if we move that up to now? All right, we're going to move on to, which was item 8AA in the consent agenda. It's 12C1 now. It's the CSAC funding allocations. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Zito. Okay. Well, he's going to go get his back up. Randy, are you following all this today? The changes?
Do you need like little sticky notes and a flow chart and some string to figure out where we are? Because I need it, so I.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, Mr. Zito, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Before you, on this item is the Children's Services Advisory Committee's recommendations for funding for the upcoming fiscal year. We just participated in 3 days of deliberations, and what appears before you is the funding allocations specifically to the programs and agencies that applied. Ms. Powell, you attended the meetings?
Yes.
We're here for questions or otherwise asking for staff recommendation.
Commissioners, any questions of staff? Mr. Moss?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to commend staff. As part of the process, the grant review subcommittee met, that was on June 8th and 9th, and actually 10th. It was all day, Thursday and Friday, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and staff was there, and also on Saturday from 8 a.m. to almost 3:30 in the afternoon, and then again on Monday evening, that following Monday evening, which was the CSAC main committee. So I was very happy to be a part of that. I think everyone was very thorough. Oh, and lest I leave out, our esteemed attorney was present for questions at the main committee meeting, which I have stated previously publicly and have appreciated all along that he's been there. There have been questions. So I'm satisfied that it was a very thorough review. I appreciated the many questions that were asked during the course of the 3 days, and again at the main meeting. So both the grant review subcommittee and the main committee, I think, addressed everything very thoroughly. I'm planning to bring this back just to get, beyond this. We'll vote today on the amount. But it was interesting to me, some of the questions that came up during the course of the 3 and 4 days that we spent on this. And I would like to know, your thoughts on this. So I will bring it back as an item, a more formal item under my matters, and I will present some of the issues that were raised and ask for your thoughts on it. And that'll be at a future meeting. But I'm quite satisfied with what we're voting on today.
Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Fleischer?
Nope.
Got a motion? What did you say?
I said motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second it.
Second?
You can second it.
Commissioner Moss
All right. I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Moss. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Name and address for the record.
Yes, Doug Demuth, 1804 East Sandpoint, member of the CSAC committee. So I'd have to disagree a little bit with Commissioner Moss on the procedures and the way these meetings took place. So today you're going to be asked to approve $2.5 million in CSAC funding for the 23-24 fiscal year. Last week, its grants committee met with 38 organizations having 56 separate funding requests. It allotted just 15 minutes for each program. Within this 15 minutes per program, this once a year review opportunity lacked the detail, depth, and justification needed to understand why these programs required funding. Thus, the Grants Committee awarded most program funding, totaled the figures, and reallocated the leftover funds to those they favored. It paid little attention to two organizations receiving a total of $140,000 from CSAC that have substantial fundraising capability and collected millions of dollars for capital improvements. One of these paid a fundraiser 2 years ago, $120,000, and last year $180,000, and looks as though it intends to pay that fundraiser another $180,000 this year, but still got $100,000 allocated by CSAC. The other, the Youth Sailing Foundation, excuse me, I lost my place, raised over $3 million for a new clubhouse and received free land from the city of Vero Beach, and is set to extract $40,000 from CSAC for a children's sailing program. You would have thought that $40,000 would have been better spent on child abuse, on child homelessness, or on daycare within our community, something that is endemic across this nation. Still another organization will receive $425,000 to improve child literacy through grade 3. No one on the committee questioned whether the school district considered these programs vital, and if so, why it isn't funding them. Not once did the Grants Committee members see these as concerns, nor suggest returning any unused funds to the taxpayer. The following Monday morning, this committee issued a simple spreadsheet outlining the nonprofit organizations, their programs, and their funding to the main CSAC committee for its approval that night. No written report was provided. With just over 1 hour of presentation by the grants chairman, many self-congratulatory statements, and limited discussion, the CSAC committee endorsed sending this funding without change for your approval. What struck one observer was that many of the proposed programs dealt with health and education. You would have thought that the CSAC committee, the Special Taxing Authority Hospital District, and the school district would have at least sat down and discussed such programming funding, its administration, and its performance. Indeed, it was discovered by the county staff that 9 recommended programs were taking $875,000 from the hospital district and another $340,000 from CSAC for the same programs. During the grants review, not a word of this was uttered about double dipping. So this year, unfortunately, discussions with neither the hospital nor school districts will take place before you're asked to approve these funds. This is the funding evaluation process that the CSAC committee believes is well-developed and sufficient to allocate taxpayers' money to 47 disjointed and different programs across 29 different organizations. Unless dramatically changed, it is the same one they will use to apportion anywhere from $3.7 million to $5.5 million next year with your approval to a far greater number of organizations and programs. In fact, what's taking place appears to be a funding and run replacing last year's ill-conceived children's fund. You'll recall this endeavor was fashioned to replace the county CSAC organization by creating a $10 million a year uninterrupted 12-year funded special organization staffed by child advocates and devoid of much county oversight, and one that ignited significant community opposition. All of this is not something that just hiring a new county director will fix. It needs to start with the dissolution of the grants committee and the requiring of the CSAC committee itself to review the funding of these programs and not just rubber stamp them. If it neglects this once-a-year simple task, then it ceases to be an effective body. We also need to reset the balance between taxpayers, business executives or former executives, and children advocates. We need to shift educational and health programs to the school and hospital districts where professionals in these fields can administer them. We need to focus on what's truly important and develop an approach to coordinate programs to attain best results. We need to consider CSAC funding on a year-by-year basis and not project its funding into the outer years. This just results in greater numbers of nonprofits seeking taxpayer funding and those already funding asking for more. As one program administrator said in our meetings, if you don't ask, you don't get. Folks, we've fed the bear, and now the bear demands to be fed. Thank you very much.
Anybody else wish to comment? We know you, but name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. Tony Brown, CSAC Committee, Subcommittee Advisory. I'm somewhat offended that we, citizens of this community, of this county, sat for 3 days to do a job. It would be disingenuous for me to stand here and say that the program is perfect. Nothing is perfect. It needs tweaking, but that's from a process. The people this is my first trip out. The people I sat with in that room were dedicated, they were honest, they were sincere, they were concerned. And they were concerned with what's best for all aspects of Indian River County and the children that you all gave the money to serve. Yes, some things could have been done better, but we were not set in that room to define or destroy. We were set in that room to find out what we could do to best serve these programs, if they could be served, and how much they could be served. I think they did a yeoman's job. To sit in there and with a diverse, it was said, let the CSAC committee do the funding. That's not a diverse committee. We had a diverse committee at the subcommittee review. It were people in there, we went, and I was honored. And the chairman, I give him his kudos because he reined us in, he kept us focused, he kept us looking at the big picture. But we read our paperwork. We didn't go in there rubber stamping. We read the documents, we understood the documents. You had experts in there who made their business to understand all the faults that was associated with any given program. It was stated that at risk to tear down. Well, this program was not subject to at-risk kids. But when the chairman, Mr. Slitt, defined poverty in Indian River County, it encompassed a whole bunch of children, especially from impoverished, under-resourced communities of color. So I did not like the fact that it was so broadly defined what, impoverished or at-risk kids were. You have offered us, this community, an opportunity for a group of people to sit together and talk about the needs of our children. Yes, you can do it better, but to disband the CSAC Advisory Committee, I think that would be an injustice. To not have citizen input in that room who can discern and define the needs of our children, who have who reach out and touch. Within that room, ladies and gentlemen, there were all aspects of the nonprofit entities that are in Indian River County. What better group of people to decide how to spend? And I stated it, we were given the job of being custodians of those monies that you had afforded us to oversee. So I think a yeoman job was done. I think we did all you asked us to do. We did not go outside of the parameters. It was not our job to define. I don't think I saw in any documentation where it said we had to return money back to the county commission. I felt that we needed to do what was best with those dollars afforded by the county commission for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Clerk, you're back.
Jeff Smith.
Retired?
I don't need to stand here and tell you how much I'm really impressed with the CSAC. I'm behind CSAC, and I could not agree more with Tony Brown on what he just said. Again, that's what you guys decided to do, was to fund children's programs in the way that that we're doing it. You have committed yourselves to evaluating the CSAC program and making it stronger, not dismantling it or tearing it down, making it stronger through improvements. I can tell you, both professionally through my audits and from talking and dealing and participating with these agencies, that they're doing good work. This is not throwing good money after bad. This is important stuff, and I stand with the committee.
Ma'am, name and address, please.
I'm Crystal Bujold. I live at 8 Vista Garden Trails, Vero Beach, Florida. I serve as the founder and executive director of the Gifford Youth Orchestra, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of the Gifford Youth Orchestra today. I want to talk to you about a tire in the car. But first, let me bring your attention to the county assessment that was done in 2019. And it listed all the needs that this county decided was required to protect its future. And in that assessment, there are many pages devoted to children. And in your assessment, you talk about the many needs of after-school programs for children. Now, yes, we have children who have a lot of trouble keeping up. I need to put my notes aside. I'm going to talk to you about black children who were left behind prior to 1965, many years before I moved here. That was prior to integration. These children were left behind intentionally, not by you or anyone here, but nevertheless they were left behind by the system that existed. And that system has not been able to catch up these children because their parents were left behind and their grandparents were left behind. When I moved here in 2003, Annie Powell, a resident from Gifford, said to me, "Our children are being left behind. What are you going to do about it?" I'm from California, and I had never seen so many children left so far behind. So I changed my plans for moving here to address the needs that Annie Powell presented me with. Now, when you talk about giving money to help children, it's not just for one semester or for 1 year or for 5 years or 10 years, because we're talking about a consciousness of people thinking these children should be left behind, and they will be left behind. Even the children expect to be left behind because of what occurred years ago. So when you talk about taking money out of your program to give to the schools that are the reason the kids were left behind in the first place, or give to the hospitals that continue to leave them behind, or to give to anybody else besides all of the programs that you've approved who continue to help children catch up, not even keep up yet. But the people that man these programs that your committee has approved and investigated and researched and had make reports 4 times a year, which we have to do. We don't just come here before you once a year. We're constantly monitored, constantly challenged, and every year your requirements get harder and harder. I know because I write the grant, and it's much more difficult every year to write the grant to fit the needs or fit the description that your grantors put out. So when this gentleman talks about taking the money away that you've approved kindly for us who care about these children, all of the people here work with these children because they care about their future. Teachers are trained to live up to state and federal rules and regulations to pass certain grades. But we come together to help those children that can't keep up with that particular method of moving children ahead. So I strongly encourage you to continue doing what you've been doing for all these years, to fund these programs, to help us do what's on our heart, not on a list, not on a rule, not some regulation that says you have to meet these guidelines. But we're in a position to be very creative with how we work with these individual children who've been left behind for more than 50 years. And keep this in mind, whatever you do for Black children improves everything for all children. In our program, well, no. Casey, are you going to talk about in our program? No? Okay. That's my new boss. In our program, which is designed for Black children who were left behind, we have a multitude of children from other communities, and they're all improving. We teach music. Children learn their ABCs through music. So we're assisting them in furthering their ABCs, but not just our program. GYAC furthers them in education. Boys and Girls Club, you could just go down the list. Everyone you've approved in some shape or form assists the children who've been left behind. And that is our job. We ask you to continue funding our job and let us help the children. Oh, I do have to tell you about the tire. If I read my notes, I don't know what I left out. Okay. I said, I respectfully ask you to continue believing in your ability to choose wisely and hold your approved programs accountable. If you need to demand more collaboration, tell us that's what you need, or tell us what to do. But whatever you decide, let it not be to defund this year and throw our children further behind. And if someone says to you, it's a double tax, it's not. It's a contribution to fix the flat tire that you paid for, and it has a hole in it right now. Thank you so much.
Mr. McPartland.
Good afternoon, Bob McPartland, the city of Sebastian.
Haven't heard from you in a long time.
Excuse me?
No.
My hearing voices. I don't know how I follow that up. I heard that lady's presentation Friday. I don't know if it was morning or afternoon. She's supposed to be retiring from the Gifford Youth Orchestra and already retired, and you just inspire me even more. First off, I want to apologize to the board about my ignorance. I sat on the CSAC committee since 2013, and I never knew how the sausage was made. So Thursday morning, I had to be in Okeechobee, but once I left Okeechobee, I came here, sat here all day Thursday, sat here all day Friday, and then came on Saturday morning from 8 o'clock until about 3:30 when they were done. And I'm also an elected official, and it's hard not to speak as an elected official. But and again, I want to thank also Beth, number one, Leanne, your staff, as well as Natalie for the county contributing, making sure all of those meetings ran. There are several members who sit on The review committee, Mr. Schlitt runs a meeting better than any elected official I've ever seen, kept them on time, kept them on track. So anything that says any of these items was rubber stamped, I don't even know where to begin to start. And questions that I heard just sitting in the audience is they dissected each of these programs. They went in and said, oh, Johns Island funded you last year. What happened? So again, with all these programs that are being funded, I imagine when they go to Johns Island or one of the other great philanthropic organizations that exist in these counties, then you say, county funded you last year. What happened? Obviously, something is wrong with the program, and that's not the case. I mean, this is the first year I've been on that board since 2013. The difference between the ask and what was actually there. When I first started on the board, we were down about $640,000 was the money that was committed to the nonprofits. And again, it wouldn't matter if the entire Indian River County budget was used. These problems are going to be here, and nothing is going to take care of them. I mean, they exist and they continue to exist. But the funding that you do, as I have from last year when I came before this board, when the Children's Trust was shot down, I was upset, I was mad, I was angry. But you made me committed. And I've committed to this board to make this Children's Service Advisory Committee the best board it could possibly be, a shining example for the rest of the state. I want all the board members to go out on site reviews. Mr. Smith, of course, he's going to go off into thing, but he's leaving Ryan Butler in charge to do the auditing of these programs. I look forward to going and seeing all of these funded programs because, again, these programs save lives. You may not know about them, but they save lives. And it starts, you go through all of them. You have Healthy Start. That's the beginning before the baby's born in the first couple of years of their lives. And then you run into many other youth sailing. Who would think somebody would be into sailing? But I heard that there were minority children getting involved in sailing. I was an Army guy, Navy, I don't know nothing about, but learning knots. But it's important, the Pelican Autobahn. It keeps kids out of other stuff, keeps them from getting into the Substance Awareness Center. We have to fund a lot of that, unfortunately, because that runs rampant throughout society, as well as other teen risky behaviors. And again, I look forward, I thank you and I applaud you for this $2.5 million in change that has been afforded. I think these are great organizations that you were supporting, and I look forward to us working from the eighth of a mil up to the quarter of a mil over time, because these problems don't take a pause. I wish they did, but they don't. But again, thank you, and I really thank the committee that sat through the grant review process. Again, it was all day Thursday, all day Friday, then 8 to 3:30 on Saturday, as well as these guys read through all of these grants long before they sat up there. And the people, because I talked to many of the people who did their presentation on the outside, they were like, oh my God, they were asked so many questions. Everything was dissected. But thank you, and I look forward to us moving up to the quarter mil over time.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else wish to comment?
Mr. Chair?
Anyone else wish to comment? Any further comments from the board?
I just want to comment on the comments. I want to thank you all. But there was something said about the programs and what's good and what's not bad and what we should be doing. And, you know, I just don't want the perception that this is about a money dump. This is about funding the fundable. So I want to thank the committee for reviewing everything. Although it was limited time, I think it was done accurately to the best of the capacity and ability of what it was allowed. I think that I heard Tony Brown said it. I think we did a good job, and next year we'll do better. I think that there is an assessment, that is an expectation from the community, the public, the taxpayer, to know that the dollars are going well invested. I could tell you from my past law enforcement career, you see the difference. You see the impact. There's no way to truly identify the collateral gain, but the skills and abilities, the understanding, the relationship, the character that is developed by many of these programs. Yes, you can learn a lot if you're in a sailboat, and you could learn a lot playing an instrument, but they wouldn't have it otherwise if it was not for the benevolence of this great county and the funding avenue available to provide all of these programs. I'll agree, some of the programs may angle to the left or right and maybe not have the impact that is your expectation or your expectation, but it's helping a kid. And the problems that are about this great nation of ours that you see on TV every day, you don't see them here. That's because of the programs, the input, and the facilitation for the children. It's very important. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy, anything?
I'm all in.
Madam Vice Chairman?
I'm ready to vote.
Ready to vote?
I will, you have anything?
No, I'm ready to vote whenever you guys want.
I would add that, to kind of reflect on what Commissioner Fleischer said, made some good points there, but I would add that I am very pleased this year with the vetting that was done with this program. I had expressed in the past some of my concerns to then County Administrator Jason Brown and Mr. Zito, and I see vast improvements in the process, and I can't wait till we get, the executive director on board to oversee this. I think it's going to go to some even better places than it is today. But I talked to some folks, and Mr. Schlitt, I heard numerous compliments of your leadership through a long and arduous process. That was well done, and like Bob McPartland said, y'all put in a lot of hard work, and I'm very glad to see this. So as a commissioner, I'm very happy with where the process is and where it's going. I think there are still, and I think everyone here will agree, we still need to make some improvements in the process and streamline it a little better and make sure that the vetting is done properly for these groups and organizations that do things. And I think there's some other things on the horizon that will be worked on in the coming months. But with that, I'm very happy with the progress made, and I appreciate the job that each and every one of you has done. So with that being said, I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Moss. We're done with public input. Commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Commissioners, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's try to come back here as soon at 12:10 as we can. We've got some more items to take care of. All right, Commissioners, get back to work here. We're going to start where we left off. Believe it or not, I am keeping track of it, so y'all just hang in there and enjoy the ride, okay? All right, we're about item 11, County Administrator's Matter. This is 11A. This is the Deputy County Administrator's Employment Agreement. I'll turn this over to Mr. Katanich, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you indicated, this is an employment agreement with the Deputy County Administrator. Currently, Mr. Zito has performed the role as Assistant County Administrator since 2005, or 17 years, and has had his contract renewed on an annual basis. I will tell you my experience in the profession that is not customary to be on an annual basis. Thus, I'm recommending an agreement that's commensurate or similar to my agreement, a 3-year term, and also in anticipation of our upcoming reorganization, Michael will be serving as the Deputy County Administrator, which should be more than number 2 versus having 2 number 2s. He'll be the number 2, and additional there'll be an Assistant County Administrator as well. It is 3 years, as I mentioned. It does reflect in advance of his annual anniversary increase of 2.5%, and any future merit or anniversary increases would be subject to my approval. And so I'd present to you, it's the exact same contract with the exception, again, of the title and the 3-year term, and then also the merit increase.
Commissioners, any questions for the County Administrator?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve.
I'll second that. Anybody wish to comment on the motion? Motion by Commissioner Fleischer, seconded by myself. Commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to 11B. This is the vacation rental code enforcement fines. Who has taken this? Mr. Katanich.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I know I've had individual conversations with each of you, and there's obviously been some meetings in my first 60 days where this issue has been brought up. Clearly, the county's received some concerns regarding the impact of vacation rentals on our surrounding and neighboring residential properties. The code does provide for licensing and regulations related to generally to the vacation rentals, generally related to use, parking, noise, occupancy, and fire safety. The county has limitations as the state has preempted any additional regulation, but one of the avenues that may potentially assist, understanding that in residential areas having a vacation rental could potentially pose some significant impact to the neighborhood. When somebody bought their house, maybe they didn't anticipate they were going to be living next door to a arguably a bed and breakfast or a lighter commercial use, even though it is a residential in nature. Currently, our code provides, consistent with the statutes, a fine for $250 per day for a first violation, then not to exceed $500 for a second violation. As a county with a population greater than 50,000, if you wanted to elevate and in terms of sending the message that we want to protect the quality and the sanctity of our communities and our neighborhoods, from the impacts of the short-term vacation rentals, you have the ability, similar to we do with other areas, like specifically in Section 103 of the 103.03 of the county code, where we regulate have higher fines in terms of not to exceed $1,000 per day or $5,000 per violation for a repeat violation, rather. And that's right now we have 2. A commercial event at a residence can receive that fine, and we also have it for illegal connection to a public water supply. I will say, we are recommending, generally speaking, that you consider this, and although the item is largely preemptive, I do acknowledge that there have only been a handful of these, cases from my understanding, and in speaking with staff, as well as I recently had a call from a stakeholder, so I acknowledge the fact that there may be only a handful, and this is largely being preemptive, but I would submit where short-term vacation rental impacts the quality of life of a neighbor and their reasonable enjoyment of their property and their home, I think it rises to a level of justifiable concern. And the intent is not to be, punitive, but it's the intent to have a proper penalty, as we discussed, individually, and we can discuss it openly, that the level of income derived from these properties is pretty significant, and making sure the fine is commensurate with that to prevent, bad actors or bad faith actors from not regulating their properties. And the real intent is to protect the quality of life of our residents and our community. So I would submit to you the recommendation to direct the county attorney to prepare an ordinance amending section 103.03 Indian River County Code to include vacation rental local regulations and advertise the item for a future public hearing.
Commissioners, any question for Mr. Katanich?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Is Andy, the Community Development Director, available?
I'm sure we could
Discussion?
probably get him on.
As I understand it, you're proposing to create an ordinance that will increase the fine substantially. And I just wanted the opportunity just to talk with him to see if there's justification. I want to know why we're here now, what's the nexus of this process that we're looking to do to increase the fines and penalties, and he would probably be able to clarify that, in all due respect, as far as the experience of the past year or past 2 years, as opposed to looking at just the history and timeline of what has been paid and not paid. I bring that up because in the past, in law enforcement, I think my esteemed colleague can probably step into that as well. When people are fined for creating an act, like in the motor vehicle, and that fine is substantial, some will still violate, and some will comply and do a better job. And I noticed that throughout the years, when fines were substantially increased, and anybody who's ever dared go more than 2 miles over the school zone could probably testify that you will be stopped. And I think on a continual basis, we do still see people stopped. Do you know what it costs to go through a school zone? You don't want to know. It's a mortgage payment. You don't want to go through a school zone over the limit. Yet it happens. And no matter what the fine is, it still happens. Okay? I just wanted to preface it with that. Okay? Some comply, some get educated. Fines are a form of education, but they also hit the pockets. I wanted the opportunity just to ask Andy just a few questions. Andy, I know that you've been immersed in code enforcement for quite some time, okay? And with the current ordinance, the way it stands, could you maybe perhaps tell us how many violations have been reported or alleged by individuals in Indian River County?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Commissioner. Andy Sobczak, Interim Community Development Director. If we're looking at violations or complaints specifically to short-term vacation rentals, by comparison, those are in fact lower than non-short-term vacation rentals. Just in a very general sense, we typically find that those properties are better maintained, so we don't see the overgrown weeds violations or other maintenance things. But that being said, there are certain short-term vacation rental properties out there that are kind of repeat offenders with some of the issues like parking too many cars or making too much noise. So I would say overall, the volume of complaints is not terribly high, but we do have some problem properties.
We do have some challenges. Is it widespread? Is it throughout the entire county, or is it one specific area?
Fairly localized, I would say.
Fairly localized? Do you hear from the same complainants on a regular basis?
Yeah, I think, it's kind of like the whole realm of code enforcement. We have our repeat offenders that are not fazed by fines or penalties, and they just do what they do. We've got others that get the letter and they go, wow, I screwed up, I'm not going to do this again, and we don't hear from them again, so,
Do they pay the fines?
yes.
So there's no hearing that really they need to participate in, they just pay the fines. So are they considering it a cost of doing business?
It can be done that way, correct, right?
Okay, so, the average fine is how much?
We have a schedule of fines for, very specific types of violations. For example, parking too many vehicles at the short-term vacation rental, that's like a $50 a day per car fine, as an example.
So if you have an extra car, you're gonna get hit
If you have 5, then it's 5 of those per day, right?
at $500 a pop?
$50.
$50. All right, so that would be, what, you do it by the car?
Per
That-
car per day,
That's $250,
Yep.
right?
could be.
Could be $250. Okay, so, and I, so, and things like garbage cans and things like that, that all can apply too?
Yeah, a lot of the violations we see are licensing issues where they're not either obtaining or maintaining their short-term vacation rental license.
Is it a requirement per state to have to identify yourself with a complaint?
Yes.
All right, so we would know who's doing the complaining and who's doing the complying?
We do.
Okay. So, and that's all public record?
Correct.
Okay, so individuals who are violating and continue to violate and pay, they're aggravating individuals. We're trying to resolve that. Most of these, would you say most of these happen, I'm sorry, it's like I just want to get a better understanding. Would you say most of these scenarios happen on the weekend?
I would say a lot of them occur in what we would consider off hours after 5 p.m. Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday. Is that consistent with the work schedule of code enforcement?
Unfortunately, it is not.
It's not. Okay, so now we're relying upon the resources of the sheriff's office to stop by.
We do rely on their reports at times to verify violations.
So now people will be fined because, based on a report by a sheriff's deputy, because we did not have a code enforcement officer be able to be present. And don't we have an on-call program?
Not through code enforcement at this time, no.
We used to, though.
Yes.
So wouldn't that make better sense to have an on-call code enforcement? So when we have these violations, we can address them, right? As opposed to raising the fine, just because we can, are we increasing the volume of blood, or are we making the flow better? Me personally, I think we fix the problem if we were to move in the direction of having somebody available to investigate, mitigate, and then litigate in a direct fashion. Right? I don't know. I'm not putting Andy on the spot, because we used to have that program. We actually had telephone numbers we can call. They had a rotational basis. They took the phone call, and they went out there, identified it, and bingo, it was fixed. A lot quick, because a lot of times when deputies, I know, and I could speak, when there's another ordinance that is not directly correlated to training and experience, I think there's somebody else in the room that might be able to do that. As you get to the scene, you say, well, that's one of those county ordinances. All right. So maybe they are taking record, but they can't repair the problem if they don't have knowledge of the ordinance and enforceability. Sometimes maybe a uniform is the way to go. I know that when the uniform comes to the door, things change. So I'm just saying that if we were looking at raising the punishment, I don't know if it's going to change anything. I really, if there's people out there willing to do the course of business, they're doing the course of business. I think the solution is to increase contact by designated individuals, rotational, on-call, and have somebody available when the violations are occurring, because some of these violations have to be in the presence, correct?
Agreed, yeah.
So it doesn't matter how much, we could charge $10,000 per violation if you leave your garbage can out overnight. How are we going to get it? So why would we want to raise the value of the punishment if we don't have a mechanism to deliver the necessary mitigation efforts necessary to satisfy all the citizens in the community? I don't know. I just don't get the increase. I know it's allowable, John. I think that it's the state has said we can, but I don't know if because we can, do we do? I believe that there is a far stronger address if we had the personnel or the responsiveness on the weekend. I get many calls over the weekend, okay? And they're those type of calls. And it's usually the sites on the Barrier Island where there's a little different kind of party perceived coming out. Usually it can be mitigated, or the deputy will respond, but I think if we really want to address the scenario, we need to have that type of mechanism done as opposed to raising the fines. Because if they're giving out a pound of flesh or 2 pounds of flesh, it doesn't matter. And by the end, if they don't pay it, it can go to a lien. And we'll see that when they sell the house. People don't sell those houses too often because they're businesses. So I don't see the reasoning to raise the bar.
Mr. Chair.
That's,
Mr. Chair,
thank you.
when Commissioner Fleischer is finished.
I'm-
Are you still speaking? I didn't mean to interrupt you. So, okay. I see preserving sense of community as one of our highest priorities, if not the highest. And this problem interferes with that. I view sense of community as intangible infrastructure that's almost impossible to repair. Our tangible infrastructure, a road, a bridge, we can repair that. You destroy sense of community, you're not going to repair it. It will be a long time. That will be a long, hard road. And that's what this threatens, to my way of thinking. This threatens sense of community. And the issue of a school zone was mentioned earlier. I don't know that a high fine in a school zone prevents children's deaths, but it's at that level. You don't want children to die unnecessarily. I don't want sense of community to be threatened unnecessarily. And frankly, this cuts across socioeconomic strata. I received a phone call just a few weeks ago, right before this went on the agenda, from a woman in Rockridge, and she's, which is on the mainland, and for those who don't know, it's west of Route 1, and it's by 6th Avenue. And she was saying that in Rockridge, there's been a huge increase in these B&Bs, and we know because we get the tourist tax reports, so we know that there's increased revenue from B&Bs, but it's not all glamorous beachside mansions. She was afraid. I mean, she said this was terrible, the noise, she just hates living there. She can't afford to move. I mean, people on beachside, if they get tired enough of it, they can just pick up and leave. She can't. And she's afraid right now. She doesn't want to give her name, all right? Because the fine is meaningless. And then, so then, you know, you're in this neighborhood, you know, lower socioeconomic neighborhood where you've reported somebody, it's a really low fine. Why should she take that, why should she take that risk? Why should you risk, who knows what could happen? And, you know, we need to preserve sense of community. We need to protect people's rights in their own homes. I mean, our residents are more important than any tourist that comes our way. And this is interfering. I don't care how much money we get from tourist tax. Our residents come first. And I really think we need to take this very seriously. It's one of the highest priorities, and I support this increase in fines completely, totally support it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, you can be, an individual county commissioner can be the complainant, and I've done that in the past. If we have a constituent that doesn't want to be named as a complainant, I'll be happy to be the complainant. So you may want to look into that as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chairman.
No, I was just agreeing with Commissioner Lohr. I do that frequently for complaints that come my way as well.
Okay, I got a couple of questions. Andy, you might be able to answer. How many vacation rentals do we have in Indian River County that are registered?
We have just over 200 that are licensed through the county.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and they're spread out everywhere. They're in Sebastian Highlands, they're in Rock Ridge, as Commissioner Moss said, they're west of town, they're on the beach, they're everywhere.
Everywhere.
Right, so, and we are having an issue with the unregistered ones we're trying to catch, correct?
Yes, we know of a number of ones that do not have either the county license or the state license, or in some cases both. So we are actively pursuing a number of those cases.
Right. And I think I asked former Administrator Brown, and you and I have talked about this, about having a code enforcement officer strictly to do vacation rentals that hopefully get into it's coming in the budget, I hope at least.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's where I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think we need to get contact. That'll definitely help. We need to allow these individuals to work on weekends and work nights when they need to, and to police just the vacation rentals. I mean, we've got 200 plus. We're going to have more. We're going to continue to get more. It's a big business. The state knows it's a big business because they tinker with it every year. They do something to try to get additional revenue or make it easier or something like that. I mean, we're actually fortunate. If you lived over in the Clearwater area, you look at a map that's on the coastline over there, it's all vacation rentals pretty much. There might be a house in between or two, so they have a big issue. But Commissioner Fleischer, I agree with you that contact is definitely an important factor. And by doing this and getting the additional code enforcement officer and have them be able to work code enforcement on vacation rentals would be a big plus, because I see it big business. I see it's getting bigger and bigger every year with regards to that. My next question is, what's going to be staff recommendation, or is it too early to tell? What's staff recommendation on the fine increase? I mean, we can go up to 5,000 or something like that, but do y'all have a recommendation?
We don't have a schedule yet, but we would develop, based on the schedule that we have, a similar schedule, and we'd bring that back as a recommendation.
Okay, you bring it back with a recommendation for the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, all right. With that, I think it's all a component. I think the additional contact, the additional code enforcement officer, the additional fines could curtail this. Sure, there's going to be some people that don't care or could afford it. They don't care how much it is, but that's irrelevant. It's same with the speeding ticket. Some people just don't care. They'll pay it until they lose their license. And in this case, they'll pay it until they continue the recidivism, and also with regards to if they don't pay the fine, what's going to happen next. So those are my comments on that. Anybody, any further questions, comments?
Andy, when they register their vacation rental, are they given a fee schedule?
Yes, they are.
All right.
Like a violation menu?
Exactly.
All right. before that, I'll open it to the public unless we want to entertain a motion. I'll open it to the public. Do I have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I'll move to approve increasing the fine and adding the additional code enforcement to enforce it.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Moss, second by Commissioner Lohr. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Miles Conway, 2340 South Highway A1A. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Deja vu, 10 years later. Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, just going here. Excuse me. Been sitting here now for the last 4 hours, and I nearly fell out of my chair for 2 reasons. One, it's the first time in 10 or 12 years since I've been drawn into this politics that I actually agree with Commissioner Fleischer. And then at the same time, if that wasn't a 1-2 punch, it's the first time in 5 years that I actually agree with Commissioner Moss. So how do I reconcile the two? To bring your attention, and I think information and education, and then also experience, particularly for John. John, thank you very much for bringing this forward. But we have a situation here where you're putting the cart before the horse. And we're also getting into this numbers game again when you mention things like handful. And I'll repeat what I repeated before this committee 10 years ago in the planning and zoning. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We've gone through this numbers game before. Commissioner Fleischer just asked all of these tortured questions about this, that, and all the rest of it. But let's take it from the perspective. Let's just switch this around. Let's just let's instead of you looking at it from the outsider inside, let's look at it from the insider outside. And also to answer your question about 200 registered transient boarding houses, let me answer that question and get that out of the way right away. On Airbnb, VRBO, and all of the websites, there are over 650 advertisements for transient boarding houses in Indian Rental County. So the ratio is 3 to 1. We discuss this at Tallahassee every year because we get into the same thing. When we fight this. The residents of Indian River County go up to Tallahassee and fight this every year for the last 7 years. And we have the same discussion with them that we're going to have here. Okay? So let's take a look at one of the residents who's no longer a resident, and he's been sitting on the telephone here for the last 4 hours waiting to address you because he's up in Orlando. Dr. Thomas Gilman came before this committee on June 21st, 2016, and he wrote a letter and he also made a presentation. And he's written another letter to you today that I would like to enter into the clerk for the record. Because the situation is that Dr. Thomas Gilman, who bought his house 27 years ago in what is now known as the estate section, is no longer a resident of Indian River County. And what he's addressed to you today, and he's on the phone, is prepared to talk to you, is he says, "Dear County Commissioners, 7 years nearly to the day we wrote to you asking for your help, stating, once again, we are appealing to the county commissioners to enact rules, regulations, and ordinances to protect homeowners. If we lived in an ideal world, we would not have to do this, but unfortunately, some owners have no consideration for others in their neighborhood. Some have opted to rent their homes by the day and have no respect for their neighbors. I have been personally subjected to loud noise and abuse by the owners and renters of this daily vacation rental house next to me. There were 21 people renting the house at one time. The house advertises occupancy of up to 16 people. I personally do not think we should have daily rentals in residential neighborhoods at all, but in at least I hope we can have an ordinance controlling the number of people at one time and do away with outdoor speakers to hold them down for the noise. You commissioners can control these regulations and the way of life in our neighborhood. I know you would not like to put up with this in your neighborhood, neither do I. I hope you will maintain Vero Beach as a desirable place to live. That's what he wrote in 2016. He says, now, unfortunately, after being a taxpayer in the Indian River County and considering the South Beach our home away for home for 27 years, my wife Kathleen and I have decided enough is enough and have sold the home we put up so much effort into repairing hurricane after hurricane. The hurricanes are not what caused us to leave, but a force more destructive. The daily rentals you permitted into our front yards in 2013 and refused to control and hold accountable for breaking law after law year after year. We foolishly thought that Indian River County enforcement and our elected representatives would protect us from those who break the laws, because in Orange County they do, and if they do not, the county ombudsman fixes the problem very quickly. The straw that broke the camel's back was the last Code Enforcement Board meeting, where we drove all the way down from Orlando to give evidence as witnesses to our 6th report of parking violations, only to witness all the county employees involved failing to do their jobs and protecting our property rights and safety. As we are full-time retirees, we cannot continue to risk living in a lawless and dangerous community and are no longer residents of Indian River County after 27 years. Sincerely, Dr. Thomas Gilman, DDS, Mrs. Kathleen A. Gilman. Dr. Gilman is 80 years old. His wife is 76 years old. And they have left, and they have been my neighbors for the last 27 years, John. So, the situation that we have, sorry, I'm just having a little bit of difficulty here moving this. Okay, it's okay. So, putting the cart before the horse. I agree absolutely with Commissioner Fleischer. And I will use an analogy. When you are fighting a cancer, you do not increase the dosage of aspirin. I'll repeat that. When you are fighting a cancer, you do not increase the dosage of aspirin. Aspirin is not what is going to solve this problem. This is a cancer. Sheriff Flowers has already written to Mr. Sobczak on numerous occasions talking about nuisance houses. And he's made one request every single time: revoke the license. And there's a very simple solution to this, because the point that I'm making about putting the cart before the horse is I agree with Commissioner Fleischer. Absolutely, and I'm stunned to say it.
I am too.
I'm stunned to say that Commissioner and Fleischer are on the same side of this, because heretofore, don't forget, Commissioner Fleischer was one of the only representatives sitting up here today that was at this very hearing in 2012, June 2012, where he voted in favor of allowing rentals into our community. And Commissioner Fleischer has come along to the rental advisory committees. He's been here from day one, as I got dragged into this on day one. So we both know, and this is the first time we agree, you cannot increase the dosage of aspirin without increasing the quality of the practitioners enforcing the treatment. What has to happen is that the whole of code enforcement at the senior level needs to be re-looked at, and the potency of that group. In addition to that, going further down the line, the Code Enforcement Board, the whole procedure there and protocol needs to be reevaluated to the point of where you can have a Code Enforcement Board that a lot of other counties have adopted, namely just putting a magistrate in that knows the rules, knows the regulations, and adjudicates this from the perspective of a judge instead of having a Code Enforcement Board. Because the fine, as Commissioner Fleischer says, you can make it $100 a day, you can make it $500 a day. When you have transient boarding operators that are ripping off tourists and the public at $2,500 per day, and when you get a fine, they just pass it on to the renter again, it's a cost of doing business. It's not a deterrent. It's not a deterrent. The parking fines that we have here again today is when we drive up to the Capitol and we have to stay in hotels across the road from the Capitol to go and appear before House committees, is equivalent to those parking fees. You can pay $100, $200. It's a parking fee. It's a cost of doing business. It's not a deterrent. It's not a deterrent at all. So what you have to do is follow Sheriff Flowers' example. And you do have the authority to do this. 3 strikes and you're out. And this is what is in the state. Revoke the license. That's what you can do. Now, you don't have I don't believe you have the authority to revoke the license. But with the Sheriff Eric Flowers writing letters, Sheriff Darrell Lowe writing letters, John, you writing a letter up to the state and say that this particular transient boarding house is a nuisance, and you do it 3 times, that license will get revoked. And that fixes the problem on the spot. Now, getting back to these tortured questions that Commissioner Fleischer answered about how many is this localized to that, localized to that, that is not the issue at hand here. Let me put it in personal terms. Dr. Gilman and Mrs. Gilman are now gone. And this is consistent with what Commissioner Moss has just stated. That's irreparable. These people have been paying taxes for 27 years. 27 years, and now they've lost their home, away from home down here. Now let me give you another statistic. And I mentioned this before at the last time that we came here before. Dr. Lee Hoppy, an oncologist on the county line, another one of my neighbors. And they're not only my neighbors, they used to be on my board. I have lost now 5 board members. 5 board members in the estate section from this problem that has not been addressed. Dr. Lee Hoppy, right on the county line, she left for the very same reason. Just as I've got an image of Dr. Gilman, there's one of Dr. Hoppy, and I don't need to bring it up because I saw it when we had the last time, you saw that. Mr. and Mrs. Darrell Murphy, they were in Ocean Oaks West, gone. You asked me about Dr. Foreman, Commissioner Fleischer, last week. You said the last time we met over here. Tell him to hold fire. Tell him not to leave. And I conveyed your advice to Dr. Foreman. And he's on the line waiting if you want to talk to him as well. And I said to him, Walter, don't go, because when his next door neighbor, he's right on line 1 with Dr. Gilman. I said, don't go. Commissioner Fleischer said, hold fire. Dr. Gilman sold his house. Within a week, he had offers from transient boarding operators, these social parasites that come into our neighborhoods and just destroy the entire community that we've worked through, hurricane after hurricane after hurricane. And they started making offers to Dr. Gilman. Strawmen, not the owners themselves that were going to be there, putting up strawmen to go and take the metastasizing to the property. And what did Dr. Gilman and I do? We said, hell no. Hell no, we're not going to allow this to happen. So I took $1.5 million out of my back pocket, and Dr. Foreman took $1.5 million out of our back pocket, and we paid Dr. Gilman list. So every time I go before the Code Enforcement Board, the attorney that represents the person causing the entire problem, he makes the argument, oh, he doesn't even live in the neighborhood. Well, I live in the neighborhood now, and I own the property with him. That's what we have to do. This is what we have to resort to. We have to resort to buying properties now that we're never going to live in as a firewall against transient boarding houses. That's how desperate we're going to go. And that's quite consistent with agreeing with with Commissioner Moss. That's how bad it's got. So in conclusion, I agree with Commissioner Fleischer that raising the dosage of aspirin is not going to solve the problem. You've got to do this, John, in concert. And by way of getting first-hand experience, in a week's time, in this room, we're going to have another Code Enforcement Board hearing. John, I think it's essential that you sit over here with me and watch what goes on. Watch what goes on at this Code Enforcement Board. Commissioner Lowe, Sheriff Lowe, as the leader of the Law Enforcement Caucus, please come down and watch what goes on at the same time, because I think you need to do in situ inspections. You really have to see it from our perspective, down here and out there, not from up there. You will never get the same experience. The same thing, John. We've had, in the last 14 years, 5 commissioners, 2 sheriffs, and 25 deputies that have come down and taken the tour of what we're dealing. The last commissioner or the last chairman and county administrator that came down was 10 years ago. And this was done at the instruction of Commissioner Adams's mother, Chairman Fran Adams. She got your predecessor's predecessor to come down to our area, not for rentals at that time, for a developer that was cutting down bay oaks and burying with front-end loaders gopher turtle nests. We would like for you to come down and take the tour, an in situ inspection, a fact-finding, to give you an understanding of how prevalent this problem is, how widespread it is, because statistics are not faces. People are faces, and that's what you have to encounter. So with that in mind, I would like you to table this motion. I would like you to table this motion. Don't vote on this thing. Please come down, do site inspections, wait for this Code Enforcement Board hearing next week, and then next County Commissioner meeting, and we will also provide you additional information on our recommendation as the South Beach Property Owners Association on how to fix this, because raising fines on its own is not going to do the trick. Not going to do the trick. You've got to increase code enforcement, the senior management of code enforcement, staff code enforcement, and you've got to fix this problem at the Code Enforcement Board, because the frustration that Sheriff Lower would experience when a deputy catches somebody speeding on A1A at 100 miles an hour, and the fine is $200, and you get a lousy prosecutor going in and arguing the case, and then a judge throws it out. That's the comparable situation that we're dealing here with at the moment. The amount of the money is not the issue, it's the deterrent level. And the way to get rid of this is to file these complaints up in Tallahassee and revoke the license. That's going to fix the problem. That is going to be the deterrent. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I reserve the right to come back and redress anything that you might hear from the other side.
All right, let somebody else comment. Andy, can you elaborate on that? I mean, how does somebody's license get revoked?
Sorry, the question is?
How would code enforcement or county staff revoke a vacation rental license?
I mean, we renew the licenses every couple of years, so one option would be to not renew a license if it was a problem issue. From my perspective, there's a lot of unlicensed short-term vacation rentals up and running, fully rented out every day. I don't know that taking the license away is going to stop them from renting that property. I have a feeling they will continue to do that.
Yeah, but it's different. There's definitely have different powers on the unlicensed and licensed, right? They're supposed to all be licensed. That's a whole different ball when you come down on unlicensed ones, correct?
It is, yes. I mean, we obviously make them get the license, and we have a certain fee for the operating an unlicensed rental.
Good. All right, any further questions? I'll open it up to anybody else. Anybody else from the public want to speak? Welcome, your name and address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Barry Siegel, Office of Barry G. Siegel, PA, 3096 Cardinal Drive, Suite 2C, Vero Beach, Florida. First, I just want to address one thing a little bit historically, because again, actually I'm going to go back one further. Your code enforcement board is one of the finest code enforcement boards I've been in front of. They do a very thorough job. They are citizen volunteers. They are appointed by you thoughtfully, and they do an outstanding job. Your code enforcement leadership, your code enforcement officers are conscientious employees. It is possible that there is another problem in the system that derives complaints, that raises issues, that may be that cancer that is on your code, that affects your code enforcement officers and your code enforcement board. It is not your code enforcement officers. It is not your leadership in code enforcement. It is not your leadership in the community development. It is certainly not the members of your code enforcement board. That said, historically, there was never the opportunity for this board in its previous arrangement to eliminate short-term vacation rentals. You had that opportunity at the city of Vero Beach because you had that ordinance on the books prior to the preemption by the state of Florida. You never were given the opportunity as a board or your predecessors to eliminate it. What you did, conscientiously, is you enacted a number of measures to address what the concerns were of the public at that time. It was vetted. You held workshops. It was very thoroughly thought out. The biggest issues at the time were events. And I probably have to ask Andy better than you could ask me because I'm not exposed to it, but I'm not aware of the Code Enforcement Board having to deal with any event complaints since that was enacted. I personally, have, no privilege for those that are operating without a license. I mean, you need the state license, you need the local license. It does a number of things from a perspective of education, but it also does establish some minimum requirements for safety and for cohesiveness when you have those licenses. And so I have no issue if code enforcement wants to get more vigilant, and it's easy to do. They've got very impressive software. They just may not have the man hours to do it. But there is a very easy ability for the county to go after those that are operating without a license. But the issues that were dividing the neighborhoods, that were causing the concerns, I think have been drastically reduced. I would suspect that if you were to chart out the location and number of violations on some fancy chart that got darker in color as the number of violations increased, I suspect that the number of those violations would be very close in proximity to Dr. Conway's home. I think that there's a lot of what are repeat violations because he owns cameras on my client's property and goes back from time to time and says, oh, look, I can count cars parked in this driveway. And we're not talking about cars parked in the road blocking the right-of-way to his neighbors or his former neighbors. Now, welcome to the neighborhood. He's always a fine addition. But we're not talking about pictures of parties at these code enforcement hearings. We're not talking about cars that are in the road blocking the road or that are parked in the common area across the street from my client's home in these cases. We're talking about cars parked in my client's driveway. And from time to time, there may be more than the allowable 5. Now, you're allowed to have cars there that are delivery vehicles. It could be Uber. It could be someone from Domino's dropping off a pizza. One of the problems we have is that Dr. Conway does a media dump and 2 and 3 years later submits them to code enforcement and says, hey, on this date you can see this, on this date you can see that, and you have a number of issues. So from an enforcement perspective, if the idea is to cure the problem, as Commissioner Flesher suggests, the idea is to get immediate attention, education, interaction on the scene at the time. If the idea is to inflict pain, then the idea, and not cure the problem, but if the idea is to inflict pain, the idea is to store them up and then send them off to code enforcement en masse to have a hearing on years-old evidence. My client and all of my clients that have vacation rentals have very strict policies with their renters, and they have the means to collect against their renters' credit cards for violations of any of the rules that are in the home. But when they find out a year later that there's a violation, as opposed to a code enforcement officer saying, hey, we just got a call, we went and looked, and there's 5 cars, but you go down there and get with your tenants now, that's how we fix the problem. Are you trying to fix the problem, or are you trying to inflict pain? And that is the Conway model to this situation, and unfortunately, increased fines is only a means of inflicting pain. It is not a means of solving this problem. And to be honest with you, this problem doesn't really exist. I'm sure there are times when there are more than 6 cars parked in that driveway in the last 3 years. I've seen a picture or two. But do I see that as affecting affecting the sense of community in a neighborhood? No, that is not the problem. The events were tearing communities apart. The excessive noise outside of homes was tearing communities apart. Those are issues that have been resolved by this board very effectively. Those are not problems that you have here today. You have problems that exist within a small cone around a certain person's home who, again, when he goes to visit his new investment property, I guess he will go down the road by my client's property. But to date prior to that, and to the extent that he's going to his own home, he is not driving by my client's property and affected by 6 cars in the driveway. He lives at a separate property outside of the subdivision. It is manifesting a problem, creating this monologue of doom and gloom that does not exist. Vacation rentals are not the problem. In fact, vacation rentals to this board really is a solution, and I'll tell you why. This county is taking great effort to expand Dodgertown successfully. Well done. It's an amazing project, and frankly, it has more visitors now than it ever did when the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Vero Beach Dodgers played games there. The county has spent numerous sums on tourism, and their tourism numbers here are astronomical. They are beyond anything we have ever seen in our lifetimes living here in Vero Beach. The number of beds that this county has does not come close to being able to handle the tourism that you have created. And that's not a problem. This is a cohesive manner of existence that allows this to take place. We have weddings, we have bar mitzvahs, we have birthdays, we have retirement and going off to hike Kilimanjaro parties, and we invite our friends and family to come in. And frankly, not all of them can afford to stay at the hotels that are here locally, or some of them want to stay together as a family unit, and that's who's staying in vacation rental homes. There was problems early on where they were turning into party houses, and your sheriff's department and the city of Vero Beach and the town of Indian River Shores shut those down faster than they do a fire. They are not a problem. You are not hearing about those issues as a board. You're not seeing those as a county. The city of Vero Beach code enforcement is not hearing those issues any longer. It's been resolved. But what you are hearing is that you've got families that are coming in to spend a week at Dodgertown that don't have to live in a hotel, that don't have to go out for every meal because they can have breakfast as a family or lunch or dinner in a home. And those are the people that are in these vacation rentals. And so we ask that you increase enforcement. There is no problem with that. In fact, what I would like to say is that code enforcement, who has been abundantly lenient, accepting citizen evidence, in the only time in the legal realm that I've ever heard done, is accepting cameras and pictures from cell phones and surveillance videos. And we're all unfortunately aware with AI and with software how easy it is to manipulate dates, images, cars, whatever you want to do, license plates, whatever you want to do. They've been accepting citizen evidence in a judicial function that should never take place. Your code enforcement should be instructed that if there's a complaint, and I think an on-call officer is ideal. If there's one that's dedicated just to vacation rentals, perfect. It's an excellent option. Those are the things that you need to do. When Commissioner Laura was a sheriff, if his options were to increase speeding fines or increase the number of officers on the streets with radar guns and lasers, he would take, I'm guessing, the latter every single time. The fines are nice, but they're window dressing, but they're not addressing the problem. If you want to address the problem that frankly doesn't exist, get more enforcement. Make it about curing the problem. Eliminate it, the purpose of inflicting pain and retribution on neighbors. This process, unfortunately, has probably, the process alone of allowing neighbor complaints to pervade the system has probably done more to destroy the sense of community that Commissioner Moss speaks of than the vacation rental itself. It creates all kinds of animosity. It creates all kinds of shame. I've never in my practice have seen a legal department in a county level make an affirmative decision to stop dealing with a citizen because of the treatment and the behavior. And you've seen it today, the treatment and the behavior that your code enforcement and your county planning staff have been targeted to. Possibly there is a cancer, and possibly the problem exists, but it isn't the vacation rentals. You do not have a problem here before you that you need to address by increasing fines on vacation rentals. Increase enforcement, make enforcement more viable, get the sheriff's department involved if you can, get code enforcement officers so that they can interdict, educate, and cure the problem. And that's the real solution to this situation. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, I'd like to reserve and I'd like to rebut.
Make it
Okay.
to the point, short and to the point. We need to move on, sir.
To the point. Okay. So first of all, to correct one of the issues, namely on the preemption. The city of Vero Beach and Indian River County in 2011 had exactly the same grandfather clause in place, that you considered any rental less than 30 days a commercial operation, and that was not to be in residential neighborhoods. City of Vero Beach had the same thing. The city of Vero Beach elected to enforce that and disallow any rentals in residential neighborhoods of less than 30 days. June 12th, 2012, at two special set meetings, one in June and one in July, you revoked that. So that corrects that erroneous issue straight away. Now, it's a common legal concept that when you're an attorney and the law is on your side, pound the law. When you're an attorney and the facts are on your side, pound the table. Or should I say, pound the facts. When the law and the facts are not on your side, pound the table. And that's what we've just heard. Pounding the table. Shoot the messenger. That everything is localized. We will, again, John, Commissioner Sheriff Lower, and you've taken the tour before. We've had a problem in Reef Road. We've renamed Rental Road. We had another physician that left the neighborhood for the very problems that we've reported. I'm the center of the universe in this because I'm president now 7 years running as the president of the South Beach Property Owners Association. A lot of the owners, and particularly the doctors that we had in Reef Road, were too frightened to make the complaints because their neighbors had physically threatened them, just as Dr. Gilman was presently threatened by the angel that was described to you previously. So I am the center of I am the eye of the needle, and therefore I am fabricating evidence, although every time we have an officer, and Sheriff Lower can verify this, the text messages are all available, and Sheriff Flowers can verify this, is that our first point of call is to call the deputy. But if Deputy Spooner is all the way out in the west side, the north side, they cannot make it. So what do? We place phone calls to Mr. Sobzak, and we leave voicemails. Other homeowners, like Mrs. Gilman, take the same photographs with the same iPhones, with the forensic software giving GPS locations. She's too frail at the moment and too frightened to lodge the complaint, so she gives it to her association president, namely me. So don't get gaslighted by we don't have a problem. The events problems still continue. The events problems still continue in that a crowd by a different name is still a crowd whether there's an event going on or not. We've heard this de minimis argument over and over and over again. Now, if you want an impartial, you've heard that side of the story, and you're hearing my side of the story, we've got the data and the evidence to prove it, both forensically and with various witnesses. For one violation for his client at the Code Enforcement Board, we had 7 witnesses. 7 witnesses, not just the person in front of you. Now, if you want an independent assessment of this, one of the most knowledgeable people one of the most knowledgeable people on this issue, is in this room today. And he was at, when we had the so-called vacation rental advisory committee, he was the vice chairman on this, and he's been there. So anytime you want to talk about what goes on with rentals and the deleterious effects, speak to Mr. Paladin, because he knows more about this than anybody else in this room besides the person sitting in front of you. And he doesn't gaslight. He knows the problem, he's worked the problem, and he has seen the problem. So don't get yourself gaslighted that there's no problem. Of course, you can sweep it under the rug. The problem is not going to go away. It is a systemic problem. And then, of course, Indian River County is immune. They are the outliers. We've got this problem all over the state. Every time we go up to Tallahassee, there's a Conway that's talking before the committee. There's a Paladin talking before their House and Senate committees. We've been doing this for 7 years. But if you listen to the legal gaslighting there, oh, we're unique. We're atypical. This is a cancer that's as rare as its own. It's a cancer that doesn't metastasize and kill the patient because it is special, because his neighbor is an angel. Don't be gaslighted and don't be fooled. Get Mr. Paladin up there. And John, come down. Sheriff Lower, come down. Mrs. Adams, come down. And we'll take you to the various neighborhoods that's unlike the big black blob that he is referring to. Don't be gaslighted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Oh, there you go.
Seeing as how my name was mentioned, I'll stand up. Unlike Dr. Conway in one aspect, I've disagreed with Commissioner Fletcher one time in 20 years. I've always agreed with Commissioner Fletcher. We've always been on the same side pretty much. And I would co-chair the Vacation Rental Committee for over a year that Mr. Solari put together. And that committee was hard work because there was a lot of rental people, a lot of real estate people on the committee, and there was a fight every week when we went down there and tried to put rules in place. But we wanted to put rules in place to make it right for the people that live there and protect the people that live there. And that's what we tried to do. And we brought back several suggestions to the county commission, and you all agreed with most of those suggestions we brought forward. And I agree with Commissioner Fletcher again. You know, you need to have a way to enforce what we do. If you can't enforce what we do is meaningless, totally meaningless. Enforcement is where it is all about. And as far as code enforcement, I've worked with code enforcement closely for years and years. And the code enforcement board we have now, I've always found them very good to work with.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes, you know, if their hands are tied, they can only do so much. But our code enforcement guys, Andy, Rebecca, all the code enforcement people I've worked with, and me, a developer, I can say that we've always had a good working relationship. We've always been able to work out the problems that occurred. But if their hands are tied and they're understaffed, you can't expect miracles from these people. So I think you need to listen to code enforcement, and you need to listen to Commissioner Fletcher's suggestions here today and what he said, and I agree with him. You need to be able to enforce whatever rules you put in place. And sometimes fines, like Dr. Conway said, cost of doing business. Cost of doing business. We did a lot of research on vacation rentals when I was on the board. And some of the income from vacation rentals, they bring in $400,000 or $500,000 a year. So it's like Commissioner Fletcher said, you know, if you're bringing in $400,000 or $500,000 a year and you get a $500 fine, who the hell cares? You don't really care. So you got to come together and figure out a way you can enforce the rules we tried to put in place, and we did put in place. We took a lot of time. We worked hours, and I worked a lot of hours with the different board members we had. But then again, you're up against, you know, real estate people, et cetera. So you got to listen to everybody. You know, they're all members of the community. And that's what we brought back to the county commission. And you guys voted and supported almost everything we brought back. And we tried to do what was best for the community in general. You know, because, you know, I've worked the Burt Harris Act on both sides for 20 years or longer. You got to look at it from both sides. And you come in, after the fact, like Commissioner Moss in the city of Vero, they're grandfathered in. They passed this stuff before it ever went up to the state level. They had it grandfathered in, so they're a winner. A lot of people really want to sort of annex into the city because they feel they're protected because they're grandfathered in. You can't go back after the horse left and change the rules. Now, see, I sit on maybe 12 different HOA boards that I'm president of. And a lot of those HOA boards, when I developed communities, we passed the rules and regulations with the HOA. You can only rent one time for a minimum of a year, et cetera, et cetera. And they sign those documents when they buy a home there. So it's all part of the law, all part of the record. But to go in afterwards, you can't do that. It's against the law. You just can't do that. But I think that what Commissioner Fletcher brought forward, I think what we all talked about, I think that Dr. Conway, agreeing with Commissioner Fletcher, which he did very seldom in the past, I can testify to, but I would also testify to it several times, maybe he should have agreed with Commissioner Fletcher, because I did. But I think we need to have that manpower and the reserves out there to enforce the rules and regulations. And I think just increasing the fines, that might be a part of the package, but I don't think that's going to solve the problem, like Commissioner Fletcher said, and several of you other commissioners agree with that. You need to be able to assess the problem. And code enforcement, I tell you what, they have the will to do it. They don't need me to stick up for them, but I'm sticking up for them. They have the will to do it. And they've worked with me to solve some problems that, should have wound up in a courtroom. It didn't have to, because we solved the problem. And that's what we want to do here in our community. We want to solve the problem. But I think you need the manpower to solve the problem. And if you don't have the manpower, you can put all the rules in place that you want. They ain't going to do a damn thing. If you put the rule in there and nobody's ever going to enforce it, who cares? And the rules we put into place was all based on home rule. We wanted to establish what the rules were in our community. We didn't want somebody up in Tallahassee telling us what the hell we're going to do in our community. I'm 100% supportive of home rule, and I think most of you commissioners are, and most of the people on staff are. Home rule. We want to rule what is our community ourselves. We don't want the state to tell us what we can and can't do. But you can't go in afterwards. You got to follow the law. If your hands are tied, you can't follow the law. And as far as, and it's like the attorney, Mr. Barry Sigel, said, who I know very well. When we first started this vacation rental committee, and I was actually Mr. Fletcher's appointment, we had the biggest problem we had was events. And we tried to put in rules and regulations, parking, noise regulations, because that's what we were trying to solve the problem for. I don't think it's as big a problem now as it was back then. I think it's a lot less problem than it was back then. Because we put in a lot of rules and regulations to address that problem. About licensing, about having inspections, about having to come up to a certain standard, parking so many cars in a driveway, all kind of stuff to address that. Noise ordinance, we even did that. So I think we've accomplished a lot. But I think that there's probably a lot more to accomplish. But I agree with Commissioner Fletcher once again, as I always have, is that I think we need to find a way to enforce these rules and regulations. And I think that's where our hands are tied. You can't throw it all on code enforcement. They got a lot of crap out there. And if the problem comes in and they don't have a code enforcement officer right then to address it, a week later, I mean, people are renting the property ain't in there. So how are you going to enforce it then? What are you going to do? The cars are gone. So maybe you need the extra help. You need to put on the extra people, code enforcement, sheriff's office. The sheriff's office has always been able to work with code enforcement. Code enforcement, sheriff's office, myself with the committee, we always work together. But when you don't have the manpower, you have a hard time trying to address it. So I think I have to support Commissioner Fletcher on this, that we have manpower. You need to really observe the manpower. If you all want to come down to the code enforcement meeting and sit, I'll be there and sit with you. But I think that there's a lot to be said on what's said today. And just increasing the fines, I don't think that's going to be the answer. So I think you really need to do a little more research on this before you decide if you're going to, because it sounds a lot better. Oh, it's $500 a day fine, or $1,000, or whatever. Yeah, that might help. But all in all, if you don't have the manpower to enforce it and to carry out the rules and regulations, it's probably a waste of time. Make you feel good, but I don't know if it's gonna solve the problem. That's my personal opinion, me being on that committee for over a year and being a part of this commission for over 20-some years. That's my opinion. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, any further questions or comments? I have a motion by Commissioner Moss and Dillon. Could you redo that, what was said, what the motion was?
As I understood it, it was a motion by Commissioner Moss, seconded by Commissioner Lohr. It was basically to approve staff recommendation, and then also add on top of that, adding additional code enforcement.
Mr. Moss, is that your motion?
Yes, that's correct. We're doing both, increasing fines and addressing code enforcement.
And for clarification, this is to bring something back to us for further, this is just to start the motion to do something.
Yes. Mhm.
Still holding a second?
Yes, sir.
And you know what, Mr. Chairman? It was pointed out, there was a lot of agreements of different parties all around, and I'm still stunned too, so I fell off my bike. But either way, this is another agreement where it's almost tabled, because this has to direct the county attorney to develop, correct?
I understood the motion was that the county attorney's office would be directed to draft an ordinance to bring back to the board.
Which would require 2 public hearings.
Actually, the item would require 1 public hearing, but I will note that it would require a supermajority, so it would have to pass with a minimum of 4 votes.
4 to 1. It's got to have 4 votes. So
that is correct.
Kind of is partially tabled for the time being anyway, if that's the case, even though it's moving forward. Correct?
Certainly,
perception.
there's a process by which the item gets
Perception.
brought back to the board
And
for.
we'll be able to debate and work it through.
Certainly, when if the board's vote today is to have the county attorney's office draft an ordinance and bring it back at that day that there's a public hearing, certainly there would be further debate and discussion at that meeting.
Just want to let everybody know it's 3 votes today, 4 votes next time.
That is correct.
Okay, just want to clear.
With that, I have a motion by Commissioner Moss, a second by Commissioner Lohr. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. So that motion, what were you?
That was, no, it's unanimous.
Okay,
Go forward.
4 to 1. I voted nay.
Fix it, we could,
5 vote.
He voted against
Oh, you voted down?
we could fix it later.
Okay, you were yay, nay, sir?
Yes, he was.
So it's 4 to 1, is that what?
Yeah, what I heard was a 4 to 1 with Commissioner Ehrman in opposition.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Motion passes 4 to 1, myself dissenting. All right. Moving on to the next item. This is under,
Could you clarify, we don't understand what you just did. Could you clarify the vote? We just don't understand.
Yeah, the motion was to adopt staff recommendation, which was to bring an ordinance back, increasing the fines on vacation rentals. And then second part of that motion also included adding additional code enforcement, but certainly be happy to hear clarification from anyone up on the board.
Mr. Rangel, enforcing the code enforcement, does that include the code enforcement board?
No, the concept is that the idea was that there'd be more code enforcement staffing and the like.
Which includes the code enforcement board.
No, there's nothing about code enforcement board as part of the motion.
no, nothing. No, this was strictly on the motion on vacation rental. Vacation rental code enforcement fines. So it was 4 to 1 on that. All right, moving on to departmental matters, we're under C, General Services. This will be 12C2 was moved from 8.4, the annual HUD grant renewals for continuum of care programs. Ms. Powell, you gonna handle this, or is this Mr. Zito?
What I articulated what it is.
So I think it was going to be for the FERDAP grant?
Yes.
Okay, not for HUD, correct?
Support pursuit of Florida Recreational Development Assistance Program.
I'd rather talk about that one.
Yep.
Okay.
No, this was 8.4, moved to 12. 8, yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Beth Powell, Acting General Services Director, and I'll put on my Parks and Recreation Director hat today. So we have some good news. We are working to prepare an application to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for their FERDAP grant, which is an annual grant. The grant itself has not been published yet. However, we typically see this grant proposal and RFP come out in the month of August, so we are ahead of the game. We wanted to work on our public meetings, public notice, et cetera, and get this information to you now so that we could have discussion about it. The Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program, again, provides annual funding up to $200,000. It does require a 50% match. The cycle we're anticipating right now would open on August 1st and close on August 31st. Board approval is a prerequisite for us to apply for the grant, and it basically shows that the county has the ability to complete the grant and is committed to the grant application prior to submission. Once funding is obtained, we'll have 3 years to complete the grant-funded projects. So you'll see a couple slides here. What we're proposing through this grant application is to take several of our capital improvement element projects for the Victor Hart Park Senior Complex, Community Complex, also known as Gifford Park, and to do some improvements, leveraging the funds that the board has already approved in the CIE with the $200,000 that we would anticipate applying for through FERDAP. So you can see here we have a replacement playground. That playground is scheduled for replacement in FY 25-26. We currently have $150,000 slated for that improvement. That's a large playground complex currently that serves both the younger preschool children as well as older children, and it gets a lot of use. And this is, just for clarification, this is a conceptual design provided by Dominica. It's not the actual playground that we have there now, although it is very similar. We would also propose to replace the Lundy Senior League actually to put a new Lundy Senior League scoreboard, and you can see the Wilson Chisholm Field scoreboard as an example there. This would be proposed in our FY 24-25 operating budget at $10,000. We are also proposing to include the Gifford Aquatic Center splash pad. Now, when we get into the meat and potatoes of the grant application, we may find that one of these elements or a couple of these elements aren't really fitting within the ranking and scoring criteria, so we could remove those and then submit another grant at another time or look for another funding source. So I just want to point that out to you, but for now we are anticipating including the splash pad replacement, and this again is a conceptual design. This is also funded in our FY 24-25 CIE. And then the big one would be replacing our slide at the Gifford Aquatic Center. As you can see, this is the actual photograph here of Gifford Aquatic Center. So you can see the splash pad here. You can see our lane swimming here and a zero entry pool here with this slide. And I will point out that my son, who is now 22 years old, learned to swim in this pool as well as enjoyed the splash pad when he was just a toddler. So I'm sure many other people in the community can attest to the benefit of having an aquatic center as well as the use and enjoyment over many, many, many different years.
I'm happy to answer any questions. I would like to point out there is a possibility to do a larger project if we could leverage additional grant funding. So staff is currently looking at researching other grant opportunities. We originally had asked for a slide which would not be connected to the pool, which would open up more lane use within the deeper end of the pool, as well as give us an opportunity to do some additional swim lessons, as well as utilize the deeper end of the pool more. That could potentially happen if we're able to identify more grant opportunities, but for now we're slated for $200,000 in the CIE for FY 24-25. Currently, the pool itself, the attendance is around 27,000 people per year. We have the open swim area, 5 lap lanes, and then the splash area, which could be utilized if the slide was put in a different location, as well as the spray deck or the splash pad, what's more commonly known as splash pad. It's opened year-round. It has heaters, pool covers, and also chillers, which cool the water to make swimming more enjoyable year-round. And this year, I would like to celebrate our Gifford Aquatic staff, as well as just generally Dave Smith for his leadership. We have over 3,900 children booked for camp attendance throughout this summer. So the pool is very busy throughout the year. Victor Hart Park is approximately 39 acres. It's open 365 days a year. I'd like to point out that our park staff do an amazing job, and they've done some improvements over the course of several years. And these you can see here, we completed the parking lot repaving. They also resurfaced the tennis and basketball courts. They replaced the parking lot lighting with LED lights, as well as football and baseball field LED lights around the parking area. They've replaced and done some enhancement projects to improve the aesthetics of the park, including taking down the metal guardrail and putting up single rail wood fencing, which looks very nice and it's very inviting. And we also included, we got the new flagpole up with the solar light at the Jackie Robinson Little League field. This morning, under the consent agenda, you approved a work order which will keep us moving forward on the restroom concession facility that's slated and currently in design. We worked with the engineer to complete a conceptual design, and that's going to be moving forward now with the approval of that work order. It's not included in this grant application cycle. We focused on our primary recreational elements so that we could maximize the funding that we request under the grant. We have a couple other improvements, including an exercise station replacement, ball field lights with LEDs, which is proposed in FY 26-27, and the construction of a press box for the football field, which is proposed in 27-28. So a lot of great improvements. We've been meeting with the Gifford Progressive Civic League, and also will be holding other public meetings as a requirement of the FERDAP application so that we can get input and hear our community needs and wants for the park. It's an actively used park, and we've worked with community development and public works on all of these plans, as well as doing currently a traffic study, which I don't think we have back yet, which will give us some better numbers as to how many vehicles are passing through the park. And that's all I have for you now. Today, we are asking for your support and asking for permission to apply for this particular grant cycle.
Commissioners, I'll go back and clarify at the beginning of this, I didn't read the correct one. This is support pursuit of the Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program grant for the Victor Hart Senior Enhancement Complex and Gifford Aquatic Center. I had much gravel, I read the wrong one. We're going to the next one after this one. We need to finish X and we go to Y. So,
Move approval.
questions of staff?
Got a motion and got a second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Motion from Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. The next one, which would be 12C, that was 12C2, 12C3, I believe. This is the annual HUD grant renewals for continuum of care programs.
Wait, no. I don't think we moved
That's right.
Z or X. The only one we needed to do were 8Y and 8AA, which we've both done.
8Y, we're doing 8Y now. That was 8.
No, that was AY.
No, that was, according to my thing, that's 8Y. This one.
I think because they had pulled something already at the beginning, and it was 10 whatever.
If I had it all, if it got changed, okay, well, then we're good? We don't need
We are-
to go
we
to
are
that?
good.
We don't need to go to that?
We're good.
Okay, 'cause then the email was incorrect. Maybe that's why thought I read the wrong one. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Ms. Powell. Great job as usual. All right, Commissioner, you need to take a break for a minute? Sure. Try to make it as close as you can to 5-minute break. We'll come back and start with Human Resources, reference to group insurance.
You'll be done by 7?
Yeah, it's something but.
Get back to business, and the question I just asked at the end had been straightened out. The hard copy was not changed, so we had already, 8Y, which I spoke of earlier, was approved under consent. It was 8X that had moved to Y. You know, this is like Horton Hears a Who, but that's okay. So 8 got moved to Y, so I was correct, so as long as I wasn't incorrect on that. All right, next we'll go to 12D, this Human Resources, 12D1, Group Insurance Recommendations for Plan Year 2023, 2024. Ms. Boyle, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Commissioners. Suzanne Boyle, Human Resources Director. The agenda item before you today is our group insurance recommendations for the upcoming plan year. And the agenda item was rather lengthy. I can tell you that my presentation will be short. Is this mouse working? Yes. Unfortunately, can you take it to the next slide? Thank you. Maybe it's a PowerPoint, or maybe it's a PDF. Okay, great. All right, so our group benefit offerings for Indian River County employees, we offer medical and pharmacy, dental, vision, life insurance, disability insurance, critical illness and accident policies, flexible spending accounts, health advocacy, employee assistance program, elective surgery through Surgery Plus, and diabetes management. Next one. Our medical and pharmacy plan performance, I have good news for you. The plan is performing well. Through March of 2023, the rolling 12-month loss ratio has been 87.3% for both the silver and the gold plans. What that means is if it was 100%, we would be spending 100% of what we budgeted and put in for funding, but we're below that, so that's good news. Our health fund balance as of March 31st, 2023 is over $21 million, and we are not recommending any additional increase in funding this year. So what that means is the county's contribution and the employees' contributions will remain the same. There is no change. So that is very good news. One of the reasons for that, I believe, is this Surgery Plus program that we implemented 22 months ago. I wanted to provide you an update. I made a commitment that I would provide you that update when we implemented this program. So we've had 42 procedures that have been under this Surgery Plus program, and the procedure savings is over $1 million. If you compare what the total managed carrier spend would have been for those procedures, under the average, national average for what the cost running through a group insurance would be. So we're pretty pleased with that number, and it appears to have had a positive result to our overall plan performance. Next. Currently, the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners pays for some employee benefits. We pay the majority towards the single coverage for the silver plan. We pay 98% of that, and the employees pay 2%. They pay $15 a month. For family coverage, the county pays 84%, and the employee pays $207.50 a month. Under the gold plan, that's a buy-up option. The county covers 86% of the premium cost, and the employee pays $110 a month. And for family coverage, the county pays 73% under that buy-up option, and the employee pays $400 a month. So those are really competitive premiums for single and family coverage under either one of these plans. We also provide employee assistance to our employees. There is a slight increase that the county will incur. The rate is moving up to $1.73 monthly per employee. And we also added a couple years, you may remember, a health advocacy benefit. And that benefit is through our employee assistance program, but it's additional level of support when people are having complex medical issues and they need to get in with a specialist or transfer medical records or have a claims issue that they're having some challenges with. This health advocacy program helps support that employee through that process and provides a higher level service to help those employees navigate through those waters. That rate is also increasing by 5 cents a month to $1.25 a month. And then, of course, we provide basic life insurance at 100%. The average cost is about $15 per month based on a $60,000 annual salary for employees. And that is a 1 times your annual salary up to a $200,000 benefit. So, under this year's group insurance recommendation, I am asking that we consider adding additional employer-paid benefits. Those benefits are for dental insurance, vision insurance, and long-term disability insurance. And my reasoning for that is so that we can have a really solid offer, benefit package to offer our employees when they come to work for Indian River County. So for recruitment and retention, and also as a benefit to our existing employees who have been on the team. The cost of this insurance, the additional insurances on a monthly basis would be about $40 extra a month. And then I think on the next slide, go to the following slide. Okay, actually 2 more, please. Move forward, move forward, move forward. Okay, thank you so much, Kim. The total funding impact for these changes for the Board of County Commissioners would be increased benefits for 964 full-time positions at a total cost of $489,534 annually. And then if you'll back up 1 slide. And another change that I'm looking for is that we self-fund our dental program. Tied to offering the dental insurance for our employees, we would be self-funding our dental program so that we could better manage the dental plan performance just like we're managing the health plan today. We wouldn't be sending the premiums to a carrier. We'd be depositing them in our insurance fund, and we would be paying claims as they are incurred. And in the good years, we'd be holding the monies rather than somebody making a profit off of our good years. And that would assist us in mitigating future rate increases. Then we would pay a $4 per employee per month administrative fee to the carrier. Our current carrier is Emeritus. We're very pleased with them, and we do not recommend making any changes at this time. And they would continue providing administrative fees, processing the claims, and then they would simply come and look to us for payment of those claims when they are incurred. We would be assuming a little bit of a risk, but that risk is limited under the dental plan to either $1,000 under the low plan or $1,500 under the high plan as an annual benefit to the insured members on each one of those plans. And then if we want to move forward one more time, do you have any questions for me?
Commissioners, any questions of staff? Mr. Fleischer? Turn on your mic, sir. No.
If approved today, when will this take effect?
It will be effective with the October 1 plan year for our benefits.
October 1.
Yes.
I think it's a tremendous recruitment and retention addition, as other jurisdictions are doing certain packaging in the benefit arena as opposed to the salary arena. And I think that it will be aside from just the direct benefit, it will also be a great enhancement and be well talked about too. And I believe that we might see a change in the motion, not this motion, in the motion of recruitment and retention.
Yes,
So,
we're very excited about this.
then,
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair, move staff recommendation.
Motion to approve, sir?
Yes.
Second, or whoever's, nobody did, I will.
So this is the third year in a row we haven't raised the insurance in, correct?
Yes, it is.
That's awesome. That's great. And I agree with Commissioner Fleischer, definitely going to help recruitment possibilities, I think, and it needs to make it a better overall for our employees' health and
Yes.
stuff like that. So I think that's great. All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Adams. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, now we're moving on to Public Works. 12G1, award of bid number 2023016, 66th Avenue from 69th Street to County Road 510, 85th Street, Indian River County 150SB, FDOT FM 436379254001. Mr. Sparka.
Commissioners, Rich Barrica, Public Works Director. So what we have before you today is the last phase of 66th Avenue for going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. This is part of the county's strategic widening of 66th Avenue from State Road 60 all the way up to County Road 510. And eventually County Road 510 will be 4-lane with under DOT's guidance between US 1 and 512. Giving us a really good corridor for evacuation routes and safety purposes. With that, we had a bid opening for 66th Avenue from 69th to 85th, and on April 5th, and we had 3 bidders. Low bidder was Tim Rose Contracting at $19,478,000. Gettler Brothers was number 2 at $20,782,000. And Ranger Construction was number 3 at $23,762,000. After we received the bids, we vetted the bids, and we found that Tim Rose Contracting was the lowest and most qualified bidder. DOT has funded, well.
Most responsive?
Responsive.
Responsible. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I'll put that on the record. It was the lowest responsible bidder. Thank you.
Qualifications also come into that, Counselor, but we'll go with yours. So with that, per the TRIP grant with Florida Department of Transportation, the county must fund the project and then request reimbursement for the grant in the amount of $7 million for the total cost of the project. Funding for the project is budgeted in the capital improvement element over the next 2 years. Staff recommends the board approve award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Timothy Rose Contracting, in the amount of $19,478,967.53. Staff further recommends the board approve the sample agreement and authorize the chairman to execute said agreement after review and approval by both the agreement and required construction bond by the county attorney's office as to form and legal sufficiency, and receipt and approval of the required insurance by the risk manager. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions, staff? Rich, how quick can this start?
So if board acts favorably on this, we will need to get the contract signed from Tim Rose Contracting. Usually takes 4 weeks or so. Once Jennifer gets it over to the contractor, we'll get it back. Once we get that and we vet it through and we have all the insurance, then we'll talk to the contractor and we'll issue notice to proceed as soon as we can. You're probably, the whole process usually takes anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks.
So this can actually, this project can actually start while the other third is still going on? the other-
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
That was
You don't have
the-
to wait till that's finished to start this one?
No, sir. So the intent was to have them both moving at the same time. Due to funding and the way DOT, we approached DOT for funding, they lagged about 18 months behind each other. The nice thing about this is the second phase, which is under construction, they've moved traffic onto the new section of roadway. And the old section of roadway in the third phase will stay under operation, which allows the 2-lane traffic to just keep on going like it was, and you won't even see we were there until we move traffic over. So it works out well for traffic flow, for the fact of we don't have to close the road, we don't have to neck it down to a single lane, it stays open at the whole time.
So this is not going to roughly impact the 5 o'clock traffic at 510 and 66 any more than it already is?
Not any more than it already is,
Okay.
barring some issue where we have to cross the road at night or something with the drainage for the first phase on the west side of the road.
Yeah, great. And next, I can't wait to see those massive pine trees, how they start taking those down. And then, of course, the oak trees are going to have to go too.
I know,
He
but
says.
I was promised new ones to be planted. I remember that.
On the
We'll be
left,
gentle.
left
On
hand
the
side.
record.
We'll be gentle when we take them down.
So, that's all I have, thanks. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, just, so, again, I was part of Phase 1. It's nice that we're at the end of the road now. When
Good one.
we get, da-da-dum. But when we get there, we also have FDOT's project at 510. So who's going to create the creativity is what type of relationship is going to be established to get the traffic in and out of Sebastian as this is going forward?
Well, this project will start 350 feet south of.
South.
Will not impact the intersection of 66 Avenue and 510. It's only when DOT comes through and does the intersection that they will work on that. And yes, there will be, right now, there's a proposed roundabout.
It's going to have to be a lot of creativity. Thank you.
Do you think you'll still be working on this project at the same time the DOT gets, because they're starting by the high school first, correct?
Right now, there's 4 phases. There's the high school from 512 down to 89th Street. There's 89th Street around the corner to 82nd. There's 82nd to 58th.
Right.
Oh, no, they broke it up. 82nd to 70th, and 70th to 58th, and now we have a PD&E that's working on from 58th basically to the east side of US 1.
So do you think y'all will meet at the same time there at 510 or no?
No, sir. We'll be done before, we'll be done
Tim
before.
Rose will be out of there.
It all depends on funding.
Okay.
You know, you're talking almost $150 million worth of roadway work on 510 alone. And DOT's been really good about funding and working with us to get federal funds. And let's also remember that we're hoping that they'll be taking over 510 as a state road all the way from A1A to I-95, and that even opens up even more funding available for the roadway. It could go quicker, but I would not anticipate that the intersection of 66th Avenue and 510 will be there at the same time as we're finishing up phase 3.
Yeah, he'll be out.
So I was wondering how, what he was saying.
Mr. Chair?
Any
Motion
further
to
questions?
approve.
So moved.
So moved.
Have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Lohr. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Rich. All right, 12G2, Sector 7, Beach and Dune Restoration Project Update. Mr. Cherish, welcome.
Good afternoon, Eric Cherish, Natural Resource Manager. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here with an update on the Sector 7 Beach and Dune Restoration Project. Only a few slides with it. This just is a kind of a reminder as to where we were about a month ago, back on May 2nd, actually. What I'm doing today is I'm bringing before the board an update as to where we are with the Sector 7 project. Basically, after meeting on May 2nd, when I had provided the board an update as to the number of easements where we were at in the process, we did discuss several different options that were presented by the staff, as well as one option that was presented by the Beach and Shores Preservation Advisory Committee. The board decided to accept the Beach and Shores Preservation Advisory Committee's recommendation, which was amended option number 3. The board voted 3-2 to accept that recommendation. This is the recommendation. A summary of it is basically to say that the Sector 7 project would be deemed not constructible based on a lack of sufficient easements to move the project forward. There was additional wording beyond that, but at that point there, the board did add a caveat to that statement, basically saying that they were going to afford a Sector 7 stakeholder an additional 30 days to try a one last-ditch effort to obtain the easements where county staff had been unable to obtain those easements. I'm going to flip through to the next slide. Okay, I'm sorry. So that board approved the option number 3, and again, with that 30-day extension. That 30-day extension was issued on May 2nd, which then has now lapsed on June 2nd. During that time frame, no additional easements were received by the county under that stakeholders' effort to get us the additional easements. The next slide just kind of shows where we are today. There has been no change since the last time I brought this to you people in May. We are now at June with that same 67% granted easements, with 1% still in process. So we would say we have about 68% easements. We were targeting 90. We are still short of that. Just to kind of show it on a map as to where we are with all the properties in here. Once again, the green are granted easements, the red are the denied easements, yellows are pending a response one way or another, and the blue towards the top is an in-process easement. So it just has not been recorded yet. So again, nothing has changed since May. So at this point here, just to kind of come full circle, where we are at is with the project to date, we've spent about $700,000 in the permitting process, permitting and pre-construction, initial pre-construction efforts that were taken with regards to when we were going to go to construction back in 2020 before we actually had to postpone it the first time. So we are at about $700,000 in expenses. There is funding that we did discuss in our May 2nd presentation. Funding had been made available for the Sector 7 project. It was made available from FEMA under 3 separate project worksheets, as well as through a grant from the DEP. This grant from the DEP was administered, or is administered through the LGFR, the local government funding request side of the house, but has nothing to do with an LGFR application. It was awarded to the county separate from any kind of LGFR. As we are aware, we cannot apply for an LGFR grant for Sector 7 based on the lack of public access. So we have that funding from the DEP. In addition to this, you do see that we did receive insurance proceeds to the tune of about $1.37 million. Out of all the funding you see up there, the only revenue that has been received by the county is the insurance funds. Moving forward to where we are at the process, as the board did direct staff to move forward with amended option number 3 back in May. Granted, we have the 30-day extension for that individual stakeholder to get his last-ditch attempt to get additional easements. We're at the point now where that 30 days has lapsed, and the amended option 3 at this point would be to cancel the project, the current project as it has been designed. So I'm coming before you at this point here, requesting approval for staff to implement the amended option 3 back from May, which is to cancel the current project. Notify the funding agencies, and potentially seek a reallocation of funds to other sectors. Again, that does come with risks that the funds may not be able to be reallocated. We also run the risk that the insurance funds received for Sector 7 may need to be reallocated to the other 2 sectors. Again, these are mays, we don't know, but again, these questions have not been, posed to the agencies at this point here, based on the fact that we needed to get direction from the board that we were gonna cancel the project, after the end of the 30-day lapse. That's pretty much what I have for the Sector 7 project to bring us up to date. This was presented yesterday to the Beach and Shores Preservation Advisory Committee. We had a regularly scheduled meeting, which did take place yesterday on the 19th, and staff did provide them an update as to what our intent was to come before the board today, acting on the amended option 3, which was approved back on May 2nd.
Commissioners, any questions of staff? Well, for me, this has been definitely a trial by fire with regards to Sector 7, try to get the easements done. And we got a few, but we didn't get enough. Some of the reasons given, and even Mr. Demuth in his email to me about this expressed some of the reasons which I find completely bizarre, that you wouldn't want sand on your homestead, on the backside to increase your property value. Some people feared it would hurt their resale or their sale of the house. I don't know how that does, but it's not for me to decide. We respect their private rights to do this, to whatever they choose, and if that's so be it. It was regards to not signing the easements for various reasons, whether it was the perpetual language or just or something like that, then that's fine. But I think we need to move on from this. We need to go and do the projects that we can do and the people that want to do it. Sector 4, as we all know, we've discussed that. It definitely needs some help. We had Senator Graw and other people be in contact with Director Hamilton at the DEP to try to get sand and stuff up there and do dune projects up in the Indian River Shores area, which are greatly needed. So I'm for definitely closing the books on Sector 7 until the next storm comes around and it gets redeemed or whatever it gets deemed. But taking the funds, no guarantee with this, but at least asking that we reallocate that money for Sector 7 either into sprinkle it amongst the other 6 sectors if need be, or ask directly for Sector 4 money, which would be my preference first. And if they don't like Sector 4, then can we sprinkle it amongst the, sectors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 if needed. That would be my recommendation. That's what we do. But I would ask the board to ask staff to work on that and see what we can do with the DEP to get some of their money and sprinkle it amongst the other sectors or Sector 4.
I agree with that, and I'll make a motion that that the funding for Sector 7 be canceled as such, and that the request be made that funding be reallocated for Sector 4 to the appropriate parties, and if denied for Sector 4, then it be dispersed to all sectors.
I'll second that motion. Any further questions or comments? I have a motion by Commissioner Moss, seconded by I'm sorry? You want to speak? Sorry, anyone want to speak on the motion? More than welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I just ask a question before I address the motion? The $700,000 that was spent, is that money down the drain, or do you recover it somewhere?
Can I?
Yeah, sorry, Rich.
Yeah. Out of that money that's been spent, a significant portion of that was for the design and permitting. That permit is still valid. That permit will be valid. It's a 15-year permit, so I believe we have another 11 years on that permit. So those funds are not lost by any means. That is a valid permit. We did go through the first year of a pre-construction monitoring, which would have let us go to construction in the November 2020 timeframe. Those pre-construction expenses did not lead to construction, so that pre-construction effort was pretty much all for naught at this point. So there is some funding that had been spent that will not be able to be used for a current project. So as far as the funding with the $700,000 and the expenses, again, that's going to lead into what the insurance, what we're dictated the terms from the insurance as to how much of that needs to go towards, whether we can put that insurance money towards that $700,000, whether if they say no, and if we would approach the DEP with that $300,000 grant to see if they'd be able to use that, as that grant was for design and permitting, as far as that goes. So there are some answers I don't have for you at this point, but like I say, the permit we do have is valid for another 11 years.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, you asked the question, you didn't understand why the homeowners didn't want to take up your offer, and I think I'd like to try and, yes, please, if you'd go ahead. Okay. If you'd like, so if ever this comes up again, we learn from our mistakes. So on February the 13th, if you recall, we sent you a 15-page dossier that we had compiled, all of the reasons why our members were reluctant to sign the easement. If you remember, we went through the list about the legal protections, etc., and the preeminent item that the reason that they didn't sign is because they did not feel comfortable with the legal agreement as it was presented. So if you recall what we did, and incidentally, one of the owners that was on the board that your self-appointed raconteur that went around with his personal touch thought was an influencer, just happened to be my vice president, Mrs. Cheryl Gersner. So Mrs. Gersner and the other 27 people that you were trying to target received a letter from us on March 1st, 2023, which is essentially a summary of the 13-page dossier that I sent to you, and I believe I sent it to everybody. And in that dossier, I said, in the second paragraph, I said, "Dear fellow South Beach oceanfront property owner," and I went into the description of what the county was proposing. In the second paragraph, I said, "Joe," meaning you, Mr. Chairman, "a likable and hail fellow, well-met chap, openly states in the letter that the previous version of the transfer document was an explicit perpetual grant of easement and right-of-way in the fresh version, and in the fresh version, he is silent on this critical duration aspect of the grant. Unfortunately, the silence is deafening." So both versions of the agreement, the one was an explicit perpetual easement, and the second one, the refreshed version, was an implicit perpetual easement. These were not temporary. So the legal document was dead on arrival right from the start because of the way it was written. What we have said in the last paragraph, and we went into all the details, Indian River County has remained silent on the legal and other problems raised in the dossier. But again, the legal and monetary risk silence is deafening. They were concerned about the legal liability of somebody getting hurt on their property, and there was no indemnification from the county if that happened. Granted, it was remote, but granted, it was also tangible. And then we stepped in, because after all, we're the organization that's been the watchdog there and the civic volunteers for the last 32 years. We stepped in and we said, "The SBPOA stands ready to meet in person to provide you with paper and electronic versions of the dossier and court judgments, and also consult with our members who have already been rejected this fresh version, as it effectively is the same old version previously sent to you." And that went out on March the 1st in 2023. Then we came before this board, and we warned Rich, and we warned his boss over there, "You're wasting your time with this, because these issues have not been resolved," but you persisted with this. You went out and the explanation that was given from that podium there was, oh, there was no personal touch. We were personally in touch with these people all along. And we were telling you they're not interested in this because they feel legally exposed. The legal document you want them to sign is threatening and defective. So after that meeting, we sent out a second letter to our constituents, to our members, on May the 4th, 2023. And we said, since our last letter to you on March 1st, 2023 attached, 27 of your fellow owners have rightly resisted the county's attempt to turn the front of your property into a perpetual construction site or unknown usage without compensation and without protection or indemnification from liability injury lawsuits. And then in the third paragraph, we said to you, please be on guard. Okay, we also said, so far you have received 2 official letters from the county requesting you sign away your property rights to the front area of your property, but now there may be a potential of a non-county individual or individuals emailing, phoning, or showing up at your front door to pressure you into signing this perpetual easement. Please be on your guard as to this event and request proper credentials from any individuals claiming to be part of any civic association or entity representing the interests of the South Beach property owners. As you know, the South Beach Property Owners Association, SBPOA, has been the de facto and de jure civic watchdog of the South Beach since 1992, 31 years now, and will continue to serve. In this light, please find attached the following credentials of the SBPOA, which in the event of an unknown party showing up your front door claiming to represent you, should be able to produce. Non-profit incorporation and register with the Florida Department of State since 1992, which can be verified online at registration number, etc. So this was the document that we were referring to. So the credential that we have, the South Beach Property Owners Association, is registered with the state of Florida since 1992 as a non-profit watchdog organization.
Dr. Conway, what's your point on what we're talking about?
I'll get to the point. I'll get
Please.
to the point, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, so the next document is the annual reports that we filed. The next document is our IRS certification. The next document is our code of ethics. The next card is our articles of association, and finally is our liability insurance and a number. So the point that I'm trying to make is the next time you want to come down to the South Beach and you want to get cooperation from the South Beach, come to the de facto representatives of that area, the watchdog community that knows these people, has been representing these people, takes abuse from this on the rental issues and other issues as the watchdog and the civic volunteer organization. That's the lesson to be learnt on this. Don't send out rookies, and the word that was used there, a stakeholder. A person that's been in this neighborhood for 3 years, is nowhere near the ocean, is hardly classified as a stake owner. Come to the right people and you may be successful next time. That's the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment?
Good afternoon. James Harpring, Town Manager, Indian River Shores. Thank you, Commissioner Mr. Reingold, Mr. Kanich. I will depart from precedent from all the previous speakers today, and I'll be brief. First, I'd just like to ask for that very focused consideration. We, on the funding transfers, we recognize that DEP and FEMA funding may be constrained because of the critical erosion designation, which we continue to work on, and thank everyone for that. That notwithstanding, we still are aware of some of the historical funding allocations that the county, I don't believe, has either received or dispersed. The $4 million, I think that was in late 2022, and then of course the allocations in the general appropriations budget of this year. And we just greatly appreciate you still working for the county residents in Sector 4 in that regard. And as I noted, there are probably going to be constraints on DEP and FEMA funding transfers based on some of the information that I've been looking at, just to be candid. because of the designation of critical erosion not being there. However, to the extent that you can look at any insurance funding, any other funding that you have to try to keep on track for the chair's, I guess, comments and statements at previous meetings about wanting to try to get the Sector 4 piece, started in the, in the fall when we're able to. So with that, I just greatly appreciate your efforts and your time and your service today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to comment? Seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Moss, seconded by myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, 12G3, Indian River County Lagoon Management Plan. Okay, let me start over. 12G3, Indian River County Lagoon Management Plan Project List. Mr. Charist, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Eric Charis, Natural Resource Manager. I'm here today to give an update on the Lagoon Management Plan and specifically a project list. This item was one that we had discussed recently back in April with regards to approval of the outline at that point. Staff has been moving forward diligently on, creating a document from that outline, so we are moving that forward. But we did want to bring before the board an example list or a current list of current, potential, and potentially future projects that may be able to be used to seek funding. We are aware of the funding, the legislative funding allocations that have been made under Executive Order 23-06, I believe it is. There has been $100 million that has been allocated to fund Indian River Lagoon projects. That's supposedly an annual allocation, and we did want to come before the board to show that we are positioning the county and a lot of the county's projects in a good spot to request that funding. I think that was kind of, when we had this meeting in April, we did not present that information to you. So I kind of wanted to at least take a little bit of time to reassure that the county that we do have projects that are looking for funding, and we will position ourselves to, when that funding becomes available, position ourselves to have our asks and our grant requests in line. So kind of to tie in with that, one of the little bit of a background on some of the county's lagoon improvement efforts, just to kind of come full circle. The county has been proactive at improving the health of the lagoon for quite some time. Our efforts definitely predate the state's BMAP and TMDL programs. We've got, efforts that, are in the early 2000s when the BMAP and the TMDL programs just came to light within the state in 2009, with required reductions only taking place within the Central Indian River Lagoon BMAP in 2021. So the county has been very proactive in that. We've got numerous projects that we report to the state on an annual basis. It's included in their statewide annual reports that does identify the reductions and the recognized reductions that the county has. We are expecting those numbers to go up a bit, as we are in the process right now of doing an arc inlet model, which will give us credit for some of the county's previous septic to sewer projects. Right now, the state requires that we utilize that model in order to get credits. We were using documented information to apply for grants on some of those projects. They were fine with that, but in order to get recognized credits, we are doing the model. So again, right now, we just to kind of show we are been proactive in the county's efforts. To date, the county's efforts have removed approximately 72,000 pounds annually of nitrogen and 13,000 pounds of phosphorus annually from the waters leading to the lagoon. Those are extremely large numbers, and again, we do expect them to go up a little bit with the current arc inlet modeling effort, but those are very large numbers. Within the Indian River County, we have two basins, if you would, for the BMAP, B and SEB, and Indian River County's reductions make up a significant portion of all the reductions that are being seen within those two basins. We represent about 43% of the total nitrogen reductions and about 28% of the total phosphorus reductions. And again, that's coming from the DEP's STAR report. That STAR report is the 2022, so it is based on 2021 data. We expect the 2022 data to be coming out about the end of this month. So I can update these numbers, but that's where we stood at the end of 2021. So kind of putting it in a graphical image here, what this is really to show is we have a targeted reduction that is required of the county. By 2035, we are to meet 100% of our required BMAP which is a total nitrogen and total phosphorus reduction goals. This blue line is that goal. I wouldn't focus too much on it. At this point, we do continue to make every effort to remove nitrogen and phosphorus, and we are still pursuing projects, but also that number has changed several times from the department, and they are still undergoing a further refinement effort right now. When they changed their models that give these numbers, they switched from a PLASM model to a SWIL model. It significantly changed the county's allocations and reductions. We have since been working with the department to provide them data from this county to be used in their modeling efforts. So we expect to see some change in that. The important part that I recognize here would be the orange bars. The orange bars represents the county's reductions. So you can see within our basin here, the county is by far one of the leading reducers of nitrogen within the basin here. Same is going to go for phosphorus. Obviously, the scale changes a little bit. But again, focusing on the orange bar there, we are we have done a lot of efforts. The required reductions didn't come into play until 2021. And by 2025, we are to be at 35% of the required reduction goal, and the county already meets or exceeds that target. So it's not stopping us. We are still pursuing additional projects. I'm just kind of letting people know that we are in fairly decent shape with regards to the projects that have been completed so far. Out of those projects that have been completed so far, and even some of the future ones, a lot of wording on this page. A lot of them do show projects that we're familiar with. They may have been brought before the board previously. We have several different departments that are taking efforts into this, being the Utilities Department, the Stormwater Department, coastal projects, as well as conservation projects. So again, this is just kind of a summary list of some of the projects to date that factor into some of our numbers, as well as habitat enhancement projects. Just kind of a few pictures here showing some of the efforts here. Ranges all the way down from citizen engagement and education up to infrastructure projects with septic to sewer, to again some habitat enhancement projects and exotic removals. Everything will benefit the lagoon, and again, this is just a kind of a example of some of the projects that do benefit. Also, funding has been sought and received through multiple sources to date. The county has been, again, proactive in seeking funding for these projects, and we continue to do so. Even in lieu of the $100 million, there is still funding that we do look at when we have a project. We do reach out to the different agencies and see if we can fit some of our projects into the funding. It's a lot better now with $100 million. It's going to be allocated to specifically the Indian River Lagoon, but we still reach out to other agencies for funding efforts as well. We've developed this project plan list to identify lagoon improvement projects and give staff an idea as to really what we're looking at when we start looking for future projects as well as funding sources. When we do look at the projects, we identify the key factors in which prospective projects would benefit. I'm going to kind of show you that in the next slide here. This slide here, just as an example of some of the funding partnerships, our recently completed Moorhead Marsh site. We have yet to do a grand opening to it, but construction is now complete. We are actually treating about 10 million gallons a day of water through that site. You'll see that we did receive outside funding for construction of that. We have $650,000 that came from the DEP, as well as $1.25 million that has come from St. John's. Just to kind of show some of the projects and some of the funding that we've done. Again, the project list has been created to highlight many of the county's current projects, future projects, as well as show a list of future projects for funding sources. It is a live document. This list will be incorporated into the county's lagoon management plan, but again, it is a live document, and we expect constant revisions to be made of this, status updates, as well as additional projects as science becomes available to target different items. This is how we evaluate some of these projects. I apologize about the small print on it. You'll see this is a mechanical removal of water lettuce. We do identify that this project here, in the key factors that are in our lagoon management plan, we go through and decide which factors these kind of projects will target. So you'll see this project here, which is going to be a physical removal of water lettuce. We're saying it's going to target the water quality aspect of it, harmful algal blooms, organic sediments, aquatic ecosystems and functions, basin management action plans, and best management practices. we evaluate this for all of the projects that you do see in the list. Again, the list that was included in the attachment did not include all of these other items. We do have that as backup if anybody's so interested. So, focusing back on the project list, you know, these are some of the agencies that we've, you know, going to be targeting to seek the funding. Again, it is a very small list. It's a much larger subset of projects that we will definitely, agencies that we'll definitely target for the funding. But this kind of shows you where we're at. We're not just focusing on the DEP's $100 million. We will be reaching out to all of these agencies depending on what grants and funds they have available. Our project list includes several different possible projects ranging from septic to sewer projects to muck assessments and removal, flood studies, you know, baffle boxes. We're looking at the gamut of projects, where they will fit into the areas and where they will benefit the lagoon. And then when those projects are identified, we then go through and figure out what kind of funding might be available to help offset the county's expenses. To tie in with this, this agenda item with the project list and to move our lagoon management plan forward, we actually have a public outreach proposal that we have received from our consultant working with the county on this plan. The public outreach proposal is to you know, solicit and obtain public comment for our draft plan. Our draft plan is anticipated to be presented to the board here on July 11th. With then, if this project, this proposal is accepted, it's a time and materials proposal. But then our consultant Tetra Tech would start acting on the items you see here in the list. We've got public workshops, at least one in the evening, to solicit comments from those people that can attend a workshop in the evening. One-on-one commissioner meetings, as well as meetings with specific interest groups. The comments will be obtained from the consultant, and those comments will be responded to and potentially incorporated into the revised lagoon management plan, which would then be intended to come back to the board on September 26th. Again, the project list is provided for informational purposes, but I do have a recommendation in this, this agenda, which would be to authorize the Tetra Tech professional outreach work order in the amount of $68,956 to provide the public outreach element of the county's lagoon management plan. Again, it is a time and materials item, not to exceed $68,000, maybe less depending on the input that is received. Any
questions?
Questions?
I have a question. So, like, I'm happy to see this moving forward for sure. I'm glad that you've included a list that has projects on there that are under construction or almost completed, as well as things are in design and in the future. I think that helps tell the story to our residents that it's not that we have been sitting on our heels not doing anything. We have been. What we've been struggling to do is kind of amass those into one giant list that we can use for grant purposes. My question and concerns are more along the cost of and the role that Tetra Tech is going to play in the outreach and public meeting part of what is being proposed. I'm glad that we're moving forward with it. The outreach is very, very important, but $11,000 for meetings with commissioners that's going to probably occur in our round robin fashion like we do as sequentials on a Monday seems a little extreme. Then you have 2 public workshops that are going to cost a total of $33,000, but the 6 to 8 meetings with stakeholders is only going to be $25,000. So I want to move forward and I want to get this done. I guess if this is what we need to do to make that happen, it is what it is, but it doesn't necessarily make me happy. I feel like, again, we are asking them to do something and we haven't had a good record of performance in the past. So I just want to ensure that we are holding them accountable and we're going to get the outcome that we need in the timely fashion in which we need it. Are they going to be coordinating with Kathy for communications on trying to do outreach to these different stakeholders, or are we solely looking at them to do that, because I would think that there's some on that, that's not on that list, for instance, Friends of the St. Sebastian, some of those things. So, and we need to be messaging that on our websites and our social media and making sure that Tetra Tech is not the only ones that are going to be doing outreach. I think they should be doing that in conjunction with an effort led. I know you guys are busy and you're working on the technical aspects of this, so I know we need that help, but we have other people on staff that can also help with that outreach that should be coordinating with them. So we're getting the most bang for our buck, because I still have heartburn on the cost.
And again, that list I had in here, just as an example, was just an abbreviated list. There are other entities that we know. We would also look to put this document out similar to what we did with the beach preservation plan, put it available online and solicit comments from a web-based area. I will let you know that the Tetra Tech proposal does, a response, an interpretation and a response will be made for the comments. So there is more than just a once show up at a meeting, write down 3 comments, and they're done with it and submit it over to the county. These will be all formatted and potentially adopted into our into the lagoon management plan for the final version that would come back to the board here targeting September.
Okay. Well, we do have a communications liaison on staff, so I would strongly encourage them as part of this outreach to coordinate with that person. That's what they're there, part of what they're there for. The other thing I would say is once we get through this and get that input, there are other funding sources. A lot of these projects could be appropriations asks, whether on the state or federal level, and I think we should be thinking about that too. Obviously, this is the first step, so this has to be done. But as we move forward, those are things that we haven't really taken as much advantage of beyond the grant opportunity. So just to throw that out there. But I appreciate bringing this forward, and I look forward to it being done, and I hope we have robust input from the public on it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ditto. Well said, Commissioner Adams. My concern is, because I have great expectations on that price tag on the meeting with us. That's going to be stellar with that price tag.
Yes, not to exceed. It's not to exceed, so.
It would just, I realize they're putting forward a budget as to what they have to request, what has to be requested of us, but yeah, it's just, it sounds a little.
Well, since he said it up to 68, let's hope it's a lot less.
Maybe there'll be discount meetings.
Again, it depends on the kind of involvement and the kind of input we get.
We want quality
We want to
product.
solicit a lot of input. We'd love to get that, but then that's we would like to target as much input as possible in the process. But then we can have Tetra Tech right quickly. So.
Thank you, sir.
If there's no other comments, I'm happy to move approval.
Second.
Had a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to, actually it was 13B, it's now 12H1, a resolution to adopt water, sewer, and reclaimed water rates, fees, and other charges. Mr. Liskey, welcome.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Man, it's been a long day, hasn't it? You guys had a chance to eat?
No.
Oh, man, I feel sorry for you. I
end it
mean, it
quick.
was sunny when we started, it's raining now.
Be very
There
careful.
was
We're
a full
all
crowd when you started, and it's nearly empty. So we'll try to make this as brief as we can. I do believe this is a very important topic we're about to bring forth for you guys this afternoon. I also want to take a moment to introduce Brian Beavers, our new finance manager. Brian's going to actually be presenting today. Also wanted to thank him as well as Howard Richards for their hard work on what they're presenting today. They've put a lot of effort into this, so I want to turn it over to you. Unfortunately, this is Brian's first act as the finance manager, so he's got a pretty tough one to bring to you. But I guess it's baptism by fire, so I'm going to turn it over to Brian, and I'll be available to answer any questions once he's done with the presentation.
Thank you. So again, my name is Brian Beavers, the new facility or Utilities Finance Manager. Is that better?
It's directional.
How about that? So, wanted to talk briefly today about the annual rate set that would be going into effect for next fiscal year. I believe this is something that is done at this time of the year each year. Nationwide, there's been a lot of water utility expenses that have been rising quickly due to inflation and infrastructure costs. This is pressuring utility rates nationwide to increase. The Indian River County is also experiencing these same pressures from inflation. Over the last few years, Indian River County has increased rates at the lower of either the CPI or a 3% rate cap. Strong inflation numbers of the last few years have continued and is causing our revenue compared to expenses to have a gap. I believe that this may be in part due to the rate cap that we put in place of 3%. It's not allowing us to keep up with inflation. Today, staff is recommending the next rate change for fiscal year 24 to be based upon the CPI South rate with no rate increase cap put in place. This rate change equates to a 5.5% increase and would become effective October 1, 2023. Just to briefly look at our financial structure, the chart on the left compares our trended revenues, which is the green line, against our expenses on a cash basis, which are the bars in the chart. The dashed line, which is a little faint to see, but it is there, shows an approximate trend of our expenses on those bars. And the difference between the green line and the dashed line represents a gap where our expenses are exceeding our revenues. As this gap grows, the chart on the right comes into play, which is our cash balance at the end of each year. And as you can see, our cash balances are declining. It's making up this gap. To dive in a little further, the expenses on the left, the gray bars on the left chart, represents our O&M expenses. The light blue bars represents our R&R, and the orange bars represent our capital projects expenses on a cash basis. 60% of our O&M expenses are made up of three major costs. They're labor, electricity, and chemicals. The graph on the right shows the trend of price increases for those three major items, with the green bar being salaries, the blue bar, which has very high increases, being electricity, and the brownish gray bar, chemicals. The purple line represents the CPI rate for the South region. What you can see is the CPI is doing a decent job of keeping up with those O&M expense increases. It may not be perfect, but it does try to keep track with it. Capping a rate change of 3% would be detrimental and would perpetuate this rate gap that we were discussing between our revenues and expenses, and would most likely reduce our cash balances even further. So to take a look at the impact of these rate increases, we'll start off with a 3%, which is using that cap rate. If we were to continue down with that 3% for next year, the average residential customer, which would be a water and sewer customer consuming 5,000 gallons per month, would experience approximately a $1.59 increase to their monthly bill. That's a little over $19 a year. The revenue lift that the utility would receive on that particular rate increase would be an additional $1.2 million on our existing customer base. If we compare that to the proposed 5.5% rate increase, the average residential customer bill would increase by $2.96, or just under $36 a year. And the revenue lift that we would receive for that 5.5% increase would be $2.1 million in a year. So the incremental difference between the 3 and the 5% rate increase would be an additional $900,000 on top of the 3 going to 5. So in closing, staff is recommending pursuing the 5.5% rate change effective October 1 of 2023, and that it would be based on the CPI South price index. So thank you, and we'll field any questions you may have.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, as as we know, it's an enterprise fund, and we know that everything has gone up, and you certainly, it was a great presentation to open some eyes. I don't think it's that large of an increase for our consumers. So with that, I motion to go with the 5.5.
Second.
Laura.
Motion for the 5.5?
Have a motion by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer to make a 5.5% increase. Anybody in the public
So-
want to comment on the motion?
Just so I can, it's just hard to hear with the rain. I'm not even sure if the clerk caught that. It was a motion, I believe, for staff recommendation from Commissioner Lohr, seconded by Commissioner Fleischer. I just want to make sure you heard it. Thank you.
Correct. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Susan?
Commissioner, I just have one thing I wanted to kind of also mention. You know, we, earlier in the agenda during the consent, we did get approved for a rate study as well, to do a budget amendment for a rate study. So we actually are also embarking on a rate study here over the next several months in hopes that we would have something to come to the board before our budget process starts for the 24-25. So we're actually going to try to get that started earlier than we had originally anticipated, to kind of hopefully have something to come to the board next fiscal year as well. So,
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Any further comments? All right, have a motion by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
thank you all.
All right, now we're moving on to 13, County Attorney Matters. 13A, Monitoring of Committees. Counselor.
Yes, thank you very much. In 2011, the board approved Resolution 2011-72, which designated the county attorney the responsibility of monitoring various terms, vacancies, appointments of our various boards and committees of the Board of County Commissioners. Please understand that the county attorney's office doesn't regularly attend these meetings. We're not the staff to most of these committees. Usually these types of tasks are with the commission assistants. Recently, the board had decided to increase the number of commissioner assistants to 5. I just felt like this was the appropriate time to maybe have the board consider moving the committees back to being fully monitored and staffed by the commission assistants. And with that, I'm available for questions. I do want to say I want to thank Christina Moore in my office, who monitors these committees, make sure we bring items to the board to fill these vacancies, and obviously goes through the process of helping me get the annual presentation of those matters to the board. But yeah, so I just felt it was the appropriate time to talk to the board about hopefully getting the board to bring those types of issues back to the commission assistants. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Commissioners, questions of Dylan?
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move approval of drafting a resolution to bring that back under the county commission.
Commissioner Fleischer, was that a second by you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I appreciate the board's support on that item. And clerk, did you catch the motion in second? Yep, okay, great.
It is very loud.
Okay, next, we're moving on to 13C, County Attorney position. Mr. Reingold.
Thank you very much. As the board is aware, I had let you know that I'll be stepping down as the county attorney some point at the end of July, early August. Thus, I wanted to bring this item to the board to get some direction as to how the board would like to proceed with filling this position. As the board has recently undertaken the search for filling a new county administrator position, I don't feel I need to rehash this in super great detail in terms of all the different options that I've set forth in the memo. I will state, as opposed to seeking internal candidates, plural, I would note, I believe we do have someone in the county attorney's office, Mr. DeBrawl, who's certainly capable of stepping up and filling that position immediately if he so chose, if that's what he would like to do. But I just want to make that aware, as opposed to, expected to get several different applications from different people for like the county administrator position internally. Obviously, Bill would be the one logical candidate to fill that role. Certainly, just seeking direction from the board as to which way you want to direct staff and the county attorney's office to move forward in filling the soon-to-be vacant county attorney position. With that, I turn it over to the board for any comments or questions.
Commissioners, any questions of Dylan with regards to this? It is my thought that you can't hear me?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I'm on top of this thing.
I think it has something to do with the
I can't
rain.
hear. Okay, let's start over. It's with great despair that I hate that you're leaving, sir. I understand why and wish you the best of luck on this, but I think we ought to handle this similar to the way we did the county administrator's position. I think we could see who's out there, and if someone internally would like to apply, they should be given credence, just like they were in the county administrator's position. Plus, we would know whether they are interested or not in doing that. Next, I would say that we engage a different firm than we use for the county administrator's position. I think there's some. Are you still having trouble hearing me?
Yeah, can't hear you.
Is it the rain? We need to take a break? I can't get any closer, madam.
That I heard.
No, that sounds like.
I'm gonna have to eat it. Okay, now y'all feel my pain, okay, up here, right now. Y'all feel my
What?
pain. Yeah, see? Okay, y'all feel my pain. So I would like to move this process forward, have our county administrator or reach out through HR to find a firm or recommend a firm. I know we have talked briefly about a firm that would do this. I think it was SRG or somebody like that you're familiar with. I don't really care who it is. I would probably care not to use the firm we had for the county administrator's position, especially when we have to sit here and debate how we're gonna do something like we did. But it ended out for the better, and we're glad for that. So that would be my thoughts on this, and I certainly would like to hear what y'all think on that. So, Commissioner Fleischer.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Speaking with the county administrator as well, knowing that they specialize in that arena. Again, we all had our trials and tribulations. Although the end product appears to be perfect, the last go-around with a wide-angle search was very arduous and cumbersome, and perhaps not maybe a fine-tuned product. In the end, it worked out, but the journey was tough. We don't want to have another tough journey. So upon the county administrator's recommendation as well in talking about it, I wholeheartedly agree and would want to go in that direction using SRG.
Well, I definitely think the search can be narrowed with regards to, I think this person ought to be,
very well adept in Florida law, have experience
Florida.
in municipal or county or state government with regards to that. I think we could I think we can close the perimeter door on here of to how we're going to, or the person that we're looking to get. And if he chooses to so in the interim, like you said, I would have no problem recommending Mr. DeBrawl to take over in the interim. And if he's interested in applying further, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But decision is up to him as to what he would like to do. So that's my thoughts going along with what you said. So
Again, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. DeBrawl accepts that mission, I would strongly urge and think that we would do the same as we did for the interim county, the county administrator in raising the bar. Got the word bar in there. It's been a long day. Raising the bar for the interim county attorney and bring him up to the same grade as our current county attorney, as he will be climbing the Mount Kilimanjaro while he's battling the plains of Indian River.
Mr. Chair, I may be a little different on this one.
close to the mic, sir.
As close as I can. I understand the idea about the search and the expenses that come with the search. But I did notice, what would be wrong with asking Mr. DeBrawl without a search if he would be interested in the position full-time and essentially internally promoting him? I mean, you've got years and years of experience similar to what we had in the past. You know, he could turn it down, I suppose, but if he's got 4 years at least in the tank, that's plenty of time to groom somebody else up.
I would agree with Commissioner Lohr. I think that we've had a lot of change recently, and having the institutional knowledge in-house to get us through that while we maybe take a longer-term look at succession planning. I think Mr. DeBrawl is very capable and has been with the county and done a great job for many, many years. I would be more than happy to see if he was interested first and then go back at, if not, and look at the search options.
And if the record is any indication, and I think Counselor can also validate that that was my thought 10 years in the past, right? Remember 4-1? A great initiation. Well, perhaps maybe we can invite Counselor DeBrawl up to see if that would be entertained, but we had already discussed that, but that was one-on-one, and here's the sunshine.
Okay.
So, but why don't we do that? Since
I have no problem with that.
Commissioner Law brought it up, why don't we invite Counselor DeBrawl up?
I have no problem with listening. I agreed with Commissioner Ehrman about, engaging the services of a recruitment firm, because I think the county administrator, who is new, and we all agree was a great hire, should take an active role, very active role, in who it is that is chosen for this position. And it puts him in an awkward position to comment on Mr. DeBrawl.
I think that's separate and distinct, that the county attorney reports to us.
We have 2 employees in the county administrator and the county attorney. That's it. The county attorney does not report to the county administrator. No, they work closely, but he would in no way be involved in this process, and I think it would be the opposite. It would put him in a bad situation to be involved in the process.
Correct.
Please,
No,
please allow me to edify that I clearly stated that I had a conversation with the county administrator, and I'm sure you all did too, and he shared some very valuable information and a great perspective, but by no means did anyone ever infer that the county attorney works for the county administrator.
Right.
Well, and I'm not sure that let's say that the history of this, where the two positions are separate, and I'll ask the county attorney, if you know, what year did that begin? That the county attorney was entirely separate, did not report to the county administrator.
No, I am not familiar with a time where the county attorney reported to anybody other than directly to the Board of
It
County
happened
Commissioners.
when the county was formed.
Okay, so it's
When it was separated from St. Lucie County and became Indian River County, it's part of that.
I would just add that under the council manager form of government which we operate, the administrator reports to the commission, and then the attorney generally, in all the instances I know in Florida, is separately hired by the commission. I merely offered, if you were going to do a search, is to assist with the process, no desire to manage and or oversee, the county attorney's office.
Thank you.
If I was Mr. DeBraw, I would be a little bit taken back that we're even discussing a search. I mean, the man's been dedicated here for 20 years.
Trying to push you into it.
I'm okay with that.
He's going to give you an
Good.
explanation.
Uh-oh.
It has been a long day. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bill DeBrawl, Deputy County Attorney. Thank you for the kind words. As the memo that Dylan circulated, I am a year into drop. The legislature has just extended that period for another 3 years, so you could theoretically be in drop for 8. However, I only have 50% of the say in this. My wife has the other 50%,
No,
and it has been our plan all along that I would participate in drop for 2 years. And when I told Dylan last year that I would, give him, that I was going into drop, I told him I would give him 6 months fair warning that I was going to terminate my services completely, and obviously he's beaten me to the punch. So I would extend the same thing to you and say, if you want to consider me for a year, yes, I'm perfectly willing to serve, and I would be very pleased to serve for that year. Past that, I think that's about what I'd offer, and that's what I've relayed to the commissioners that I've spoken to, and to Mr. Reingold as well. That I'm happy bowing out about a year from now. So if that factors into your decisions.
Commissioners, I did speak with Bill, and that is exactly what he said. But my thought pattern was that if Bill served as the county attorney for a year, that gives the county administrator the time to kind of get up to speed, get his feet under him. I'm sure it's still like drinking out of a fire hose right now. There's a lot of changes and strategic planning and things going on that gives us that stability and institutional knowledge, and it also gives us a little bit more time to plan out a search for a replacement. So I'm still very comfortable with Bill serving in that role, even if we only have a year there.
In a permanent manner.
Yes.
Correct.
Again, he was my first choice 10 years ago. Sorry, Dylan. And we had talked a few times. As a matter of fact, even as recently as I think it was yesterday, I had to just knock on the door one more time. And he explained his plans. And I felt, well, you can only ask so many times. But if that's the case, it then delays the entire process. We don't have to worry about that. And actually, County Attorney Counselor DeBrawl would be selecting a deputy at that time. And then the burden could be all upon our county attorney as opposed to us having to go through the process, and then we find another solution.
I think it gives us, just like you said, a longer time to kind of succession plan, and it's not so ish. That's a whole word.
You would accept that for a year?
No, I'm
Why do you say that?
perfectly fine with what I'm hearing. Bill's more than capable. I've known Bill for a long time and knew him when he was
Absolutely.
a forest ranger and of all things. But I'm definitely good with it. I like the idea of what Commissioner Fleischer, Commissioner Adams are saying with regards to this we certainly wouldn't have to hurry the search. As soon as, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we can name him today. Upon Dylan's last day, he assumes the position immediately. We have that continuity there that's there for us. It allows our administrator down there to keep his nose to the grindstone and feet to the ground to learn about what's going on here without going through that process. And maybe towards the end of the year or beginning of the first year, we start the process of looking for your replacement, and maybe like Commissioner Fleischer said, I believe that's what he said, maybe getting somebody to start early that you could train, make them deputy, and knowing that they're going to move in upon your exit. So I kind of like that idea.
And that's certainly agreeable to me.
Great. When,
Are you gonna have a place to sleep tonight?
Yes.
I'm just asking, because it sounds like you might have altered the course.
Mr. Chair, I don't know the exact date of Mr. Reingold's departure. Is there any clarity to that?
I was actually going to meet with HR this afternoon, although now it's about 3:15. It might not happen till tomorrow morning. But yeah, it's going to be what I assume is last day in the office, probably that 28th or 29th of July. And then at that point, Bill would be in a position to take over.
Okay, and then that would give us time for you to draw up another contract for Bill and have that immediately upon your departure.
Yeah, I can work on bringing a contract for the July 11th meeting.
Chair, I'd like to motion that.
What? Hold on. I saw Commissioner Erman point.
No, what'd you say about bringing a contract?
I heard from Commissioner Loers about bringing a contract for Bill. I'd be happy to bring that on
That's what I
July
thought you
11th.
said.
Yeah.
That's why I pointed at him. Okay.
Yeah, so with all that said, I motion that we appoint Deputy Attorney Bill DeBraw to Dylan Reingold, our county attorney, on or about the last couple days of July, and have Mr. DeBraw be promoted effective the following day.
Second.
Dylan, do we need to negotiate a contract? Do we need to set the salary now that he will get paid what currently you're getting paid?
I think, well, it's certainly kind of similar to the concepts that we had when we were negotiating with John. I can certainly talk to Bill about what works in a contract, coordinate with you,
Bring it back
and
on
then
the
bring it back to the board on.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the plan. You good with that, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm very good with that.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Lohr. Is it a second by you, Commissioner Fleischer?
Yes, sir.
Second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Susan, now's your chance. All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Moving on. Nothing in 14. We already did that 6 hours ago. We're moving on to Special District and Boards B, Solid Waste Disposal District 15B1. Award of bid for Class 1 Landfill Segment 3, Cell 3, Site Preparation Project Bid 2023040.
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Adams. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15B2, request for approval of a pilot test by the Indian River Sustainability Center, LLC.
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second, and I think this is really cool. It's not going to cost us any money, and I'm happy to see more excitement with leachate happening. Yay!
Do you want to, how long would it take you to tell us about this real quick? Can you do it real fast?
He loves to talk about leachate.
Leachate is fascinating.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Himanshu Mehta, Solid Waste Disposal District. It's a filtration pre-treatment system for the leachate. So it's new technology that Heartland is testing out, and we're affording them about a 3-month opportunity to test it. It may actually potentially help us at the landfill, and it could be a great potential technology out for the entire industry. So
It's just cool to be part of like a new technology kind of happening at our landfill.
the whole concept of a sustainability center is to try to encourage, new innovations as well.
Is this something you can see, though, when be it done or something?
Yes, definitely.
Let us know when they're going to do it.
Okay, we'll do it.
I know the landfill queen would love to be out there.
Sure.
All right.
I told you,
All
I
right,
like the landfill.
let's do this again. I have a motion by Commissioner Adams.
Problem.
Leachate.
Second by you, sir? Second by Commissioner Fleischer.
No,
Motion
no,
by
the
Commissioner
other way
Adams,
around.
second by Commissioner Fleischer. Well, I just changed it.
At this point in the day, Dylan,
You
I
could
don't
do that.
care who it is. Let's.
No, I don't care either.
I don't,
Commissioner Fleischer made the motion. I don't want the county attorney upset. Commissioner Fleischer made the motion, second by Commissioner Adams. Anybody from the public wish to comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
the easy ones again.
All right, 15B3, update on the solid waste disposal district rate study. Himanshu.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll make this quick. Just to let you know that the rate study that the board approved and the motion that the board made back in April, those still stand. So our tipping fees that we recommended for approval, they are going to go effective October 1. The other recommendation that we made that the board approved about a 50% increase in the waste generation units to affect, to start now in October, and then the other 50% to occur 3 years from now. So that motion stands, no changes to that. The reason for the update is primarily one of the key assumptions that went into the rate study was what is our starting fund balance? And so when the consultant asked our finance department, he received a number that was plugged into the model. And what happens with fund balance is that's how, just like what the utilities department showed, that's how we utilize that fund balance to do capital projects. And so the update today is that when we looked at the starting amount was the number that was given was around 50 million. The consultant should have really asked, what is the unrestricted cash that you have? Not total amount of cash you have, because that would mean if we sold the whole landfill and the whole kit and caboodle. So what it did with the model is we're about, more like $21 million is what we should have had in unrestricted cash. So the impact to this update is that some of our capital projects are going to be a little bit delayed. We're going to have to make sure that we have a county fund balance policy of a minimum of 30%. We can maybe go down as much as 20%. And in order to make sure that we always have a reserve fund left and for emergencies and so on and so forth. So what this has done is by the starting balance being a little different and lower, it has caused some of our capital projects to move out. Now, over a 10-year horizon, we've kind of looked at the numbers. I think we had close to about $40 million in projects. We are still looking to do about $30 million worth of projects over that course of 10 years. So they won't occur as fast as we want them, but they are still projected to occur. The other part of the update is we were able to, once we kind of plug the correct numbers into the model, we were able to come up with a assessment projections with a steady projection for the next 10 years of a 6% increase in our assessment rates. So that was kind of the other thing that we were able to sort of do, is to balance out and project what is the cost going to be to our customers. And for next year, I think it's in the agenda item,
our residential assessment is going up by like 2.4%. So residents are paying $147.49 per year right now for the landfill assessment. That's going to go up to $151.04. So just a nominal increase there. Commercial is going to go up 15%, 15.42%. This will be coming up back to you at next month at the budget workshop. But just wanted to let you know that the basis of those assessment rates is based on the solid waste rate study and the update today. So if you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions? You covered it well.
So no action, just informational only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
Commissioners, your pleasure.
No action is needed.
could you think of,
No action required on this one.
it was,
No action required on this one.
Oh,
My
and this
pleasure is to happily
one?
move
There was, says
adjournment.
there is.
he had
We
to
don't need to,
clarify
nothing's
it.
required on this?
No, he just clarified.
Why do I get the sheet with all the mistakes on it?
No, it was more informational in light of the fact that it's going to change, and we'll have to adjust the budget with the different rates. So when you see it, in a couple weeks,
He clarified that the
Yeah.
study was not.
They
it was
used the
based
wrong-
on restricted or unrestricted, or garbage in, garbage out. I mean, we can keep on, but it's.
We just gave you the
going
wrong-
well.
we-
Thought it needed action.
Decomposition of accurate information.
I'm kidding.
I got you. Okay, let me finish with this, is that I want to wish everybody happy 4th of July. Have a good time. Enjoy yourself on the 4th of July. Commissioner Lohr, this doesn't apply to Commissioner Fleischer, but we are now in the summer dress code mode, which you don't have to wear a jacket if you choose not to. We can do that. But, and ladies, y'all know what to do. So we are in the summer dress code mode until Labor Day. And the next meeting will be in 3 weeks on July 11th, 2023. Thanks to everybody for your 6.5 hours of time today. It's most appreciated. I think we got a lot done. I heard a lot of stuff. So with that, we stand adjourned.
That was pretty good malleting.
It is.